looks like your royal drowsiness has returned, and I see you've claimed your throne of pillows again, so I'm glad you're here. The fire is low and steady tonight, casting that warm glow that makes the world feel smaller and kinder. We're settling into a day in the life of a medieval princess, not as a glittering legend, but as a series of quiet responsibilities, watchful conversations, and long stretches of waiting. If this calm storytelling helps you unwind, please feel free to follow us. Drop a like and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now ease closer to the warmth. Let your head sink into the pillow, slow your breathing, and be sure to switch that fan on for some noise. England, 1348. The Black Death has not yet reached your father's lands, and the castle hums with the ordinary rhythms of daily life. Prayers and meals, lessons and needlework, and the endless small ceremonies that mark time in a world measured by bells and seasons. You are 17, caught between childhood and whatever arrangement your father's council deems most advantageous, living in that peculiar space where you have all the restrictions of womanhood but few of its freedoms. The chapel bell cuts through your sleep like a blade through butter, though considerably less pleasant. Your eyes open to near total darkness, broken only by the faint glow of coals in the brazier across your chamber. Somewhere beyond the heavy tapestries covering the stone walls, a servant is already moving. You can hear the whisper of rushes under feet and the soft clink of a water ewer being set down. You lie still for a moment, wrapped in furs that smell faintly of the herbs your chambermaid stuffs between them. Lavender, you think, and something sharper. Rue, perhaps. The linen sheets beneath you are cool against your cheek, and you're acutely aware that the moment you move, the warmth you've cultivated through the night will escape, replaced by the bone-deep chill of a stone chamber in February. "My lady," Agnes's voice comes soft through the bed curtains. She's been your chambermaid since you were 9, patient with your morning reluctance in a way your mother never was. The bells have rung. You make a sound that isn't quite agreement, isn't quite protest. Agnes, used to this performance, doesn't wait for more articulate consent. The bed curtains part and cold air rushes in like an unwelcome visitor. You sit up, and she's already there with your chamber robe, the wool one lined with rabbit fur that your aunt sent 2 winters ago. The floor is cold, even through the rush matting. Your feet find your slippers, soft leather, slightly too large, lined with wool that's beginning to pill. Agnes has already laid out your chemise on the clothing chest, and you slip it over your head while she turns to prod the brazier coals back to life. The linen settles against your skin like a whisper, fine enough that you can feel the cold through it. You move to the basin where she's poured water from the ewer. It's cold, of course. There's no heating water before prime, that small luxury reserved for evening ablutions. You splash it on your face anyway, the shock of it driving the last fog of sleep from your mind. The water smells faintly metallic, drawn from the well in the lower bailey. You dry your face on the linen towel Agnes offers, noting absently that it needs mending along one edge. "The blue today, my lady." Agnes holds up your day kirtle, the one dyed with woad that your mother says brings out your eyes. You nod and she helps you into it, her fingers quick with the lacing up the side. The wool is heavy, good quality, and tightly woven enough to keep out drafts. Over it goes your sleeveless surcoat, the neckline embroidered with a pattern of roses you stitched yourself last summer under your mother's watchful eye. Your hair is still in its night braid, and Agnes begins the familiar process of undoing it, running her fingers through to work out the tangles before rebraiding it smoothly. Her hands are gentle but efficient. She's done this thousands of times, and there's something soothing about the rhythm of it. You close your eyes while she works, feeling the pull and release as she sections and weaves. Your circlet, my lady. She settles it over your veil, the thin band of silver that marks your rank without the ostentation of a crown. It sits just so, a gentle pressure above your brow that you've long since stopped noticing except when it's first placed. The walk to the chapel takes you through corridors barely touched by torchlight at this hour. Your soft-soled shoes make almost no sound on the stone floors. You can hear the castle waking around you, the clang of pots from the distant kitchen, the murmur of servants beginning their day, and the scrape of benches being moved in the great hall below. The chapel is cold enough that you can see your breath. Your mother is already in her place, her back perfectly straight, her prayer book open before her. She doesn't turn when you enter, but you know she's noted your arrival, probably measured it against whatever internal clock she keeps to judge such things. You settle onto your own kneeling cushion, the embroidered one your grandmother made, and bow your head. Father Benedict's voice rises in the familiar Latin, and you let it wash over you without trying to parse every word. Your mind has always wandered during these early offices, and you've long since given up feeling guilty about it. Instead, you focus on the way the words sound, the rhythm of them, like water over stones. The chapel smells of incense and old stone and the particular mustiness of prayer books that have been handled by countless fingers. Your knees begin to ache against the thin cushion. This is normal. You shift your weight slightly, a movement so small your mother probably doesn't notice, though you wouldn't bet your best salter on it. The cold seeps up through the floor, through the cushion, and into your bones. You think about breakfast. There will be bread, cheese, likely some of the smoked fish from the stores, and weak ale to wash it down. Your stomach makes a small sound of anticipation, and you pray it wasn't loud enough to carry. The service ends eventually, as all things do. You rise stiffly, your knees protesting. Your mother sweeps past with barely a glance, her mind already on the day's household management. You follow at a more measured pace, Agnes falling into step behind you. The breakfast chamber is marginally warmer than the chapel, thanks to a brazier someone had the wisdom to light before dawn. The table is already laid with bread, cheese, and a dish of pickled vegetables that makes your nose wrinkle slightly. Your father sits at the head, breaking his bread with decisive movements, while your younger brother picks at his portion with the sort of studied indifference only a 12-year-old can muster. You take your seat, and a servant immediately fills your cup with ale. It's thin stuff, barely worth the brewing, but it's warm, and that's what matters on a February morning. The bread is yesterday's, which means it's tough enough to require actual chewing, but it's good bread. Dark and dense, made from mixed rye and wheat. You spread it with butter that's been stored in the cool cellar, slightly harder than ideal, and take a bite that requires determination. Your father is discussing grain stores with the steward, his voice carrying that particular edge it gets when he's worried about something but refusing to admit it. The harvest was good last year, but not generous, and everyone's making calculations about how long supplies will hold if spring comes late. You listen while pretending not to, a skill you've perfected over years of being present, but officially uninterested in matters of estate management. The lower fields need draining, your father says, pointing at nothing with his bread. I'll not have another season of poor yield because we're growing more water than wheat. The steward makes agreeable sounds. Your brother yawns, not bothering to cover his mouth until your mother's sharp glance reminds him. You bite back a smile and take another drink of ale. Breakfast doesn't last long. Your father has estate business. Your mother has household matters. And your brother has weapons practice with the master at arms, which he approaches with considerably more enthusiasm than he shows for the Latin premiere his tutor makes him suffer through afterward. You, meanwhile, have lessons of your own. Your tutor, Brother Clement, is waiting in the solar, his books and writing materials already arranged on the table that catches the best light from the tall window. He's a patient man, round-faced and mild, with ink stains on his fingers that never quite wash away. He rises when you enter, bowing slightly. "Good morning, my lady. I thought we might continue with our Boethius today." You settle into your chair, grateful for the cushions someone remembered to place on it. The consolation of philosophy lies open on the table, the Latin text marching across the page in neat columns. Brother Clement has been working with you on translation for months now, and you've developed a peculiar fondness for Boethius and his prison cell philosophizing. There's something oddly comforting about reading a man who wrote about fate and fortune while awaiting execution. It puts your own minor frustrations in perspective. Shall we begin with chapter 7, Brother Clement suggests, and you nod, scanning the text to find your place. The work is slow and careful. You read a sentence aloud in Latin, then attempt to render it into French, the language you actually speak when you're not struggling through ancient texts. Brother Clement listens, occasionally correcting your pronunciation, more often helping you untangle particularly knotty grammar. The Latin has a rhythm to it that you've learned to appreciate, even when the meaning slips away from you like fish in a stream. Nothing is miserable unless you think it so, you translate, working through the sentence word by word. And likewise, every fortune is blessed if it is born with equanimity. Very good, my lady. Though blessed might be a touch strong, perhaps favourable would serve better. You consider this, tracing the Latin word with your finger. Beata, but doesn't that have religious connotations? Blessed seems right. Ah, but Boethius is speaking philosophically here, not theologically. The distinction matters. You've had this sort of discussion before. Brother Clement takes great pleasure in these fine points of meaning, and you've learned that arguing with him is both expected and educational. You spend a pleasant quarter hour debating the nuances of Latin terminology before moving on to the next passage. The morning light shifts as you work, moving across the floor in that slow, inevitable way that marks time more reliably than any water clock. Your hand cramps slightly from writing. Brother Clement insists you copy out sections to improve your script, and your letters are still more enthusiastic than elegant. You pause to flex your fingers, and he takes the opportunity to discourse on the value of clear handwriting. A well-formed letter is a kind of courtesy to the reader, my lady. It says that you value their time and effort. You nod, trying not to think about how your aunt writes in a hand so cramped and crooked that reading her letters feels like deciphering some ancient code. Apparently courtesy has its limits. By the time the bells ring for terce, you've translated 3 more chapters and copied out one particularly relevant passage about the nature of good fortune. Your hand aches, your back is stiff from sitting, and your mind feels pleasantly full in the way it does after concentrated work. Brother Clement gathers his materials with the care of a man who values his books more than most value gold. Tomorrow we might attempt some Ovid, he suggests, which makes you smile despite yourself. Brother Clement's idea of appropriate reading for a young woman stretches considerably beyond what your mother would approve, but she's never actually asked what you study, and you've never volunteered the information. Your mother is waiting in the ladies' solar when you arrive, her embroidery frame already set up near the window where the light is best. 2 of her ladies are with her, Lady Margaret, who's been your mother's companion since before you were born, and Eleanor, who's only a few years older than you and married to one of your father's minor knights. They look up when you enter, their needles pausing in their work. Sit, your mother says, nodding toward your own frame. We're working on the altar cloth. The altar cloth. You'd almost managed to forget about it. It's been in progress for what feels like your entire life. A massive piece of linen destined for the chapel, covered in an intricate pattern of vines and flowers and small birds that your mother designed with more ambition than mercy. Your section currently features a rose in various stages of completion, the petals worked in split stitch with silk thread so fine it makes your eyes ache. You settle onto your stool and examine your work from yesterday. The rose looks slightly lopsided, one petal bulging where your stitches pulled too tight. Your mother will notice, of course. She notices everything. But perhaps if you work on the leaves today, you can come back to fix it when she's distracted. The red silk first, your mother says, as if reading your attempt at strategic avoidance. That petal needs filling. So much for clever planning. You thread your needle, a process that takes longer than you'd like, given that the silk is approximately the width of a hair, and the needle's eye is apparently designed for someone with the vision of a hunting hawk. When you finally succeed, you take a breath and begin the small, careful stitches that embroidery demands. The work requires enough concentration that conversation happens in the pauses between stitches when someone's needle needs rethreading, or the light shifts and everyone adjusts position slightly. Lady Margaret is telling a story about the miller's wife, who apparently threw a bucket of wash water at the miller during an argument about something involving the grain measure. Right in the face, Lady Margaret says with evident satisfaction. And he was standing there dripping, too surprised to speak. Eleanor laughs, the sound bright in the quiet room. Your mother makes a sound that could be disapproval but might be suppressed amusement. It's hard to tell with her sometimes. The miller's wife always did have a temper, your mother observes, her needle moving in and out of the linen with mechanical precision. Though I suspect he deserved it. John has been measuring light since Michaelmas. You smile to yourself, keeping your eyes on your rose petal. The silk slides through the linen with a soft whisper. One stitch. Pull through. Another stitch. Pull through. The rhythm is soothing once you settle into it, almost meditative. Your mind wanders while your hands work. You think about Boethius and his prison cell, about whether he ever did needlework to pass the time, though probably not. That seems like the sort of thing they leave out of philosophical texts. Careful there, your mother says, and you realise you've let your stitches pull too tight again. You loosen your grip slightly, adjusting the tension. This is the eternal challenge of embroidery, keeping everything even, smooth and consistent. Rather like life, you suppose, though you keep that observation to yourself. Eleanor is talking about the new chaplain at her husband's manor, a young man apparently more enthusiastic about salvation than skilled in delivering sermons. He preached for 2 hours last Sunday, she says, her voice mixing awe and exhaustion. 2 hours? About locusts? The plague of locusts? Lady Margaret asks. No, just locusts in general, their habits, their diet. By the end I knew more about locusts than I ever wished to. Your mother's needle pauses. 2 hours is excessive. Someone should speak to the prior about suitable sermon length. You bite your lip to keep from laughing. The image of someone instructing a young priest on the appropriate duration for insect-related preaching strikes you as fundamentally absurd, and you focus very hard on your rose petal to avoid catching Eleanor's eye. The morning slides by in this fashion, small talk, gossip, the quiet sound of needles through linen, and the occasional frustrated sigh when someone's thread tangles. Your rose petal gradually fills in, the red silk building up layers of stitches until it begins to look almost dimensional. Not as perfect as your mother's work, but better than it was. Progress, you tell yourself, is still progress. By the time the bells ring for sext, your back aches from hunching over your frame, and you have a small knot between your shoulder blades that no amount of rolling your shoulders will shift. Your mother sets down her work with the air of someone satisfied with the morning's accomplishment. We'll continue after dinner, she says, which isn't a question. You nod, already thinking about the afternoon, and whether you can engineer some reason to take your needlework to the garden instead of staying in the solar. Fresh air seems suddenly very appealing. The great hall is filling by the time you arrive, the household gathering for the main meal of the day. The trestle tables are already laid, the bread trenchers set out, the air thick with the smell of roasted meat, and the particular human warmth of bodies packed into an enclosed space. You make your way to the high table, where your family sits slightly elevated above the general population, a physical manifestation of hierarchy that no one questions because it's simply how things are. Your father is already seated discussing something with the bailiff that involves much pointing at an absent field and frowning. Your mother arrives moments after you, her ladies trailing behind to take their places at the side tables. Your brother slouches into his seat with the particular gracelessness of 12-year-old boys who've just finished weapons practice and are mainly interested in food. The servants bring the first course, a thick pottage of beans and barley steaming in its bowl. You eat with your bread trencher, soaking up the broth, the warmth of it spreading through you. The pottage is good, hearty, and flavoured with onions and herbs and small bits of salt pork that add depth without overwhelming. You've had this same pottage countless times, but it never gets old. There's something comforting about familiar food. The next course arrives. Roasted capon, still on the bone, the skin crispy and gleaming with fat. Your father carves, the meat falling away in tender pieces. You take your portion along with some of the roasted turnips that have been cooking alongside the bird, their edges caramelised and sweet. The turnips are your favourite part, actually, though you'd never admit it. There's something undignified about preferring vegetables to meat. Around the hall, conversation rises and falls like waves. The lower tables are louder, voices mixing into a general hum punctuated by laughter and the occasional shout. Someone has brought in a dog, which is strictly forbidden, but happens anyway with reliable regularity. The dog wanders between tables hoping for scraps, and several people oblige despite the official rules against such things. Your father is telling a story now about a hunting trip last autumn when Sir Robert's horse threw him into a stream. Sir Robert, sitting 3 seats down, takes the ribbing with good grace, adding his own embellishments about the temperature of the water and the indignity of explaining wet clothes to his wife. The table laughs, and you find yourself smiling around your bread. And the deer, Sir Robert adds, stopped to watch. I swear it was laughing. Deer don't laugh, your brother objects, with the absolute certainty of someone who knows everything. This one did. I saw its face. Your brother looks ready to argue the point further, but your mother catches his eye and he subsides, returning to his capon with renewed focus. You hide your smile behind your cup. Your brother's faith in his own correctness is both endearing and occasionally exhausting. The meal continues through additional courses: fish and a cream sauce, more bread, and a dish of stewed apples that are probably the last of last year's store, wrinkled but still sweet. You eat slowly, savouring each bite, in no hurry to return to your embroidery. The hall is warm from the fire and the press of bodies, and you've achieved that pleasant state of being neither hungry nor uncomfortably full. Your father moves on to estate business, discussing the spring ploughing with the bailiff. When to start, which fields to plant with what crops, and how many oxen they'll need. It's the eternal agricultural calculus, balancing soil and seed and season, trying to wring enough from the land to feed everyone for another year. You've heard these same discussions your entire life, and you could probably make most of the decisions yourself by now, though no one's asking for your input. The North Field should rest this year, the bailiff is saying. We've worked it hard for 3 seasons, your father nods slowly, considering. Plant it with peas then. They'll fix the soil. This is where your mind tends to wander during these conversations, the endless practical details of running an estate. Important, certainly. Necessary, absolutely. But not precisely thrilling. You let their voices become background noise and focus on your apples, fishing out the best pieces from the syrup they're swimming in. By the time the meal winds down, the afternoon is well advanced. Your father rises, the signal that the meal is officially over. The household begins to disperse, servants clearing tables, men returning to work, and your mother gathering her ladies. You rise as well, your body slightly stiff from sitting, and prepare yourself for more needlework. But your mother surprises you. Take your sewing to the garden if you like, she says, already moving toward the stairs. The light is good this afternoon. You try not to look too eager as you thank her, but inside you're already planning your escape. The garden is your favourite place in the entire castle, a small square of cultivated earth tucked against the south wall, where the stone holds the sun's warmth. In summer, it's a riot of colour. Roses, lilies, herbs both medicinal and culinary, and even a small patch of strawberries that your mother guards jealously. Now, in February, it's mostly bare earth and dead stalks, but here and there you can see the green shoots of early bulbs pushing through, determined and optimistic. You settle on the stone bench near the rosemary, which somehow stays green year-round and fills the air with its sharp, clean scent when you brush against it. Agnes has brought your embroidery frame and a cushion, bless her, and she hovers uncertainly until you wave her off to whatever tasks she has waiting. You don't actually need supervision to sit in a garden and stab linen with a needle. The quiet is immediate and complete. The garden walls block most of the castle noise, leaving only the wind in the bare branches of the pear tree and the distant sound of someone chopping wood. You take a breath, feeling your shoulders drop, tension you didn't know you were carrying releasing into the afternoon air. You set up your frame, threading your needle more from muscle memory than conscious thought. The rose needs more work. It always needs more work, but now you can do it without your mother's watchful eye tracking every stitch. You settle into the rhythm of it, needle in and out, the silk catching the light. A robin lands on the wall nearby, regarding you with the suspicious interest robins always seem to have. It hops along the stones, head cocked, before deciding you're not interesting enough to investigate further and flying off. You watch it go, a small flash of russet against grey stone. The garden in winter has a particular quality of patience. Everything is waiting. The roses for spring pruning, the herbs for warmer days, and the fruit trees for whatever alchemy transforms bare branches into blossoms. You understand the feeling. You've been waiting yourself, in various ways, for years now. Waiting to be old enough for marriage negotiations. Waiting for your father to choose from among the various options his counsel presents. Waiting for your life to properly begin instead of existing in this strange preparatory state. You've mostly made peace with it. Mostly. There are days when the waiting feels less like patience and more like suspension, when you want to shake everyone and demand that something, anything, happen. But those days are rarer now. You've learned the same lesson the garden knows, that rushing the season doesn't make spring come faster. A bee appears from somewhere, drowsy and confused by the unseasonable warmth of the afternoon sun on the south wall. It bumbles past you, investigating the rosemary hopefully before moving on to check the dead lavender stalks. You wish it luck finding anything worth visiting. The spring flowers haven't opened yet, and the winter ones are long finished. Your stitches are better out here, you notice. More even, less anxious. Perhaps it's the lack of audience, or perhaps it's simply that the garden makes everything easier. You've always felt more yourself here, among the growing things, than you do in the formal rooms of the castle, where everything is about presentation and propriety. A shoot of something green catches your eye near the path, probably a crocus, judging by the shape of the leaves. You'll have to tell the gardener to be careful when he starts the spring digging. The crocuses were your grandmother's favourite, and your mother is sentimental about them in a way she isn't about much else. You make a mental note to mark the spot with a small stick so it doesn't get trampled. The afternoon light shifts, growing more golden as the sun moves west. Your rose petal is nearly finished now, the red silk dense and rich. You'll need to start on the leaves next, which means switching to green thread and a whole new set of decisions about shading and direction. But not today. Today you're content to finish what you started and call it progress. You hear the chapel bell ring for none, marking the afternoon office. You don't move. You're allowed this small rebellion, this choosing of garden over prayer, at least for now. Your mother will forgive it, or at least overlook it. The garden is one of the few places where the rules relax slightly, where you can be something other than perfectly dutiful. A cat appears from behind the lavender, one of the barn cats that hunt mice in the granary. It's a rangy tabby, more wild than tame, but it's learned that the garden sometimes means laps and warmth. It approaches cautiously, then jumps up onto the bench beside you, circling twice before settling into a compact loaf shape. You're supposed to be working, you tell it, but you're already reaching out to scratch behind its ears. It starts purring, a rusty engine sound that makes you smile. The two of you sit like that for a while. You stitching, the cat purring, the garden waiting patiently for spring. It's not exciting exactly. No one would write a song about it, but it's yours, this quiet afternoon moment, and that's enough. The afternoon brings you back inside, reluctantly leaving the garden's peace for the great hall, where your father holds what he calls his open court, the weekly session where tenants and townspeople can bring grievances, requests, and the general administrative chaos of managing an estate. You're not required to attend, but your father has recently decided you should learn the practical side of governance, which means sitting on a slightly uncomfortable chair at the side of his great carved seat and trying to look interested while people argue about boundary stones and water rights. The hall is already filling when you arrive. You recognise most of the faces. These are your father's people, farmers and craftsmen and merchants you've known your entire life. Old Thomas, who runs the mill, is near the front, looking aggrieved about something. The carpenter's wife stands with her arms crossed, her face set in determined lines that suggest she is not leaving without satisfaction. Your father enters with appropriate ceremony, settling into his chair with the weight of someone who knows he's about to spend several hours mediating disputes. The steward stands ready with his roll of parchment, ready to record decisions. You arrange your skirts and prepare to look attentive. The first petition is about pigs. Specifically about whether Walter's pigs have been rooting in Edmund's kitchen garden, and if so, what compensation is owed for destroyed cabbages. Both men present their cases with the passionate intensity usually reserved for matters of life and death. Your father listens, his face carefully neutral, asking occasional questions about fence maintenance and pig wandering patterns. In the end, he rules that Walter must pay for the cabbages and repair his fence to prevent future porcine invasions. Both men look moderately satisfied with this, which your father has explained is the hallmark of a good judgment. Everyone leaves slightly unhappy, which means it's probably fair. The next case involves a disputed property line, which requires bringing out a map and several elderly men who claim to remember where the boundary has always been. They don't agree, naturally. One swears the old oak marks the corner, while another insists it's the hawthorn hedge. A third claims both are wrong, and the true boundary is the drainage ditch, which hasn't existed in living memory, but his grandfather told him about it. Your father questions each man patiently, working to establish some sort of consensus. You watch the process with growing appreciation for his skill. He never dismisses anyone, never suggests their memories are faulty, and just gently guides them toward finding common ground. Eventually they agree to split the difference, with the boundary running between the oak and the hedge. The disputed strip will be common grazing. Everyone looks relieved to have it settled. The afternoon proceeds through a catalogue of minor dramas, a question about fishing rights in the stream, a complaint about the baker's weights, and a request to delay rent payment until after the spring planting. Each case requires listening, questioning, and sometimes consulting with the steward or bailiff before rendering judgment. You find yourself paying attention despite the mundane subject matter. There's something fascinating about the way people present their cases, the rhetoric they employ, and the appeals to tradition or fairness or common sense. The carpenter's wife, arguing for compensation after a tree from your father's land fell on her husband's workshop, speaks with controlled passion about justice and responsibility. Your father listens to her entire argument before pointing out gently that the tree fell in a storm that no one could have predicted, and while he sympathises with her loss, he cannot be held responsible for acts of God. However, he continues, he will provide timber from his own woods to repair the workshop as a gesture of goodwill. The carpenter's wife accepts this with grace, and you make a mental note of the strategy. Acknowledge the claim without accepting the premise, then offer something to soften the refusal. It's diplomacy in miniature. Old Thomas's complaint about the grain measures turns out to be less about the measures themselves, and more about a running dispute with the miller's wife, which everyone in the hall apparently knows about except your father. There's some suppressed laughter when the miller's wife is called forward, and immediately begins her own recitation of grievances, most of which involve Thomas's allegedly wandering hands during grain delivery. Your father cuts through the personal drama to the practical issue. Are the measures accurate or not? A test is conducted with standard weights, and the measures prove true. Case dismissed, though with a stern lecture to Thomas about appropriate behaviour that makes the old man shuffle his feet like a scolded child. By the time the last petition is heard, a straightforward request for permission to cut wood in the forest, easily granted. You're tired from sitting still for so long, but your mind feels pleasantly engaged. The petty details of estate management turn out to be more interesting than you expected, full of human nature and problem solving, and the eternal challenge of balancing competing interests. Your father rises, signalling the end of the session. The crowd disperses, some people lingering to speak with the steward or bailiff about details. You stand as well, stretching surreptitiously. What did you think? Your father asks, surprising you. He rarely asks your opinion on anything. I think the carpenter's wife made the best argument, you say honestly, even though she didn't win. He nods slowly. She presented her case well, but sometimes being right isn't the same as being entitled to compensation, he pauses. Though the timber was a fair compromise, I think. Very fair, you agree, and something that might be approval flickers across his face before he turns to confer with the steward. You leave the hall feeling oddly satisfied, as if you've learned something important without quite being able to articulate what it is. Evening approaches, bringing with it the hour your mother calls cultivation of the gentle arts, which is her way of saying it's time for music practice. You collect your lute from your chamber, the instrument that's been your companion since you were 10 and deemed old enough to learn proper playing. The lute is beautiful in its way. Polished wood inlaid with subtle patterning around the sound hole and strings that gleam in the candlelight. It's also temperamental, prone to going out of tune at the slightest provocation, and possessed of a personality that you've never quite managed to master. Your relationship with the instrument is one of mutual tolerance rather than harmony, which your music teacher finds endlessly disappointing. Brother Anselm is waiting in the small chamber off the solar, his own lute already tuned. He's a different sort of monk than Brother Clement, younger, more worldly, with an actual talent for music rather than the dutiful competence most brothers develop. He can make his lute sing in ways yours steadfastly refuses to, which is both inspiring and mildly irritating. "My lady," he greets you with a small bow. "Shall we continue with the French air we began last week?" You settle onto your stool, adjusting the lute on your lap. "We can try, though it wasn't going well last time." "Music is patient with those who are patient with it," he says, which is the sort of thing music teachers say when you're not very good, but they're too polite to mention it directly. You begin tuning, adjusting the pegs with careful precision. The strings ping and stretch, gradually settling into something approaching correct pitch. Brother Anselm waits with the infinite patience of someone who's witnessed this process hundreds of times. "Better," he says when you finally play a tentative chord. Now remember, the fourth finger stays curved, like you're holding an egg. You've never understood why the posture for lute playing involves invisible eggs, but you adjust your hand accordingly. The air you're learning is called Belle Duet, a melancholy piece about waiting and longing that seems appropriate for a winter evening. You begin, fingers finding the familiar patterns. The first few measures go well, but then you hit the passage where the melody moves to the higher strings and everything falls apart. Your fourth finger refuses to curve properly, the notes come out muffled, and you lose the rhythm entirely. You stop, frustrated. "Again," Brother Anselm says, not unkindly. "Listen to the spaces between the notes. They're as important as the notes themselves." You try again. This time you focus on the pauses, the silence that gives shape to the sound. It's marginally better, though still far from the fluid beauty Brother Anselm achieves when he plays it. But you can hear the melody now, and can feel where it wants to go, even if your fingers don't quite take it there. "Good," he says when you finish. "You're thinking too much about technique and not enough about the music itself. Let your hands remember the pattern, while your mind follows the melody." This is easier said than done, rather like telling someone to think about not thinking. But you try again, attempting to relax into the music instead of attacking it. Your hands move through the pattern, stumbling in places but recovering. The melody emerges, hesitant but recognizable. "There," Brother Anselm says with satisfaction. "That's the difference. You were playing notes before. Now you're making music." You're not entirely sure you agree with this assessment. The stumbles were still stumbles, the muffled notes still muffled. But something did feel different. Less forced. You play through it again, and this time it flows slightly better, the melody line becoming clearer. Brother Anselm picks up his own lute. "Let me play with you this time. Listen to how the parts fit together." He begins, and you join in after the first phrase. His playing is so much smoother than yours that it's almost embarrassing, but it also pulls you forward and gives you something to follow. Your part weaves around his, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes moving in contrary motion. When you stumble, his steady rhythm keeps you from losing your place entirely. By the time you finish, you're actually smiling. It wasn't perfect, far from it, but it was music, real music, two instruments speaking to each other in the language of melody and rhythm. Brother Anselm is smiling too, clearly pleased with the progress. Practice that this week, he says. Not for perfection, but for pleasure. Music should be enjoyed, not endured. You promise to try, though you suspect your practice sessions will continue to be more about grinding through difficult passages than joyful music making. Still, it's something to work toward. After Brother Anselm leaves, you sit for a moment with the lute still in your lap, pluck in idle notes. The instrument feels slightly more friendly than usual, as if your brief success has softened its attitude. You play through a simpler melody, one you learned years ago, letting your fingers remember the pattern while your mind wanders. There's something meditative about music when you're alone with it, with no one listening or judging. The notes rise and fall, filling the chamber with sound that's just for you. Not performance, not practice, just music for the sake of making it. Eventually your fingers start to tire, and you carefully set the lute aside. The light is fading outside the window, the short February day already giving way to evening. You can hear the household settling into its evening rhythms, servants lighting candles, preparing for supper, and the general shift toward the day's end. You take a breath, feeling oddly peaceful. The day has been full of small things, embroidery and lessons, gardens and music, disputes about pigs and boundary stones. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would make a song or story, just life, ordinary and unremarkable, rolling forward one small moment at a time. After a light supper, bread and cheese and some of the preserves from summer, eaten quickly in the small chamber where your family takes informal meals, you retreat to your chamber for the evening. Agnes has already prepared your writing desk, setting out fresh parchment, your inkwell, and the quill she sharpened earlier. Letter writing is your favourite part of the day, the hour when you get to think beyond the castle walls. Your correspondence is limited, of course. Your aunt at court, a cousin married to a minor lord in the north, and occasionally your mother's sister, who lives in a convent and writes the most wonderfully acerbic letters about religious life. But these few connections are precious, threads linking you to a wider world you can only glimpse through written words. Tonight you're writing to your aunt, who sent a letter last week full of court gossip and political manoeuvring that was more entertaining than any minstrel's tale. She has a gift for description, bringing the great lords and ladies to life with a few sharp observations. Reading her letters makes you feel like you're there, watching the elaborate dance of influence and favour. You dip your quill carefully, letting the excess ink drip back into the well. The first words are always the hardest, the formal greeting that convention requires before you can settle into actual communication. You write it out carefully, your script more controlled than the rushed hand you use for copying Latin. My dearest aunt, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health. The formalities completed, you relax into the letter proper. You tell her about the garden, about the early bulbs pushing through despite the cold. She loves gardens, you know, though the court rarely allows her time to enjoy them. You describe Brother Anselm's music lessons, making a joke about your fourth finger's continued refusal to curve like an egg-holding implement. You mention your father's court session, the dispute about the pigs, and the carpenter's wife's eloquent argument. The quill scratches across the parchment, the sound rhythmic and satisfying. You pause occasionally to gather your thoughts, or let a particularly flowing phrase dry before continuing. Letter writing requires a different kind of composition than speaking. You have time to choose your words, to craft sentences that say exactly what you mean. It's a luxury, really. You ask after your aunt's health, and about the court ladies she's mentioned in previous letters. Is the young countess still carrying favour with the Queen? Did the Duke's marriage negotiation succeed? Has there been news from France where the war continues its endless grinding forward and back? Halfway through, you pause to sharpen your quill. the knife cutting away the worn tip to expose a fresh point. Agnes has taught you the trick of it, the angle of the cut, the slight curve that makes the quill flow smoothly. It's a small skill but satisfying in its usefulness. You continue writing, moving into more personal territory. You confess to feeling restless lately, caught between childhood and whatever comes next. You don't mention marriage negotiations directly. Your aunt is too clever not to have heard about them through her court connections, but you hint at it. The waiting and uncertainty. I sometimes feel like the garden, you write, waiting for a season that may or may not come when expected, though at least the bulbs know spring will eventually arrive, even if the timing is unclear. You read that back, considering whether it's too revealing, too vulnerable, but your aunt has always been kind about such admissions, never mocking your moments of uncertainty. You let it stand. The letter fills 2 sheets of parchment before you're satisfied you've said everything worth saying. You close with appropriate wishes for her health and happiness, sign your name with a flourish that would make Brother Clement wince at its lack of careful formation, and set it aside to dry. While the ink settles, you pull out another piece of parchment. You have a half-composed letter to your cousin in the north, started weeks ago and never finished. She's recently had her 2nd child, and you should send congratulations even though the news is no longer precisely fresh. You read what you wrote before, wincing slightly at the stilted phrasing. Too formal, too careful. Your cousin deserves better than careful. You cross out most of it and start fresh, this time writing the way you'd talk to her if you could. Warm, slightly irreverent, and full of the small jokes and observations that make letters from friends rather than obligations. You ask about the baby, about her health, and about whether her husband has stopped his habit of bringing his hunting dogs into the Great Hall at mealtimes. You share news from your own life, the embroidery project, the music lessons, the garden's patient waiting. Ordinary things, but they're what friendship is built from, these ordinary sharings. The candles have burned down noticeably by the time you finish. Your hand aches slightly from writing, the familiar cramping of fingers held too long in the same position. You flex them, watching the ink dry on your final letter. Agnes appears quietly, as she always does when she senses you're finishing up. She'll collect the letters tomorrow and give them to the steward to include with the next messenger heading in the appropriate directions. Your words will travel roads you've never walked, arriving in places you've only imagined through other people's descriptions. You seal the letters with wax, pressing your ring into each blob of red. Your own small mark on the world, travelling farther than you ever will. The wax hardens quickly in the cool air, preserving your seal like a promise. "Ready for bed, my lady?" Agnes asks, and you nod, suddenly aware of how tired you are. The day has been long, full of small tasks and quiet moments, and you're ready for sleep. Your chamber is dim except for the candles. Agnes has lit 3, one by the bed, another on the clothing chest, and a third near the brazier where coals glow red and warm. She helps you out of your kirtle and surcoat, unlacing with practiced efficiency. The wool slides off, heavy and slightly musty from a day's wearing. You're down to your chemise now, and Agnes brings a bowl of warm water for washing. This evening water is a luxury, heated in the kitchen and carried up specially. You wash your face and hands, the warm cloth soothing against your skin. The water smells faintly of the herbs. Agnes adds lavender again and something else you can't quite identify. She takes down your hair next, undoing the careful braiding she did this morning. Your hair falls in waves, freed from the constraint. She runs her fingers through it gently, working out tangles, and you close your eyes at the familiar comfort of it. This is perhaps your favourite part of the day, this quiet ritual of becoming yourself again, shedding the layers of propriety and presentation. "Shall I braid it for sleeping, my lady?" You nod, and she begins the loose plait that keeps your hair manageable through the night. Her fingers work quickly, the rhythm soothing. You can feel the day's tension releasing, your shoulders dropping, and your breathing slowing. When she's done, you climb into bed, and Agnes pulls the heavy curtains partway closed, leaving them open enough for air to circulate. The bed is cold at first, The linen sheet's like ice, but you know it will warm soon. She's placed a warming stone wrapped in cloth near your feet, and you curl your toes around it gratefully. Will you need anything else, my lady? No thank you, Agnes. Sleep well. And you, my lady? She slips out quietly, taking one of the candles with her. The remaining light flickers against the bed curtains, casting moving shadows. You lie still, listening to the castle settling around you. Somewhere below, servants are finishing the day's tasks. In the guardhouse, men are changing watch. In the chapel, the monks are preparing for Compline, the final office before sleep. You think about your day, all the small moments that comprised it. The cold chapel, the stubborn rose petal, and the robin in the garden, the pigs and the boundary stones. Your lute fighting against beauty and occasionally surrendering. The letters are now waiting to travel, carrying your words into the world. Nothing extraordinary, nothing that would be remembered or remarked upon. Just a day, one of thousands, unremarkable and precious in its very ordinariness. You're alive in it, present in all the small details, the scratch of the quill, the smell of rosemary, the weight of the lute in your lap, the taste of apples stewed in honey, the feel of silk thread sliding through linen, and the sound of your father's measured judgments echoing in the great hall. This is your life, not waiting for it to begin, but actually living it, here in these moments that feel too small to matter, but somehow add up to everything. The garden knows this, you think drowsily. The bulbs pushing through frozen ground aren't waiting for spring to live. They're living now in the darkness and the cold, doing what they need to do to survive until warmth arrives. You shift slightly, pulling the furs up higher. The warming stone is doing its job, heat radiating through the cloth. Your feet are finally losing their chill. Outside, the night is full of sounds. Wind in the battlements, the distant cry of an owl, and the soft footsteps of guards on their rounds. Safe sounds, familiar sounds. The castle wrapped around you like another layer of blankets, keeping you warm and protected from the darkness beyond the walls. Your eyes are heavy now, the day's accumulation of small efforts pulling you towards sleep. You think about tomorrow, more embroidery, more lessons, more of the gentle rhythm that marks time in this place. The same, but not quite, because each day brings its small variations, a different passage in Boethius, a new section of the altar cloth, or perhaps different weather that will change what you can do in the garden. The candle flickers and dims. Agnes will come in later to blow it out once she's certain you're asleep, but for now, it burns steadily, a small point of light in the darkness. You think about your aunt at court, probably still awake, probably still navigating the complex social terrain that never seems to rest. About your cousin in the north, feeding her new baby, tired and content. About all the people in your father's lands, settling into sleep in their own beds, their own lives playing out in patterns both similar and entirely different from yours. The weight of the day presses down pleasantly, and you surrender to it. Your breathing slows and deepens, the flickering candlelight behind your closed eyelids, the warmth of the bed seeping into your bones, the soft darkness gathering around you like a familiar friend. Tomorrow will come, with its own small moments and quiet demands, but tonight, there's just this, the peace of a day well enough lived, the comfort of routine and ritual, and the simple satisfaction of being warm and safe and drifting towards sleep. Your last conscious thought is about the crocuses in the garden, waiting patiently under the cold earth. They know something you're learning, that life isn't always about the dramatic moments, the big changes, or the events that shake the world. Sometimes it's about the quiet persistence of pushing through frozen ground, about growing in darkness until the light finds you, about the patient accumulation of small days that somehow add up to a life worth living. The candle gutters in a draught, and you're already too far gone to notice. Sleep takes you gently, the way it does when you've earned it through a day of small efforts and quiet accomplishments. Outside, the night continues its watch. Inside, the castle breathes with the rhythm of sleeping souls. Tomorrow you'll wake to bells again, to cold water and morning prayers and the endless round of duties and small pleasures that make up your days. But that's tomorrow, and tomorrow can wait. Tonight you sleep peacefully, my friends. You wake before the sun touches the watchtower's curved roof. The air carries that particular chill that comes just before dawn breaks over northern China. Crisp enough to make you pull your padded jacket tighter, but not so cold that frost has formed on the stone beneath your feet. You've been stationed at this section of the wall for 3 years now, and your body has learned to recognise the exact moment when night shifts toward morning, even before your eyes open. The darkness around you isn't complete. Stars still scatter across the sky like rice grains spilled on dark silk, and you can make out the wall's distinctive crenellations, those tooth-like parapets, stretching away in both directions until they blur into the pre-dawn shadows. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crows from one of the villages tucked into the valleys below. The sound carries strangely well in this still hour, bouncing off the mountains in a way that makes you smile. That rooster belongs to old Chen's farm, you're fairly certain, which means it's probably the brown one with the crooked tail feather. You stretch slowly, feeling your joints protest in that familiar way. The stone platform where you've spent the night isn't uncomfortable exactly. You've slept in worse places, but it certainly isn't a bed. Your sleeping mat has compressed over the hours, and you roll it up carefully, tucking it into the corner of the watchtower where it lives during daylight hours. The tower itself is roughly 15 feet square, with walls thick enough to keep out most of the wind. Small openings at regular intervals allow you to observe the landscape, and a larger opening faces inward, toward the populated side of the wall. As the sky begins to lighten from black to deep blue, you can see the wall more clearly. This particular section runs along a ridgeline, following the natural contours of the mountain, with an elegance that seems almost casual until you remember the planning required to achieve it. The wall dips and rises, curves and straightens, all while maintaining its essential purpose. A raised pathway wide enough for soldiers and supplies, protected by parapets on both sides. The first true light catches the eastern face of the wall, turning the greyish stone a warm golden colour that lasts only minutes before fading to its usual tone. You've watched this transformation hundreds of times, and it never quite loses its appeal. The stones themselves are slightly irregular. This section was built using local materials, and you can see variations in colour and texture that tell the story of where each stone originated. Some came from the mountain just north of here, others from a quarry 2 valleys over. A hawk appears, circling lazily on the morning thermals that are just beginning to rise. You watch it for a moment, appreciating the efficiency of its movement. Hawks often patrol this section of the wall, drawn by the mice and small creatures that make homes in the crevices between stones. The relationship feels almost cooperative. The wall provides hunting grounds, and the hawks provide entertainment for watchmen, who might otherwise find the hours slow. You hear footsteps before you see Wang, your fellow guardian, emerging from the watchtower to the east. He moves with the careful gait of someone whose knees remember every winter spent on cold stone, and he's carrying a small clay pot that likely contains tea. Wang is perhaps 15 years older than you, with a face weathered by constant exposure to wind and sun, until his skin resembles the leather used for water bags. He nods in greeting, the gesture economical and friendly without requiring conversation this early in the day. The two of you stand together in comfortable silence, watching as the valley below gradually reveals itself. Terraced fields become visible first, their careful geometry a human counterpoint to the wild mountains beyond. Then, the village appears, not dramatically, but incrementally. As smoke from morning fires begins to rise, and the darker shapes of buildings separate themselves from the landscape. You can identify individual structures now. The larger building that serves as a communal granary, the temple with its distinctive curved roof, and the cluster of houses where the families live. Your stomach reminds you that you haven't eaten since yesterday evening, and Wang seems to have the same thought because he produces 2 small rice cakes from somewhere within his jacket. They're slightly stale but welcome, and you eat yours slowly, making it last. The tea, when Wang finally pours it from his pot into 2 small cups, is barely warm but flavoured with something, perhaps ginger, that makes it feel warming despite its temperature. The morning routine continues with a casualness born of repetition. You walk the section of wall that's your responsibility, checking for obvious problems that might have emerged overnight. A loose stone here, some mortar that seems to be crumbling there. Nothing urgent, but you make mental notes. The wall is always changing, always requiring attention, like a very large and very patient animal that needs constant grooming. Other guardians appear as the morning progresses, emerging from their own watchtowers or walking up the stone ramps that provide access from below. You exchange nods and occasional comments about the weather, which looks promising. Clear skies suggesting a good day for the repair work that's been planned. Everyone moves with purpose but without rush, understanding that the work ahead requires steady effort rather than bursts of energy. By mid-morning you've descended the wall using one of the internal staircases, steep stone steps worn smooth by countless feet over decades. The village at the wall's base has fully awakened, and the sounds of daily life create a gentle symphony, hammering from the carpenter's workshop, the rhythmic thump of someone beating grain, children's voices from the small school, and underneath it all the constant background presence of chickens making their various pronouncements about life. The village exists because of the wall and for the wall, though after generations this relationship has become so natural that nobody thinks about it much anymore. The houses are built from the same stone as the wall itself, creating a visual continuity that makes the settlement seem to have grown organically from the landscape. Narrow pathways wind between buildings, following routes established by the practical considerations of daily life rather than any formal planning. You're heading to the workshop where supplies are stored and prepared for the day's maintenance work. The building sits partially against the wall itself, using the massive structure as one wall and taking advantage of its thermal mass to keep the interior cool in summer and relatively warm in winter. Inside, you find Master Liu already sorting through materials. He's the senior mason for this section, a man whose knowledge of stone and mortar seems almost supernatural in its depth. Master Liu doesn't look up immediately when you enter, focused on examining a pile of lime that arrived yesterday from the kiln 2 valleys over. He picks up pinches of it, rubbing the material between his fingers with the concentration of someone reading an important text. You've learned not to interrupt these examinations. The quality of lime varies depending on countless factors: the type of rock it was made from, the temperature of the kiln, the weather during production, and Master Liu can detect subtle differences that determine how well it will perform in mortar. Eventually he nods to himself and looks up, acknowledging your presence with a slight smile that creases his face in familiar patterns. "Good lime," he says simply, which from Master Liu counts as enthusiastic praise. You help him transfer the lime into smaller containers that will be easier to carry up the wall, careful not to raise dust. The fine powder has a sharp, alkaline smell that catches in your throat if you're not careful. Around you, the workshop reveals the organised complexity of wall maintenance. Wooden shelves hold tools in careful arrangement, hammers of various sizes and weights, chisels with different profiles, wooden mallets, bronze measuring devices, levels, plumb lines, brushes for applying mortar, and scrapers for removing old material. Each tool has its specific purpose, and each shows the wear patterns of frequent use. Some have been in service for decades, their wooden handles smooth and dark from the oils of many hands. In one corner, bundles of wooden planks lean against the wall, waiting to be used for scaffolding or perhaps for repairing the wooden buildings that dot the wall's length. Small shelters where supplies are stored or where guardians can take refuge during severe weather. The wood smells pleasantly resinous, cut recently enough that sap still marks some pieces. These planks came from the forest on the mountain's northern slope, carried down by the same team that will help haul them back up when the time comes. A young apprentice, maybe 14 years old with the gangly awkwardness of someone still growing into their adult height, enters carrying a yoke across his shoulders with water buckets hanging from each end. He moves carefully, trying not to slosh the precious liquid, and you remember being that age, trying to prove yourself capable of adult responsibilities. Master Liu directs him to pour the water into the large clay vessels kept for mixing mortar, and the boy does so with exaggerated care that makes you hide a smile. The preparation continues methodically. Materials need to be gathered, tools selected and work assignments confirmed. You'll be part of a team working on a section about half a mile east of here, where winter's freeze-thaw cycles have damaged some of the mortar joints between stones. It's not dramatic work, no massive reconstruction, just the patient attention that keeps small problems from becoming large ones. Other villagers pass by the workshop entrance, going about their own business. An older woman herds a small group of ducks toward the pond, murmuring to them in the patient tone used for creatures that respond more to voice rhythm than actual words. 2 men carry a large basket of vegetables between them, probably heading to the communal storage. A child darts past, chasing a dog that has apparently stolen something, maybe a shoe, and the resulting chaos makes everyone smile. This village has perhaps 40 families, their lives interwoven through marriages, friendships, shared work, and the simple proximity of living together in a remote location. Most families have been here for generations, though occasionally someone arrives from elsewhere, drawn by the steady work that wall maintenance provides. The work isn't glamorous or particularly well paid, but it's reliable in a way that farming, dependent on weather and luck, can never quite be. You return to the wall with the morning's supplies, climbing the stone ramp that ascends at a gentle angle, making the burden of carrying materials manageable. Other workers accompany you, some carrying tools, others with baskets of lime or sand, and one man balancing a wooden pole across his shoulders with water containers hanging from both ends. Everyone has learned to pace themselves, understanding that this work requires endurance rather than speed. The wall at this point rises about 25 feet above the ground on the northern side, though on the southern side, where it follows the ridge's natural elevation, it's only about 6 feet tall. Walking along the top, you're struck again by the width, easily wide enough for 5 or 6 people to walk abreast, and in some sections even wider. This isn't just a wall, it's a raised road, a military highway that allowed troops and supplies to move quickly along China's northern frontier. The guardians you work alongside are, for the most part, unremarkable people doing remarkable work through sheer persistence. There's old Zhao, who has maintained his section for 30 years and can apparently sense structural problems before they become visible. There's the widow Mrs. Tang, whose husband died in an accident involving falling stones 10 years ago, and who now manages supplies with an efficiency that borders on artistic. There's young Wei, barely into his 20s, who approaches every task with an enthusiasm that the older workers find simultaneously endearing and exhausting. Your own role has evolved over the years from simple labour, hauling materials, mixing mortar, to more skilled work involving actual repairs. You've learned to read the wall's condition the way a physician reads a patient's symptoms, understanding that small signs often indicate larger issues. A crack following a particular pattern might suggest movement in the earth beneath the foundation. Mortar that crumbles too easily could indicate that water is getting behind the stones. Vegetation growing in joints means that roots are working their way into the structure, slowly but inevitably causing damage. The section you're working on today shows typical wear from winter weather. Water has infiltrated joints between stones, frozen during cold nights, and expanded with enough force to crack the mortar. The damaged material has fallen away, leaving gaps that will only worsen if left unattended. Your task is to remove the remaining compromised mortar, clean the joints thoroughly, and refill them with fresh material mixed to the proper consistency. Master Liu arrives to inspect the work area, running his hands over the stones with the gentle attention of someone greeting an old friend. He points out details you might have missed. A stone that has shifted slightly and needs to be reset, a section where water seems to be pooling and needs better drainage, and a crack that requires monitoring but doesn't yet need repair. His knowledge comes from decades of observation, and you absorb what you can, knowing that this expertise can't be learned from books or formal instruction. The work begins with careful removal of old mortar. You use a chisel and hammer, tapping gently to avoid damaging the stones themselves. The old mortar comes away in chunks and powder, and you collect it in a basket, not for reuse, but because leaving debris on the wall creates problems. The material gets swept up by wind and can clog drainage systems or accumulate in corners where water then pools. As you work, you notice the construction details that make the wall more sophisticated than it might appear from a distance. The stones aren't simply stacked, they're carefully selected and placed to create a stable structure. Larger stones form the face of the wall, while the interior is filled with smaller stones, rubble and earth, all tamped down to create a solid mass. The facing stones are cut or selected to fit together closely, minimizing the amount of mortar needed and creating a surface that resists weathering. The mortar itself is a careful mixture of lime, clay and sand, with proportions that vary depending on the specific application. For joints exposed to weather, more lime makes the mixture more water resistant. For interior work, less lime saves money without compromising strength. Master Liu has taught you to test mortar consistency by how it holds to a trowel. Too wet and it slumps, too dry and it crumbles, just right, and it clings without running. Your fellow workers maintain a steady rhythm, each person focused on their task but aware of the other's presence. Occasionally someone makes a comment about the weather, about a tool that needs sharpening, or about the village gossip that always circulates. The conversation is minimal but friendly, punctuated by the sounds of tools against stone, the scrape of trowels, and the soft impact of hammers against wooden stakes. A light wind picks up around midday, bringing cooler air from the mountains to the north. It carries scents that tell stories, pine from the distant forests, dust from the plains beyond, and sometimes, mysteriously, a hint of the sea that lies hundreds of miles away. You pause to drink from your water flask, looking out over the landscape that has become familiar through daily observation. The afternoon brings different work, actual stone replacement rather than just repointing mortar. A section about 30 feet from where you were working this morning has several stones that have become too damaged to remain in place. Weather, age, and the simple stress of supporting weight have created cracks that compromise the stone's integrity. They need to come out and be replaced. This work requires more people and more planning. Master Liu supervises, directing the placement of wooden props that will support the weight while damaged stones are removed. The props themselves are fascinating pieces of engineering, adjustable wooden beams that can be wedged into place and tightened to take weight gradually. The wood creaks slightly under load, but Master Liu listens to these sounds with the attention of a musician tuning an instrument, understanding exactly how much stress the props can safely handle. Removing a stone from the middle of the wall without causing a collapse requires patience that borders on meditative. First, the mortar around the stone must be completely removed, not just loosened, but entirely cleared away until the stone is held in place only by the weight and friction of surrounding stones. Then wooden wedges are driven into the gaps, slowly increasing the space and relieving pressure. Finally, with careful levering and the coordinated effort of several people, the stone can be shifted and removed. The damaged stone, once extracted, reveals interesting details. Its back surface is rougher than the front, exactly as it should be. The rough surface provides better grip for the mortar and rubble fill. You can see tool marks from its original shaping, probably made by a mason working decades or even centuries ago, depending on when this particular section was last rebuilt. The stone weighs perhaps 200 pounds, and moving it requires a wooden sledge and 4 people pulling carefully coordinated ropes. Replacement stones have been prepared in advance, selected from the stockpile that every maintenance section keeps. Finding stones that match the existing work in size and shape is part art and part practical geometry. Master Liu examines several candidates, rejecting some for reasons that aren't immediately obvious to you. One has a hairline crack that might not matter now but could cause problems later, and another is a slightly softer stone that will weather faster than its neighbours. The chosen replacement stone gets fitted carefully into the opening. It doesn't simply drop into place. Instead, it requires small adjustments, shaving a bit here, shimming there with thin stone flakes, until it sits precisely as it should. The fit needs to be tight enough to provide structural integrity, but not so tight that it creates stress points. Master Liu checks the alignment using a water level, a long tube filled with water, whose ends must be at the same height regardless of the tube's path between them. While this skilled work proceeds, other tasks continue around you. Someone is clearing vegetation from drainage channels, a job that seems minor until you consider that blocked drainage causes water to accumulate, freeze, and crack stones. Another worker is treating wooden elements with a mixture of oils that help preserve them against weather and insects. A third person is checking and tightening the stones that pave the wall's walking surface, ensuring that none have worked loose and might trip someone hurrying along in the dark. The new stone finally settles into place with a satisfying solidity, and mortar is carefully packed around it. Master Liu uses a thin stick to work the mortar into every gap, ensuring no air pockets remain. The excess mortar gets scraped away and smoothed, creating neat joints that will shed water rather than channel it into the wall. The work won't be fully cured for days, but even now you can see that it will be virtually invisible once completed. Just another stone in an endless line of stones, maintaining the wall's integrity for whoever comes after you. You take a moment to appreciate the continuity this represents. The stone you've just replaced might have been placed by a mason during the Ming dynasty's early years, and the stone now filling its space might remain in place for another few centuries. Your hands have touched the same surfaces that countless other hands touched before, and countless more will touch after. The work is humble, but the connection to history feels tangible in a way that written records never quite capture. As afternoon slides toward evening, attention shifts to the wooden structures along the wall, the small buildings, gates, and shelters that provide crucial functionality beyond the stone and earth. These structures require their own form of maintenance, following rhythms determined by seasons and weather, rather than the slower pace of stone deterioration. The nearest shelter is a small building, perhaps 10 feet square, with walls of timber and a tiled roof designed to shed rain and snow efficiently. It sits against the wall's inner face, using the massive stone structure as shelter from northern winds. Inside, the space is simple but functional. Storage for emergency supplies, a small raised platform for sleeping, and a brazier for heating during cold weather, with a carefully designed chimney that vents through the roof. Today's work involves replacing some of the roof tiles that cracked during winter freezes. You climb a ladder, checking its stability first, because falls from even modest heights can be serious, and carefully remove the damaged tiles. Each tile overlaps its neighbours in a pattern that creates a waterproof surface, while allowing individual pieces to be replaced without disturbing the entire roof. The system is elegant in its simplicity, proven over centuries of use. The replacement tiles have been fired in the same kilns that produce tiles for village houses, maintaining consistency in colour and texture. They're heavier than they look, and positioning them correctly requires attention to detail. Each tile must sit at the proper angle to channel water away, and the overlap must be sufficient to prevent leaks even in driving rain or melting snow. You work slowly, testing each tile's position before moving to the next. From the roof, you have an interesting perspective on the wall's construction. You can see how the crenellations, those parapet walls on either side, are actually quite complex structures, not simple walls but carefully designed elements that provide protection, while allowing observation and, when necessary, defensive action. The gaps between crenellations are positioned to offer clear sightlines, while remaining narrow enough that someone standing behind them remains largely protected. Other wooden elements dot the wall's length. There are simple gates in some sections, allowing access to paths that descend to villages or water sources. These gates need regular attention. Hinges must be oiled, wood must be treated against rot, and the fit must be checked to ensure they can still close properly. There are also wooden platforms at various points, providing elevated positions for observation, or simply offering level surfaces where the wall itself slopes steeply. The seasonal nature of this maintenance becomes apparent as you work. In spring, attention focuses on repairing winter damage, cracked tiles, warped boards, and fasteners loosened by freeze-thaw cycles. In summer, the concern shifts to protection against sun and insects, with applications of preservative oils and inspection for pest damage. Autumn brings preparation for winter, checking that roofs are sound, that shutters close properly, and that supplies are adequate. Winter itself sees less maintenance activity, with work limited to urgent repairs and daily clearing of snow from critical areas. Youngway joins you on the roof, bringing additional tiles and showing the easy confidence of someone who has never fallen from a height, and thus hasn't yet learned appropriate caution. You subtly position yourself to block his access to the roof's edge, and he doesn't notice or comment. He chatters while working, talking about his plans to perhaps marry next year, maybe start a family, and continue his work on the wall like his father and grandfather before him. His enthusiasm is genuine, and you find yourself slightly envious of his certainty about the future. The sun has moved significantly across the sky by the time the roof work is complete, and you climb down carefully, feeling the day's labour in your shoulders and back. The ladder goes back into storage. A good ladder is valuable and needs protection from weather, and you gather the broken tiles for disposal. They can't be reused, but they'll be buried near the wall, eventually becoming part of the landscape, like everything else that has served its purpose here. Evening finds you in the supply storage area, helping to organise materials for tomorrow's work. This might seem like mundane bookkeeping, but maintaining the wall depends absolutely on having the right materials in the right places at the right times. The logistics of supply management have their own complexity, their own satisfaction. The storage area is actually a series of spaces built into and against the wall itself, taking advantage of the structure's mass and protection. Some storage is in vaulted chambers within the wall's thickness, spaces originally designed for military purposes but now repurposed for peaceful maintenance work. Other supplies live in the wooden structures built against the wall's inner face, protected from weather but accessible when needed. Materials arrive from various sources, following supply chains that connect this remote section of wall to production centres that might be days or weeks away. Lime comes from kilns in the valleys, where limestone is burned in carefully tended fires. Sand is collected from specific riverbeds, chosen for grain size and mineral content. Clay comes from deposits identified and worked over generations. Wood arrives from managed forests, where trees are selectively harvested to maintain the resource for future needs. The accounting system is surprisingly sophisticated, maintained by a clerk who visits every few weeks to update records and arrange for new supplies. He uses a combination of written records and counting rods. The traditional Chinese calculation tool that allows complex arithmetic through rod position and manipulation. Watching him work is fascinating. His fingers move with practiced speed, calculating quantities and costs with an accuracy that matches any written arithmetic. You help count and stack tiles, organising them by size and condition. Damaged tiles get separated for potential reuse. Even broken tiles have value as rubble fill or drainage material. Good tiles are stacked carefully with straw between layers to prevent chipping during storage. The counting becomes almost meditative. 1, 2, 3, 4, continuing in rhythm while your mind wanders to other thoughts. Other supplies receive similar attention. Wooden planks are sorted by length and thickness. Tools are inventoried, and those needing repair are set aside for the village blacksmith's attention. Rope gets inspected for wear, with any showing significant fraying marked for replacement before it fails during use. Iron fittings, hinges, brackets, nails are counted and their condition noted. Even the seemingly infinite supply of basic materials like sand and gravel gets monitored, with orders placed when reserves drop below certain levels. Mrs. Tang, the supply manager, moves through the storage areas with complete confidence in the dark spaces. She knows where everything is kept, how much of everything remains, and what will be needed for the coming week's work. Her memory seems perfect, but you notice she also keeps small notations on wooden tablets, character marks that serve as memory aids and double checks against oversight. She explains to you, as she's explained before, that supply management operates on multiple timeframes simultaneously. There are immediate needs. Tomorrow's mortar requires lime that must be available today. There are seasonal needs. Tiles for winter repairs must be ordered in summer, when kilns are operating and roads are passable. And there are long-term strategic reserves, materials kept against unexpected problems, sudden damage from storms or earthquakes, or interruptions in the normal supply chain. The system has evolved over centuries of trial and error, incorporating hard-won lessons about what works and what doesn't. Storing lime in sealed containers keeps it dry and active. Keeping multiple tool types means work doesn't stop when one breaks. Maintaining relationships with reliable suppliers ensures quality and availability. These aren't written rules so much as practical knowledge passed down through generations of workers. As darkness settles fully over the wall, you finish the inventory work and help secure the storage areas. Doors are closed and latched, not locked. There's little theft here, where everyone knows everyone and community disapproval is powerful enforcement, but secured against wind and animals. The satisfaction of good organisation is real. Tomorrow's work will proceed smoothly, because tonight's preparation was thorough. The next morning brings different work, attention to the earthwork that forms much of the wall's mass and provides its fundamental stability. From a distance, the wall appears to be primarily stone, but this visible surface is actually just the facing on a much larger structure of earth, rubble, and careful engineering. You're working on a section where water drainage has become problematic. The wall's foundation here sits on a relatively impermeable clay layer, and winter runoff has pooled rather than draining away, creating conditions that could undermine the structure's stability. The work required involves both diagnosis and repair, understanding the water's path and redirecting it away from vulnerable areas. Master Lu has brought several workers for this project, understanding that earthwork requires different skills than masonry or carpentry. One older man, his name is Gu, and he's worked on irrigation channels for most of his life, has the knowledge needed to understand how water moves through soil and around obstacles. He walks the area slowly, observing subtle changes in vegetation and soil colour that indicate moisture patterns. The diagnostic process is fascinating to watch. Guo examines where water appears after rain, noting stains on stone and patterns of moss growth. He digs small test holes in several locations, describing what he finds in each: the soil composition, the depth to different layers, and the presence of roots or rocks that might channel or block water flow. He seems to be building a mental map of the subsurface conditions, and eventually he nods to himself and points to where work should focus. The repair involves creating a drainage channel that will intercept water before it reaches the wall's foundation and redirect it to a point where it can safely flow away. This requires digging, not the dramatic excavation you might imagine, but careful, methodical removal of earth, always watching for signs of instability that might indicate the wall itself is being affected by the work. The earth here is a mixture of clay, silt, and small stones, packed hard by centuries of compression. Removing it requires picks to break up the material, followed by shovels to clear it away. The work is physically demanding in a way that's different from stone or woodwork. Less precision required, but more sustained physical effort. You take turns with the digging, switching places every 15 or 20 minutes to prevent exhaustion. As you dig, you encounter layers that tell stories about the wall's history. A layer of charcoal indicates a fire, probably from a brazier or cooking fire long ago. Fragments of pottery show where someone broke a vessel, and the pieces ended up in fill material. Bones from meals eaten by previous generations of workers appear occasionally, usually chicken or pig, disposed of in the most convenient way available. The drainage channel takes shape gradually. A shallow ditch lined with stones to prevent erosion, graded to ensure water flows in the intended direction, and designed to handle not just typical runoff, but also the larger volumes that come with spring snowmelt or summer storms. Master Liu checks the grade using the same water level tool employed for stonework, ensuring that the channel will function as intended, rather than simply moving the problem to a different location. Once the channel is excavated and lined, attention turns to protecting it against damage. The channel gets covered with flat stones laid loosely enough that water can still enter, but animals or cartwheels won't collapse the structure. Vegetation will be encouraged to grow along its edges, with roots helping to stabilise the soil, while the plants themselves indicate that drainage is working properly. The work extends into the afternoon, with breaks for water and simple food, more rice cakes, some dried fruit, and tea that somehow stays warm in Mrs. Tang's pottery container, despite the cool air temperature. The group works with the easy coordination of people who have collaborated frequently, understanding without much discussion who should do what and when. By late afternoon, the drainage work is complete, and you spend time restoring the area around the worksite to something approximating its previous appearance. Excess earth gets spread rather than left in piles, stones are returned to approximately where they came from, and the trampled vegetation is encouraged to stand upright again. The goal is to make the repair as invisible as possible, while ensuring it functions effectively. As evening approaches and work winds down, you find yourself sitting on the wall with several other workers, eating dinner and sharing the comfortable silence that comes after a day of shared labour. But conversation eventually starts, and stories begin to emerge, the human experiences that give meaning to the physical work. Old Zhao, the most senior worker present, talks about his grandfather, who worked this same section of the wall during the previous century. The stories are matter-of-fact rather than dramatic, small incidents and daily routines rather than heroic events. His grandfather apparently had a talent for predicting weather by observing clouds and wind patterns, a skill that helped the work crews plan their activities and take shelter before storms arrived. The conversation meanders through family histories, and you realise that many of the workers are connected through complicated webs of relationships. Wei's mother was Zhao's cousin. Mrs. Tang's late husband was the brother of the village headman. Your own connection to this place came through an uncle who worked here, and suggested you apply when you needed employment years ago. These relationships create a sense of continuity and mutual obligation that goes beyond mere employment. Someone mentions a storm from several years back. You remember it vaguely, a late summer tempest that brought winds strong enough to strip tiles from roofs and flood the drainage channels that normally handle water easily. The wall itself suffered minor damage, but the wooden structures took heavy losses, and the recovery work dominated several months. The memory is shared among those who were present, with each person adding details that others had forgotten or experienced differently. The stories aren't all serious. There's the time that young Wei, in his first month of work, accidentally knocked a bucket of fresh mortar off the wall, and it landed, with remarkable precision, directly on Master Lu's head as he walked below. The incident was apparently spectacular, with mortar splattered widely enough that evidence remained visible for weeks despite cleaning efforts. Wei takes the teasing good-naturedly, though he still looks slightly mortified years later. There are older stories, passed down through generations of workers, a tale about a guardian who supposedly saw a dragon in the mist one morning. Though everyone agrees it was probably just an unusually shaped cloud formation, they enjoy the story anyway. A legend about a stretch of wall that was completed in record time because the workers discovered a natural spring that saved days of water hauling. Stories about visitors who came to inspect the wall, minor officials mostly, who asked obvious questions and then left without contributing anything useful. The conversation drifts to families and children, the universal concerns that connect workers across time and place. Zhao's granddaughter is learning to read, which he finds simultaneously impressive and slightly mysterious, having never learned himself. Wei talks again about his marriage plans, earning gentle teasing about his romantic optimism. Someone mentions a new baby born in the village, marvelling at how small humans start and how quickly they grow. As stars begin appearing in the darkening sky, the conversation grows quieter and more reflective. Someone mentions that this work, maintaining the wall, is a strange sort of immortality. The individual workers come and go, living their brief lives, but the wall continues, and the work continues, connecting generations through shared purpose. Your own hands repair work done by hands that turned to dust centuries ago, and hands not yet born will repair your work in turn. The final day of this particular work cycle brings a different perspective, a chance to step back from immediate tasks and consider the larger picture of what this work means and why it continues despite the fact that the wall's military purpose has largely faded. You're walking a longer section of the wall than usual, accompanying Master Lu on an inspection tour that covers several miles. The walk itself is peaceful, with morning mist still filling the valleys below and the sun just beginning to warm the stone beneath your feet. Master Lu points out various features as you go, sharing knowledge accumulated over decades of careful observation. He shows you how to identify sections built during different periods by subtle differences in construction technique. Earlier sections tend to use larger stones with less regular shapes, while later construction shows more standardization, more precise cutting, and more sophisticated mortar. He points out repairs made by previous generations of maintenance workers, explaining how you can often identify individual masons by their characteristic patterns. One person always pointed their joints in a particular way, another favoured slightly recessed mortar, and a third had a distinctive signature in how they shaped cornerstones. The wall itself tells a story of technological evolution and accumulated knowledge. Drainage systems become more sophisticated in later sections, incorporating lessons learned from earlier failures. Foundation work shows increasing understanding of soil mechanics and water management. Even the simple details, how steps are shaped, how parapets are capped, how doors are hung, show incremental improvements based on practical experience. Master Lu talks about his own role in this continuity, how he learned from his predecessor and is now teaching the next generation. The knowledge isn't recorded in books or formal documents. There are no written manuals for wall maintenance, but rather passes directly from experienced workers to apprentices through demonstration, correction, and patient explanation. He worries sometimes, he admits, that crucial knowledge might be lost if the chain of transmission breaks, if the work is interrupted long enough that living memory fades. But he's also optimistic, pointing out that the fundamental principles of good construction and maintenance are actually quite simple. Use quality materials, pay attention to drainage, address small problems before they become large, and maintain respect for the structure you're working on. These principles remain valid regardless of changing political circumstances or social conditions, ensuring that whoever works on the wall in the future will be able to figure out what needs doing. The walk brings you to a section where the wall ends, or at least where this particular section transitions to a different construction style managed by different work crews. The boundary is marked by a watchtower slightly larger than usual, serving as an administrative division point as well as a structural element. You rest here, eating a simple lunch and looking back along the wall's length, seeing it curve away into the distance until it disappears over a ridge. From this vantage point, the wall seems less like a single structure, and more like a geographical feature, something that has always been part of the landscape and always will be. The distinction between natural and artificial blurs, the wall follows the terrain so faithfully that it seems to grow from the mountains rather than being imposed upon them. This integration, Master Liu suggests, is part of what makes the structure endure. It works with the landscape rather than against it, accepting the land's movement and adjustment rather than rigidly resisting change. The afternoon brings reflection on what this work means in personal terms. For you, it's been employment certainly, and purpose, the satisfaction of doing something well, of maintaining something important. But it's also been community, connection to other people and to history, and a kind of meditation on impermanence and continuity. Every stone you've replaced, every joint you've repointed, and every drainage channel you've cleared represents a small victory against entropy, against the constant tendency of organised things to become disorganised. You think about the people who will walk this wall in the future, perhaps centuries from now, perhaps longer. They'll see these stones you've touched, walk this path you've maintained, and benefit from drainage channels you've dug and repairs you've made. They won't know your name, won't think about you specifically, but your work will continue serving its purpose long after you're forgotten. This anonymity, strangely, feels appropriate rather than sad. As the sun begins its descent toward the western mountains, you start the walk back toward your home section, moving at an easy pace that allows attention to surroundings. The evening light transforms the wall's stone, bringing out warm colours that the harsh midday sun washes out. Shadows from crenellations create regular patterns that march along the wall's length. A slight breeze carries the cool breath of approaching night. You pass other workers heading home, exchanging nods and brief words. Everyone looks tired in the good way that comes from physical work completed satisfactorily, and there's quiet contentment in the shared exhaustion. Tomorrow will bring more work, different specific tasks, but the same essential purpose. Keeping the wall standing, functional, and ready for whatever future use it might serve. The village comes into view as you descend, its evening cooking fires beginning to release smoke that rises straight in the still air before dispersing. Children are playing some game involving much running and shouting, their energy seemingly inexhaustible despite the day's end. Someone is singing. You can't make out the words, but the melody carries a gentle melancholy that suits the evening mood. You reach your own home as darkness settles fully, a small structure built against the wall's southern face, sharing one wall with a massive structure that has defined so much of your life. Inside, you light a lamp, its soft glow pushing back the dark enough to prepare a simple meal. The physical tiredness feels good, earned through useful work rather than wasted on pointless activity. Before sleeping, you step outside one more time, looking up at the wall rising behind your home. Stars scatter across the sky, and the wall's silhouette stands solid against their light, exactly as it stood last night and will stand tomorrow night. The constancy is comforting, a reminder that some things persist through human effort and care, maintained by countless individuals working quietly across generations. You think about the work waiting tomorrow. There's always more work, always another section needing attention, always small problems to address before they become large problems. But tonight the work is done, and you can rest with the satisfaction of knowing you've contributed to something larger than yourself, something that will outlast you and everyone you know. Maintained by the quiet dedication of ordinary people doing extraordinary work through simple persistence. The wall will stand through your lifetime and beyond, not through any single heroic effort, but through the accumulated patient attention of workers who understand that maintenance, not drama, keeps important things functioning. And in this understanding lies a deeper truth, that the truly important work of the world happens quietly, without fanfare, performed by people whose names fade into obscurity, but whose efforts echo forward through time, touching lives they'll never know in ways they can't imagine. Sleep comes easily, and the wall stands watch through the night, solid and patient, waiting for tomorrow's attention, ready for another day of careful maintenance by hands that understand their purpose. Welcome to Tudor England, where the approach of darkness meant something entirely different than it does today. Between 1485 and 1603, when the sun set over thatched cottages and manor houses alike, an entire ritual unfolded that shaped how people rested, dreamed, and greeted each new day. Tonight we'll explore the intimate world of Tudor sleep, from the moment twilight descended to the first stirrings of dawn, discovering how your ancestors found rest in an era without electricity, central heating, or any of the modern comforts we take for granted. Now imagine, if you will, yourself standing in a Tudor marketplace on a September afternoon, and the light is already changing. The sun hangs lower than you'd expect for 4 o'clock, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Around you, merchants are packing up their stalls with increasing urgency, and you realise this isn't just about closing shop. It's about getting home before the darkness arrives in earnest. In Tudor England, nightfall wasn't simply an inconvenience to be conquered with a light switch. It represented a fundamental shift in how life operated. Your body, if you'd lived in this era, would have been attuned to the sun's movements in ways that modern humans have largely forgotten. The pineal gland in your brain, responding to decreasing light, would begin releasing melatonin much earlier than it does today, sometimes as early as mid-afternoon in winter months. The phrase close of day held literal weight. Shops shuttered their windows, families gathered their children from play. Even livestock seemed to understand the approaching transition, making their way toward barns without much prompting. This wasn't fear exactly, though nighttime did carry legitimate concerns about safety and navigation. Rather, it was acceptance of a natural rhythm that governed everything from work schedules to meal times to social gatherings. As you walk through a Tudor town at dusk, you'd notice the sounds changing. The hammering from the blacksmith's forge falls silent. The calls of street vendors fade away. In their place comes a different acoustic landscape, the settling of timber frames as buildings cool, the distant bleating of sheep being penned for the night, and the closer sounds of families moving inside their homes. Someone nearby is bringing in firewood, the logs clunking against each other with that particular hollow sound that means they've been drying all summer. The smell of cooking fires intensifies as you pass houses where supper preparations are underway. Smoke curls from chimneys, a relatively new feature in Tudor times actually, as many older buildings still relied on central hearths with holes in the roof. The aroma tells you what's for dinner in a dozen homes. Pottage made with whatever vegetables came from the garden, perhaps some salted pork if it's a household with means, and bread baking on hearthstones for tomorrow's breakfast. Your own household, assuming you're neither wealthy nor destitute, operates on a predictable schedule. Supper happens while there's still enough natural light to see your food clearly, not out of preference but necessity. Candles and rushlights cost money, and you'll need them for the essential tasks that must happen after dark. The tallow rushlights sputter and smoke, giving off a smell that visitors from our time would find unpleasant, but that Tudor noses barely registered. These weren't decorative elements but practical tools, jealously guarded and carefully rationed. Children are already showing signs of drowsiness much earlier than modern kids would. Without the stimulation of screens or bright lights, their circadian rhythms follow ancient patterns. You might see a 5-year-old rubbing her eyes at 6 o'clock, ready for bed long before the adults will retire. This isn't considered unusual or problematic. It's simply how children are. The transition from day to night carried a certain comfort despite its challenges. There was predictability in the routine, a sense that you were doing what countless generations before you had done. As darkness settled more completely over the town, you'd begin moving through the rituals that prepare both house and body for sleep. Rituals that were as much about psychological preparation as physical necessity. Chapter 2, the bedchamber itself. Let's step into a typical Tudor bedroom, though typical covers a wide range depending on social status. We'll start with a middling household, prosperous enough to have separate sleeping quarters, but far from the elaborate arrangements of nobility. You climb a narrow wooden staircase, your hand trailing along a wall made of wattle and daub. Woven sticks covered with a mixture of mud, clay, and straw. The texture under your fingers is rough but solid, cool to the touch. At the top, you duck slightly through a doorway built for people who average several inches shorter than modern humans, though not quite as short as myth would have it. The average Tudor man stood around 5'7". The average woman, about 5'2". The bedchamber isn't large. In fact, it strikes you as remarkably small by contemporary standards, perhaps 10 feet by 12 feet, and it serves multiple purposes beyond sleeping. Against one wall stands the bed itself, the room's most valuable piece of furniture, and quite possibly the most expensive item the family owns. This isn't a mattress on a frame from a furniture store. This is a substantial wooden structure built to last generations that will be mentioned specifically in the owner's will. The bed frame rises higher off the floor than you'd expect, roughly 3 feet up. There's practical reasoning here. Elevation provides protection from floor drafts and from the various creatures that might wander across the floorboards at night. The space underneath serves as storage for chests, boxes, and sometimes even a trundle bed that pulls out for children or servants. What catches your attention most is the bed itself, particularly the mattress situation, which operates on a principle of layering that would make perfect sense to anyone who understands insulation. At the base sits a canvas sack stuffed with straw, quite firmly packed. This foundation layer gets replaced seasonally. Fresh straw in autumn brought a particular satisfaction, like the feeling of new rushes on the floor or a newly thatched roof. On top of this lies a second mattress, thinner and stuffed with wool if the household can afford it, or more straw mixed with dried herbs if they can't. The term mattress itself comes from the Arabic word meaning to throw, referring to the cushions thrown on the floor for sleeping. But Tudor beds had evolved well beyond floor cushions, incorporating knowledge from continental craftsmen about comfort and construction. A well-made bed represented a significant investment, perhaps 3 months of wages for a labourer. Bed curtains hang from a wooden frame, and these serve purposes that our modern heated bedrooms don't require. Heavy wool or linen curtains, sometimes lined with additional fabric for winter, create a room within a room. When drawn, they trap body heat and provide genuine privacy in a home where privacy was scarce. The curtains also block drafts that slip through shuttered windows and gaps in walls, making the enclosed space several degrees warmer than the outer room. The curtains aren't purely functional, they carry social meaning too. Their quality and decoration announce status to anyone who enters the room. Wealthy households might have curtains embroidered with family crests or biblical scenes. Middling families might add simple geometric patterns or contrasting coloured trim. Even modest households try to manage something beyond plain, undyed fabric, perhaps adding bands of colour at the edges or simple embroidered flowers near the opening. Bed linens tell another story about Tudor life. If you're fortunate enough to have sheets, they're made of linen, hemp or flax woven into cloth that started out quite rough but softened with repeated washing. Cotton is exotic and expensive, imported from great distances. Silk is for the truly wealthy. Your sheets, assuming you have them rather than sleeping directly on the wool mattress cover, get washed perhaps once a month, or every 6 weeks, depending on the season and available water. The pillow under your head contains feathers if you're prosperous, or wool or buckwheat hulls if you're not. Multiple pillows are a luxury. Most people make do with one, and it's not unusual for 2 people sharing a bed to share a single pillow as well. The pillowcase, called a pillow bear, gets washed more frequently than sheets because your face touches it nightly. Blankets and coverlets complete the bedding, and here again we see that principle of layering. A linen sheet goes over the sleeper, then wool blankets, then perhaps a coverlet, a decorative woven or embroidered covering that's as much about display as warmth. In winter, you might have a fur throw added to the pile, rabbit or lambskin if you're moderately prosperous, or expensive imported furs if you're wealthy. The room contains other furniture, though not much by modern standards. A chest sits at the foot of the bed, holding clothing and linens. This chest probably travelled here with the wife when she married as part of her dowry, and it might be the only piece of furniture she truly owns outright. A small table near the bed holds a candle in a holder, perhaps a cup of water or ale, or maybe a prayer book if the household is literate and devout enough to own one. Pegs on the wall hold clothing. The concept of a closet or wardrobe belongs mainly to the very wealthy. Your few garments hang on these wooden pegs, and you're careful with them because cloth represents significant expense and labour. That wool gown hanging by the door took a shepherd's year of work, a shearer's skill, a spinner's hours at the wheel, a weaver's time at the loom, and a tailor's expertise with needle and thread. You don't treat it carelessly. The floor might be wood planks or packed earth, depending on the house's age and the owner's means. Either way, it's covered with rushes, long grasses strewn across the surface that serve as a combination floor covering, insulation, and waste absorption system. Fresh rushes smell green and pleasant. Old rushes, due for changing, smell of all the things that have fallen into them over weeks or months. You'd notice it immediately, but Tudor noses were acclimated to organic smells that modern sensibilities find challenging. A window, quite small by modern standards, sits high in one wall. It has shutters but no glass. Glass windows remain expensive and mainly appear in the homes of the wealthy or in churches. When shutters close at night, they block wind and rain, but also all light and fresh air. So there's a constant negotiation between warmth and ventilation, between security and stuffiness. The walls might have a religious image or two. Woodblock prints of saints are affordable even for modest households. A crucifix hangs near the bed, placed where you'll see it last thing at night and first thing in the morning, a reminder of spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. This room represents safety, privacy, and rest in a world where all three are precious commodities. It's not merely a place to sleep, but a sanctuary from the demands of daylight, the observation of neighbours, and the requirements of work. Within these walls, with those curtains drawn, you can be simply yourself, freed temporarily from the social roles and expectations that govern behaviour in the public sphere. Chapter 3, Who Sleeps Where? The question of sleeping arrangements in Tudor England reveals much about social structure, family dynamics, and practical necessities. The modern assumption that each person deserves their own bed, let alone their own room, would strike Tudor minds as bizarre and rather wasteful. In your middling household, the sleeping arrangements operate on a clear hierarchy. The master and mistress of the house share the main bedchamber we've just explored. This represents both privilege and responsibility. Their bed is the good one, yes, but they're also expected to manage household affairs, which means they might be woken by servants reporting problems at any hour. Children's sleeping arrangements depend on age and gender. Young children, regardless of sex, might share a bed in a separate chamber, if the house has one, or sleep in the same room as their parents in smaller homes. A trundle bed slides under the main bed during the day and pulls out at night for children. This works reasonably well until the children reach a certain age, at which point gender segregation becomes important for modesty. Older boys might sleep in an attic space or in an outbuilding, while older girls typically remain in the house proper under closer supervision. This isn't uniform across all households. Practical considerations often override ideal arrangements. If you only have one chamber, everyone sleeps there in whatever configuration makes sense. Servants present another layer of sleeping logistics. In larger households, servants might have their own quarters, often quite cramped chambers in attics or over outbuildings. In smaller establishments, a serving girl might sleep in the kitchen near the dying fire or at the foot of her mistress's bed, or in the same room with the children she helps tend. Male servants might bed down in stables, workshops, or any available space that offers some shelter. The concept of servants sleeping in the same rooms as their employers strikes modern sensibilities as strange, but Tudor households operated more communally than ours. Privacy was less about physical separation and more about social understanding. You pretended not to notice certain things, and others extended the same courtesy to you. Bed sharing was utterly normal across all social classes. 2 or 3 children commonly shared a bed, and this arrangement continued well into adulthood for unmarried siblings. Adult guests might share beds with household members of the same sex without anyone thinking twice about it. When inns advertised beds, they often meant spaces in beds. You might find yourself sharing with a stranger, though innkeepers tried to pair people of similar apparent status. This proximity didn't generally carry romantic implications. Bed sharing was practical. Beds cost money. Bed linens cost money. Heating multiple rooms cost money. And besides, shared body heat kept everyone warmer. People slept in their undergarments, not naked as many modern people do, which provided a basic layer of modesty. The wealthy had more options, but didn't necessarily choose solitude. A nobleman and his wife might have separate bedchambers, but this was often about creating private spaces for entertaining guests of their own sex rather than avoiding each other. The lady might receive female friends in her chamber during the day, while the gentleman used his for business meetings or entertaining other men. Great households had elaborate sleeping hierarchies. The lord and lady had their private chambers. Yes, but these rooms opened onto others where personal servants slept, ready to assist at a moment's notice. A lady's maid might sleep in a small chamber adjoining her mistress's room, literally on call throughout the night. The gentleman's valet had similar arrangements. Apprentices in merchant or craft households presented their own sleeping puzzle. They were neither family nor exactly servants, occupying an ambiguous middle status. Typically, they slept in the workshop itself or in the chamber above it, their presence serving partly as security against theft. The relationship between master and apprentice included an understanding that the master would provide bed and board, so the apprentice's sleeping arrangements were part of the contract. Babies and very young children often slept in cradles near their parents' bed, close enough that a mother could reach out and rock the cradle without getting up. Some cradles were designed to hook onto the main bed frame, keeping the infant literally within arm's reach. Wet nurses, employed in wealthier families, might sleep with the infant in a separate room, essentially taking over nighttime parenting duties so the mother could rest undisturbed. The danger of overlaying, accidentally smothering an infant while sleeping, was well recognised and genuinely feared. Some parishes kept records of these deaths, and moralists preached against parents bringing babies into their beds, though necessity often overrode caution in cold weather or when a child was sick. As children grew, their sleeping locations tracked their increasing independence and changing roles. A boy approaching apprenticeship age might move out of the family sleeping quarters as preparation for his coming departure from home. A girl approaching marriageable age needed increased supervision, so her sleeping arrangements might actually become less independent, moving closer to parental oversight. Elderly family members presented yet another consideration. Grandparents who could no longer maintain their own households might move in with adult children, requiring adjustments to sleeping arrangements. A grandmother might share a bed with granddaughters, both providing supervision and receiving care. A grandfather might bed down near the fire on the ground floor if climbing stairs became difficult. During plague years or times of illness, sleeping arrangements shifted dramatically. The sick were isolated as much as possible, though isolation in a Tudor house meant something different than it does now, perhaps sleeping alone in a chamber rather than sharing a bed, with the door closed to contain contagious vapours that medical theory blamed for spreading disease. Seasonal variations affected sleeping locations too. In summer, some people moved their sleeping pallets to cooler locations, perhaps a chamber on the north side of the house, or even into gardens for the truly wealthy with secure properties. In winter, everyone contracted into the warmest rooms, accepting crowding in exchange for warmth. All these arrangements operated under unspoken rules about hierarchy, modesty, and mutual respect. You knew where you ranked in the household by where you slept, what you slept on, and whom you slept near. The social order that structured waking life continued into the night, reflected in who got the good mattress, the wool blankets, and the spot farthest from drafty windows. Chapter 4, Preparing for Sleep. The transition from waking life to sleep in Tudor England involved rituals both practical and spiritual, a series of actions that prepared body, home and soul for the vulnerable hours of darkness. Your evening routine begins while some light still remains. First comes the task of securing the house, checking that shutters are fastened, doors are barred, and anything valuable is put away. This isn't paranoia, but prudent caution. Without streetlights or night watches in smaller communities, darkness provides cover for those with bad intentions. You check the fire, making sure it's banked properly for the night. Letting a fire go completely out was a serious inconvenience, requiring you to either restart it from scratch using flint and steel, a time-consuming process, or send someone to a neighbour to fetch live coals in the morning. Most households kept fires burning continuously, sometimes for years, carefully maintained day and night. Banking a fire involves covering the burning coals with ashes to slow combustion while keeping them alive until morning. It's a skill that takes practice to get right. Too much ash and you smother the fire completely. Too little and you burn through your wood stores wastefully. A well-banked fire should still show red embers when uncovered at dawn, ready to spring back to life with fresh wood and a bit of bellows work. Water gets hauled inside for morning needs if your house doesn't have an indoor well or convenient rain barrel. In winter, this prevents you from having to break ice to access water at dawn. A bucket or pitcher sits ready near the fire, where the remaining heat keeps it from freezing solid in the coldest months. Prayers form an essential part of the bedtime routine. Even in households that aren't particularly devout during the day, nighttime prayers serve important psychological functions. They mark the transition from active to resting states. They invoke protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, and they reinforce the moral framework that governs daily life. In Catholic homes before the Reformation, the Rosary might be recited as a family. After England breaks from Rome, Protestant prayers replace Catholic ones, though the basic rhythm remains similar, a formal acknowledgement of dependence on divine protection through the night. Children learn prayers specifically designed for bedtime, asking angels to guard them while they sleep, requesting they wake to see another day. Personal hygiene before bed is less elaborate than modern routines, but not non-existent. You might rinse your face and hands with water from a basin, using a cloth to wipe away the day's accumulation of dirt and sweat. Teeth cleaning, when it happens, involves rubbing them with a cloth, perhaps dipped in salt or a mixture of herbs. Toothbrushes exist but aren't common. They're novel items, expensive and not yet considered essential. Hair gets attention, especially for women. Long hair, worn by most females regardless of age, needs brushing or combing to remove tangles and debris accumulated during the day. This serves practical purposes. Untangling is easier when done daily, and aesthetic ones, as women take pride in maintaining healthy hair even though it remains covered in public. Night clothes in Tudor England aren't what you might imagine. There's no such thing as pyjamas in the modern sense. Instead, you sleep in your undergarments, your shift if you're a woman, your shirt if you're a man. These linen garments, worn under your outer clothes during the day, become nightwear after you remove everything else. They're washed more frequently than outer garments, because they absorb body oils and sweat directly. The wealthy might own specific sleeping shifts made of finer linen, but this is a luxury. Most people make do with the same undergarments day and night, perhaps changing them once or twice a week, more often in summer, less often in winter when washing and drying laundry becomes more challenging. Nightcaps serve important functions. For women, they keep hair contained and clean. For men and women both, they provide warmth. Substantial heat escapes through your head, and a good linen or wool cap helps retain it. You'd no more sleep without a nightcap than you'd sleep without a blanket, except perhaps during the hottest summer nights. Checking on children becomes part of the evening routine. You make sure younger ones have relieved themselves. Chamber pots sit under beds or in corners for nighttime use, because venturing outside to the privy in darkness isn't appealing. You settle any last-minute needs, calm any fears about darkness or strange sounds, and pull blankets up around small shoulders. In larger households, servants perform a final round of duties. They empty chamber pots from the day, carry up pitchers of water for morning, make sure rush lights are safely extinguished, and check that the household's dog is inside or outside depending on its role. Guard dogs stay outside and lap dogs come in. Some households engage in a practice called reading in bed, though this is limited to those who can read and can afford candles or oil lamps. Religious texts are most common: psalms, devotional works, and lives of saints before the Reformation. Reading serves both spiritual edification and practical purposes, as the eye-straining work of reading by poor light naturally induces sleepiness. Conversation happens too, though not the late-night discussions common in the age of electric lights. Married couples might review the day's events, plan tomorrow's tasks, and discuss children or household concerns. But these talks wind down relatively quickly. Candles cost money and tomorrow begins early. Finally, you climb into bed, a process that requires a bit of coordination given the bed's height. Wooden steps or a small stool might assist, or you simply clamber up. The bed curtains close, sealing you into your private domain. The remaining light gets extinguished. A rushlight snuffed, a candle blown out, darkness settling completely. The bed itself feels different from modern mattresses. It's firm, not soft, and it conforms to your body's weight rather than cushioning you above it. The straw beneath rustles with every movement. The wool or linen against your skin carries the smell of the household, wood smoke, cooking, the herbs scattered among stored linens, and the general organic scent of daily life. You lie on your side, most likely, or on your back with knees bent. Sleeping positions recommended by medical authorities who had opinions about which positions promoted health and which encouraged bad dreams or illness. Whether people actually followed this advice is debatable, but the existence of such guidelines shows that even sleep positions carried cultural meaning. Chapter 5, The Pattern of Two Sleeps. One of the most surprising aspects of Tudor sleep habits, at least to modern minds, is the practice of segmented sleep. What historians call first sleep and second sleep, separated by a quiet waking period in the middle of the night. You fall asleep shortly after full darkness arrives, exhausted from a day of physical labour or household management. That first sleep comes easily, your body surrendering to fatigue, melatonin flooding your system unchecked by artificial light. You sleep deeply, dreamlessly, or with the vivid dreams that accompany the first sleep cycles of the night. Then, somewhere around midnight or 1 in the morning, you wake up. This isn't insomnia or a sleep disorder, it's a natural pattern documented across Europe in this period. Your eyes open in the darkness, and your mind surfaces from sleep into a peculiar state of calm wakefulness. You're not anxious or restless, you're simply awake. This quiet hour or two between sleep served various purposes in Tudor life. Some people used it for prayer or meditation, considering it a spiritually significant time when the barrier between earthly and divine might be thinner. Prayers during this interval were thought to carry special power, and some religious manuals included prayers specifically designated for the midnight watch. Married couples might use this time for intimate conversation or lovemaking. With children and servants sleeping, with daily pressures suspended, the interval between sleeps offered rare privacy. Medical texts from the period suggest this timing for marital relations, claiming that conception was more likely when the body was relaxed but not fully unconscious. Others simply lie quietly, thinking through problems or making mental plans. Without the distractions of daytime, no one calling your name, no tasks demanding attention, you could process thoughts more clearly. Solutions to problems might emerge during these contemplative hours. Decisions that seemed impossible in daylight might resolve themselves in the calm of midnight waking. Some people got up during this interval, moving through the dark house for practical reasons. You might need the chamber pot. You might check on a sick child or elderly parent. You might tend the fire, adding a log if the night was particularly cold, banking it more thoroughly if you'd wake to find it burning too hot. The wealthy might light a candle and read or write. Diaries from the period sometimes mention thoughts recorded during the night watch. Letters might be composed, accounts reviewed, and poems drafted. Some of the era's literary output probably originated in these quiet midnight hours when creative thoughts flowed freely. You might simply lie there listening to the nighttime soundscape of your house and neighbourhood. In winter you'd hear the wind testing shutters, the creak of timber adjusting to temperature changes, and perhaps the scratch of mice in the walls. In summer, insects chirped outside and birds called occasionally. Some species are more active at night than daylight dwellers realise. The practice of segmented sleep aligned with natural human physiology in ways that modern consolidated sleep often doesn't. Without electric lights to suppress melatonin production, and without the stimulation of screens and entertainment, the body naturally settled into this two-phase pattern. You weren't fighting your biology to maintain it. You were simply following what your body did on its own. This interval rarely lasted more than an hour or two. Gradually you'd feel sleep returning, that gentle tug of drowsiness that signalled your body was ready for the second phase of rest. You'd settle back into your straw mattress, pull the wool blankets closer, and slip into second sleep. Second sleep was different from first sleep. Lighter, more prone to dreams, and easier to wake from. You might shift positions more, surface briefly without fully waking, and experience the vivid narrative dreams that happen in the later sleep cycles. Medical authorities believed second sleep was when the body completed its restorative work, balancing the humours, consolidating memories, and preparing for waking life. The transition from second sleep to morning happened gradually as well. You didn't leap awake at an alarm's insistence. Instead, you drifted toward consciousness, perhaps hovering in that half-awake state where dreams and thoughts intermingle, where you're aware of your physical surroundings but not yet ready to engage with them. This sleep pattern, so foreign to modern consolidated 8-hour sleep, was documented not just in England but across Western Europe in this period. References to first and second sleep appear in legal depositions, medical texts, literature and diaries. People scheduled activities around it. A time to meet a lover might be set for after first sleep, implying everyone knew what that meant. The practice began to disappear in the 17th and especially 18th centuries as artificial lighting improved and nighttime activities became more common. Street lighting in cities, better home lighting, coffee houses staying open late, and theatrical performances extending into evening hours. All these gradually compressed nighttime into a period for consolidated sleep, rather than segmented rest with a contemplative interval. Modern sleep researchers have studied this pattern, sometimes calling it biphasic sleep, or bimodal sleep. When subjects in sleep laboratories are deprived of artificial light for extended periods, many naturally fall into this two-sleep pattern with a quiet waking interval in between. This suggests Tudor sleep habits weren't cultural quirks, but responses to natural human biology, operating without artificial light's interference. Understanding this pattern helps explain various aspects of Tudor life that might otherwise seem puzzling. Why did people go to bed so early, even before full darkness fell? Partly because they'd wake in the middle of the night anyway, so the total time in bed needed to be longer than actual sleep time. Why do period sources describe midnight as a special contemplative time? Because people regularly experienced it in a unique state of consciousness, neither fully asleep nor fully awake in the daytime sense. For you, lying in your Tudor bed with curtains drawn around you, this pattern would feel entirely natural. The transition from first to second sleep wouldn't worry you. It's just how night works, how it's always worked, and how everyone you know experiences it. The quiet hour in darkness, alone with your thoughts or quietly talking with your spouse, represents not disrupted sleep, but an integral part of how human beings rest when aligned with natural rhythms. Chapter 6. Staying warm through winter nights. Winter nights in Tudor England presented genuine challenges, particularly in the brutal months between December and February, when temperatures regularly dropped well below freezing, and houses, despite their fires and inhabitants' best efforts, remained cold by modern standards. Your bedchamber in deep winter might hover around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's with a fire burning somewhere in the house. Without central heating or insulation beyond the straw in the walls and the rushes on the floor, keeping warm became a nightly engineering project involving multiple strategies layered together. The bed curtains, which we mentioned earlier, become crucial wintertime allies. When fully closed, they create what's essentially a tent within the room, trapping the heat generated by your body or bodies and separating you from the colder air beyond. The temperature difference between inside the curtained bed and the outer chamber might be 10 or 15 degrees, significant when you're trying to sleep. That layering principle in the bedding reaches its full expression in winter. You start with the base straw mattress, add the wool topper, then cover yourself with a linen sheet, wool blankets, possibly a coverlet, perhaps a fur throw, and in the coldest weather, your outdoor cloak on top of everything. You're essentially building an insulating nest, with yourself as the heat source at the centre. Warming pans represented one of the era's great bedtime luxuries, long-handled brass or copper pans with perforated lids that held hot coals from the fire. You'd run this device between the sheets before climbing into bed, warming the linen and wool and chasing away the bone-deep chill. For about half an hour after using a warming pan, your bed felt positively toasty, a small miracle on a January night when your breath misted in the air. Not everyone owned warming pans, they were significant investments. Poorer households improvised with heated stones wrapped in cloth, achieving similar results though requiring more care to avoid burns. A stone heated in the fire's edge, wrapped in several layers of wool and tucked at the foot of the bed could keep your toes warm for hours. Bed socks existed, though socks in general were less common than you might expect. Stockings, what we might call long socks or tights, were standard day wear for both sexes, and you might keep these on under your sleeping shift if the night was particularly brutal. The very cold sensitive might add a second layer of everything, though this limits mobility under the heavy blankets. Nightcaps, as mentioned before, weren't optional in winter. A substantial wool cap kept heat from escaping through your head and protected your ears from the cold. Some people also wrapped cloths around their necks, particularly if they were prone to throat ailments in cold weather. Shared body heat became increasingly valuable as temperatures dropped. This is one reason bed sharing was so prevalent. 2 people generate more warmth than 1, and 3 more than 2. Children packed together in a bed weren't just saving space, they were pooling thermal resources. Married couples had an obvious advantage here, though even they might invite a young child into their bed on the coldest nights, despite usual preferences for separate sleeping arrangements. Some households brought small braziers or heated bricks into bedchambers before sleep, warming the air briefly, though these had to be removed before actually sleeping due to the danger of fire and the fumes they produced. Carbon monoxide poisoning wasn't understood in these terms, but people recognised that sleeping with burning coals in an enclosed space could kill you, probably attributing it to bad vapours rather than the actual mechanism of asphyxiation. Rooms above the kitchen or bakehouse were prized in winter, because heat from below rose into them. If your family ran an inn or shop with ovens operating into the evening, the chambers above stayed noticeably warmer than others. Some people positioned beds directly above the first floor hearth for similar reasons, accepting the occasional bit of smoke seeping through floorboards in exchange for extra warmth. Draft-proofing became a household project as winter approached. Gaps in shutters got stuffed with rags or sealed with wax. Floors received extra layers of rushes for insulation. Tapestries on walls served decorative purposes, yes, but also created dead air space that reduced heat loss through stone or timber. Even a simple cloth hanging could make a measurable difference. Still, you'd be cold by modern standards. Your nose would be chilly, your face exposed to the air outside the blankets. Getting up in the night to use the chamber pot required genuine courage. Leaving the warm nest meant exposing yourself to frigid air that made your muscles clench and your skin prickle. You'd accomplish your business quickly and dive back under the covers, burrowing in until your body heat warmed everything again. Morning presented the hardest moment, that transition from warm bed to cold room when your body protested vigorously against moving. You'd procrastinate, lingering under the blankets, steeling yourself for the unpleasant but necessary task of getting up and dressing. The first person up had the worst of it. They'd restart the fire and begin warming the house, making it easier for those who followed. Children might wake to frost patterns on the inside of shutters, ice in the washing water, and their breath forming clouds in the air. This wasn't unusual or alarming, it was simply how winter mornings felt. You dressed quickly, layering on garments, moving close to the fire as soon as possible, and beginning the day's work partly to generate body heat through activity. Despite these challenges, Tudor people didn't generally complain about cold the way modern people might. It was expected, normal, and part of the seasonal rhythm of life. You prepared for it, accepted it, and worked with it rather than fighting against it. The return of spring's warmth, when it finally came, felt like a genuine blessing, a relief so profound that people's moods lifted noticeably, with the rising temperatures and lengthening days. Chapter 7. The Soundscape of Night. Lying in your curtained bed in a Tudor night, the sounds surrounding you create an acoustic environment completely different from anything most modern people experience. Let's listen carefully to what you'd hear during those nighttime hours. The house itself provides a constant backdrop of sounds. Timber frames expand and contract with temperature changes, producing creaks, groans, and occasional sharp cracks that might startle you until you learn to recognise them as normal. The thatch on the roof rustles when wind passes over it, a sound like soft scratching or the movement of some large animal, though it's just dried straw shifting against itself. In winter, the wind becomes a dominant presence. It finds every gap in the shutters, producing whistles in different pitches depending on the size of the opening and the wind's strength. It buffets the walls, making the whole structure shudder slightly during the strongest gusts. You can hear it approaching across the landscape, rushing through bare trees before hitting your house, then moving away again into the darkness. Rain on a thatched roof sounds different from rain on modern shingles or tiles, softer, more muffled, like someone pouring dry sand rather than water. Heavy rain creates a steady rushing sound that some people find soothing, a natural white noise that masks other sounds and helps lull you back to second sleep. Animals contribute their voices throughout the night. Mice scurry inside walls, their tiny claws scratching on wood, their squeaks occasionally audible. You accept their presence as inevitable. Keeping a house completely mouse-free is nearly impossible, though you try to prevent them from getting into food stores. Sometimes you hear a thump and a brief struggle as the house cat catches one doing its job. Outside, owls call to each other, their hooting carrying clearly through the still night air. Foxes produce surprisingly disturbing sounds, screams that can sound almost human, particularly unsettling if you're not expecting them. Dogs bark in the distance, one setting off another, creating a chain of canine communication across the neighbourhood. Livestock make nighttime noises too. If you're near a barn, you might hear cattle shifting in their stalls, pigs grunting and horses stamping and blowing air through their nostrils. Chickens sometimes startle awake and cluck nervously before settling back down. These sounds are reassuring in their way. They mean your animals are safe, still alive, and still your wealth and sustenance. Human sounds punctuate the night as well. Someone in the house might snore, the sound carrying from one chamber to another through timber walls that provide less sound insulation than modern construction. Babies cry and get soothed. Young children call out from dreams or need middle-of-the-night comfort. You might hear your neighbours through shared walls if you live in attached townhouses. Their coughs, their conversations, their movements across creaky floors. Church bells mark the passage of nighttime hours in towns and villages. Not every hour gets rung in every place, but midnight typically receives special notice, and some churches ring bells before dawn services. These bells serve practical purposes. They help people track time in the darkness. They call people to prayer at appointed hours, and they provide reassurance that the community's spiritual guardians remain watchful. In cities, night watchmen call out the hours, walking their routes and announcing the time along with the weather conditions. 2 o'clock and all's well, or 3 o'clock and a cold, clear night. These calls serve multiple purposes. They mark time, they announce the watchman's presence to deter criminals, and they provide comfort to those lying awake that someone is keeping guard. The fire, if you can hear it from your chamber, produces its own sounds. Wood pops and hisses as sap turns to steam. Coals shift and resettle in the hearth with soft crashes. On particularly quiet nights, you might even hear the whisper of flames consuming wood. A sound so soft it's barely perceptible but somehow audible in deep silence. Chamber pots get used throughout the night, producing sounds that medieval modesty simply acknowledged and politely ignored. Everyone performed the same biological functions, everyone made the same sounds, and everyone practiced the social fiction of not noticing what they heard from behind bed curtains or from other chambers. Seasonal variations affected the soundscape significantly. Summer nights brought insect choruses, crickets producing their rhythmic chirping, moths batting against shutters drawn to whatever light seeped through cracks. Frogs near ponds or streams added their croaking to the mix. Bats flying overhead produced sounds too high for most human ears, but occasionally audible as soft squeaking. Thunder in summer storms could shake the entire house, each crash followed by the sound of rain intensifying. You'd hear the initial large drops hitting the thatch, then the steady downpour, perhaps the rushing of water through gutters or off eaves, and the sound of the storm passing over like a living thing moving through the landscape. In the quiet periods between sounds, silence itself had a quality different from modern silence. No electric hum of refrigerators or heating systems, no distant traffic sounds, no airplane overhead. Just genuine quiet, broken only by the immediate sounds of your household and natural environment. A silence so complete that modern people who experience it often find it unsettling at first. So accustomed are we to continuous background noise. Your own body produces sounds you might notice in the stillness. Your heartbeat becomes audible when you press your ear against the mattress. Your breathing, your stomach gurgling quietly, the rustle of linen against your skin when you shift position. All become part of the sonic environment when everything else falls still. Some sounds inspired fear or superstition. Unexplained noises might be attributed to spirits or demons testing the household's defences, though most people understood that most mysterious sounds had natural explanations once you learned to identify them. Still, a sudden loud noise in the deep night, its source uncertain, could set your heart racing and make you clutch your religious medals or whisper protective prayers. The return of morning sounds provided its own comfort. The first birds before dawn, roosters crowing, though not always exactly at dawn despite folklore, signalled the approaching end of night. Other birds joined gradually, building toward the dawn chorus. You'd hear the household beginning to stir, people rising, fires being revived, and the sounds of daily life returning to replace the nighttime soundscape. This acoustic world shaped how Tudor people experienced night. Without visual stimuli, with darkness complete behind closed shutters and curtains, hearing became the primary sense connecting you to the world beyond your bed. You learned to interpret sounds, to distinguish normal from alarming, to find comfort in expected noises and concern in unexpected ones. The nighttime soundscape, far from being empty silence, was richly textured with information about weather, animals, neighbours, and the house itself. A constant stream of sonic data that Tudor ears processed instinctively throughout the night. Chapter 8. Dawn and Rising. The transition from night to day happened gradually in Tudor England. A slow emergence from sleep and darkness that aligned with the body's natural rhythms far more than modern alarm clock awakenings. You'd become aware of increasing light first, even before fully waking. The blackness behind your closed eyelids shifts to a lighter shade, as dawn brightens the world beyond your shuttered windows. Thin strips of light appear at the edges of shutters, announcing that night's grip is loosening. The household sounds change character. Where night sounds were sporadic and muted, morning brings purposeful activity. The first person up, often a servant or the housewife herself, moves through the house on specific missions. You hear the scrape of implements at the hearth, working to revive the banked fire. You hear the clunk of logs being added, the creak of the bellows, and the first crackling as flames catch hold. You might lie still for a few minutes, not quite ready to leave your warm nest, listening to the house wake around you. Someone opens a shutter downstairs, admitting light and the fresh morning air. You hear water being poured, feet on stairs, and low voices of people greeting each other and beginning their day's tasks. The quality of light seeping into your chamber changes as the sun rises. What started as pale grey brightens toward gold or silver depending on the weather. On clear mornings, you might see actual shafts of light piercing through gaps in the shutters. On cloudy days, the illumination remains diffuse but still increases to the point where you can distinguish shapes in the room. Rising requires a certain amount of determination on cold mornings. You have to leave your warm cocoon and expose yourself to air that's cold enough to make your skin prickle immediately. The process happens in stages. First, you sit up under the blankets, preparing yourself. Then you emerge, perhaps wrapping a blanket around your shoulders as you swing your legs over the side of the bed. Your feet hit the floor, cold even through any floor covering or discarded clothing you might step on. You move quickly now, motivated by discomfort, reaching for your outer clothes that hang nearby. Dressing happens rapidly, layering on garments that have been sitting in the cold air all night and feel clammy until your body heat warms them. If you're lucky, someone has brought warm water up for washing. If not, you make do with whatever's in the chamber pitcher, probably cold enough to make you gasp when you splash it on your face. This shock of cold waters does wake you effectively though. No need for coffee when ice-cold water hits your skin. Personal prayers might happen now, a quick devotional practice before the day's demands begin. Kneeling by the bed, you'd run through familiar prayers, perhaps adding specific requests relevant to the day ahead. Safety for a journey, success in business dealings, health for a sick family member, anything weighing on your mind as you face a new day. Emptying chamber pots represents one of the less pleasant morning tasks. Someone, usually a servant if you have one or the housewife if you don't, carries these downstairs and out to the privy or to a spot where the contents will be buried or otherwise disposed of. In cities, chamber pots might be emptied into street gutters, a practice that contributed to urban sanitation problems and unpleasant smells. Hair gets attention, particularly for women. That nightcap comes off, revealing hair that needs brushing or combing before being covered again with a coif or other head covering appropriate for the day's activities. Men might run their fingers through shorter hair and call it done, though some attention to grooming happened even for males. Teeth receive quick attention, a rinse of the mouth with water or ale, perhaps running a cloth over teeth to remove the furry feeling that builds overnight. More thorough cleaning might wait until later if guests are expected, or if you're preparing for a special occasion. Beds don't get made in the modern sense. Instead, they get aired. Blankets thrown back, covers folded over the foot of the bed, allowing air to circulate through the bedding. This prevents mustiness and gives moisture from nighttime breathing and sweating a chance to evaporate. In good weather, you might hang blankets out a window or carry them outside to air in the sun, which freshens them remarkably well. Breakfast in Tudor England wasn't the substantial meal it became in later centuries. Many people, especially those doing physical labour, ate something light. Bread with butter or cheese, perhaps ale or small beer, maybe pottage left from the previous evening's supper and reheated. The truly wealthy might have more elaborate morning meals, but for most, breaking fast meant exactly that. Breaking the overnight fast with enough food to start the day, not filling yourself completely. Children need waking and helping, especially younger ones. They're not naturally early risers at this period, lacking the school schedules that would later structure childhood mornings. You might need to coax a child from bed, help with dressing, and make sure faces get washed and hair gets combed. The same parental tasks that cross all time periods. As light increases, you can finally open the shutters fully, admitting the morning into the house. The quality of light tells you much about the day ahead. Clear and bright means fair weather is likely. Grey and flat suggests rain, and particular colours of the dawn sky predict wind or storm depending on folk wisdom accumulated over generations. The house begins to fill with the day's activities. If there's a shop or workshop, its preparations begin. If the household revolves around farming, people move toward barns and fields. If you're in a townhouse with a trade to pursue, tools come out, workspaces get arranged, and the business of making a living begins in earnest. You take your place in this daily rhythm, moving from the private world of sleep and bedroom into the public world of work and community. The transition feels natural, aligned with light and sound and the needs of your body. There's no jarring alarm, no sense of being wrenched from sleep before you're ready. Just a gradual emergence that respects biological rhythms, even as it responds to practical necessities. The morning routine, repeated day after day with minor variations for seasons and circumstances, provides structure and comfort. You know what comes next because it's what always comes next. The predictability might seem boring to modern sensibilities that value variety and novelty, but Tudor people generally found security in repetition, in doing what their parents did, what their grandparents did, and what everyone around them does. By the time full daylight arrives, you're dressed, washed, fed, at least minimally, and engaged in the day's first tasks. The night has fully released its hold. Whatever dreams or thoughts occupied those dark hours fade into memory, as immediate concerns demand attention. The daily cycle that will eventually lead you back to that same bed begins again, as inevitable and natural as the sun's path across the sky. Chapter 9. The cultural meaning of sleep. Sleep in Tudor England carried meanings that extended far beyond the simple biological need for rest. How you slept, where you slept, what you wore, and what surrounded you while sleeping, all these reflected and reinforced the social order, spiritual beliefs, and philosophical understanding of human nature. At the most basic level, sleep represented vulnerability. While sleeping, you couldn't defend yourself, couldn't maintain social masks, and couldn't control your behaviour or appearance. This made the sleeping chamber a space requiring protection, both physical and spiritual. Prayers before bed weren't just empty ritual, they expressed genuine concern about the helpless hours ahead. The bed itself carried enormous symbolic weight. When you made a will, and most people of any means made wills, you specifically bequeathed your bed, naming it as a valuable asset to be passed to particular heirs. The bed represented security, domesticity, and the private life of the family. To inherit someone's bed meant more than gaining a physical object. It meant taking on a piece of their domestic legacy. Marriage beds held particular significance. The marriage bed was blessed by the church, and the act of being bedded, the ceremonial putting to bed of the new bride and groom, marked the transition to married life. Witnesses might actually accompany the couple to the bedchamber, though they'd leave before consummation occurred. The bed thus served as both symbol and stage for one of life's most important transitions. Deaths occurred in these same beds. Most people died at home, in their own beds, surrounded by family. The bed witnessed your birth if you were born at home, your conception, your wedding night, your children's births, and finally your death. Few pieces of furniture participated so intimately in life's major passages. Social hierarchy expressed itself in sleeping arrangements with remarkable clarity. Servants slept on straw pallets on floors or in attics. Middling folk slept in proper beds with decent mattresses. The wealthy slept in massive poster beds with expensive hangings, feather mattresses, and fine linens. Where you slept and what you slept on announced your status as surely as your clothing did during waking hours. Dreams held significance that modern psychology doesn't quite capture. Tudor people believed dreams could carry messages from God, from angels, from the subconscious mind struggling with waking problems, or sometimes from darker sources. Prophetic dreams, warning dreams, dreams that revealed hidden truths. All these appeared in literature and folk belief. You might consult an almanac or a priest about the meaning of a particularly vivid or disturbing dream. The vulnerability of sleep made people careful about who could observe them sleeping. Servants might see their masters in nightclothes, but this was part of the intimate household relationship, balanced by mutual dependencies and understood boundaries. Strangers seeing you sleep, though, represented a kind of violation. Your guard was down, your face relaxed into its true form, and your body positioned without the careful control you maintained while awake. Medical theory connected sleep to the body's humoral balance. Sleep allowed the digestive system to process food, the body to repair itself, and the brain to clear itself of vapours accumulated during waking hours. Too much sleep made you sluggish and phlegmatic. Too little sleep dried out the body's fluids, leading to choleric irritability. The right amount of sleep, which varied by age, constitution and season, maintained equilibrium. Different phases of life required different amounts of sleep. Babies and young children needed much sleep for proper growth. Adults in their prime needed moderate sleep, enough for health, but not so much it encouraged laziness. Elderly people naturally required less, their bodies winding down toward life's end. These patterns seemed obvious through observation, and folk wisdom aligned reasonably well with what modern sleep science has since confirmed. Seasonal sleep patterns reflected the agricultural calendar. Winter allowed slightly longer sleep periods since less daylight meant fewer work hours. Summer demanded earlier rising to make use of long days, though afternoon rests might compensate. The wealthy, less tied to agricultural rhythms, could maintain more consistent schedules, though even they adjusted somewhat to seasonal light changes. Religious observance intersected with sleep in multiple ways. Monks and nuns arose for night prayers, the night offices that divided sleep into segments different from the lay pattern of first and second sleep. Devout lay people might rise at midnight for private prayers, imitating monastic practice. Religious holidays might involve night vigils or dawn processions that disrupted normal sleep patterns. The language people used about sleep carried moral overtones. To be a slug-a-bed, someone who stayed too long in bed, implied moral failure, laziness, and lack of virtue. The early riser demonstrated industry, godliness, and proper household management. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise captured this attitude, though that specific formulation came slightly later than the Tudor period. Sleep made you equal to everyone else in a way. The nobleman and the peasant both needed sleep, both experienced dreams, and both lay helpless in the dark. This temporary equality perhaps made sleep slightly troubling to social hierarchies. It suggested that beneath the elaborate social structures, all humans shared basic needs and experiences that no amount of wealth or status could eliminate. Literature of the period used sleep as a metaphor and plot device extensively. Shakespeare, writing at the tail end of this era, filled his plays with sleep imagery. The innocent sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care, the sleep of death, and the prophetic dreams that advance plots or reveal characters' inner states. His audiences understood these references immediately because sleep held such cultural weight. The position you slept in supposedly revealed character traits. Sleeping on your back indicated an open, honest nature. Side sleeping showed balance and moderation. Sleeping on your stomach suggested secretiveness or devious tendencies. Whether anyone actually believed this or just found it amusing is hard to say, but the existence of such folklore shows that even unconscious sleeping positions carried meaning. Nightmares required spiritual explanation. The term itself comes from nightmare, a demon or evil spirit that sat on your chest while you slept, causing bad dreams and difficulty breathing. Other cultures had similar concepts, the succubus and incubus of medieval belief, spiritual beings that visited sleepers with various intentions. Whether people literally believed in these entities or used them as explanations for sleep phenomena like sleep paralysis varied among individuals and regions. The continuity between sleep and death, the resemblance of the sleeping body to a corpse, made sleep both natural and slightly uncanny. You surrendered consciousness, trusted that you'd wake again, but couldn't guarantee it. Every night involved a small act of faith that this sleep wouldn't become permanent sleep. Morning prayers often included thanks for being allowed to wake, an acknowledgement that survival through the night wasn't automatic. This rich web of meaning surrounding sleep made it far more than a biological necessity. Sleep represented spiritual states, social positions, moral qualities, and existential concerns. The rituals surrounding sleep, the prayers, the careful preparations, the symbolic objects like blessed medallions hung near beds, addressed these multiple layers of meaning, acknowledging that when you closed your eyes each night, you entered a realm where the normal rules were suspended and something else, something both dangerous and necessary, took over until dawn. And so we come to the end of our nighttime journey through Tudor England. You've experienced the full cycle from dusk's first shadows, through the depth of night to morning's gradual return. You felt the weight of wool blankets on a cold night, heard the soundscape of darkness, and understood the rhythms of segmented sleep and the cultural meanings woven through every aspect of rest. The modern world has gained much in comfort and convenience, but it has lost something too. That deep alignment with natural rhythms, that acceptance of darkness and its own particular gifts, that sense of sleep as something more than mere unconsciousness between productive waking periods. Tudor people, for all their discomforts and challenges, knew how to rest in ways we've largely forgotten. Perhaps there's wisdom in their practices that we might recover, not by returning to straw mattresses and chamber pots, but by remembering that sleep deserves respect, that darkness has value, and that rest is not idleness, but renewal. As you drift towards sleep in your own time, in your own bed, perhaps you can carry a bit of Tudor wisdom with you. The acceptance of natural rhythms, the appreciation for simple comforts, and the understanding that a good night's rest is not a luxury but a fundamental human need, honoured by generations who slept before you and those who will sleep after you're gone. Sleep well whenever and wherever you find your rest. You wake before dawn in your small chamber near the library's eastern wing. The room measures perhaps 10 paces across, with whitewashed walls that catch the first grey light filtering through a narrow window. Your sleeping mat lies rolled in the corner, and beside it sits a small wooden chest containing your few possessions. 2 changes of linen tunics, a pair of sandals for formal occasions, and a bronze oil lamp that belonged to your father. The air smells of the sea, carried on the breeze from the harbour just 3 streets away. Alexandria never truly sleeps, but these early hours before sunrise hold a particular stillness that you've grown to treasure. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster announces the coming day with admirable punctuality, though you suspect it's the same confused bird that often crows at midnight during full moons. You stand and stretch, feeling the pleasant stiffness in your shoulders that comes from yesterday's work. Organising scrolls involves more reaching and lifting than most people imagine. Your joints pop softly as you raise your arms overhead, and you make a mental note to request some of that Egyptian willow bark tea from the kitchen stores. The head librarian, Demetrius, swears by it for aching muscles, though he also swears by standing on one foot while reading Persian texts. So his advice requires some filtering. The stone floor feels cool against your bare feet as you walk to the wash basin. Someone has already filled it with fresh water, probably young Marcus, who starts his rounds even earlier than you do. The water is cold enough to make you gasp slightly as you splash it on your face, which does an excellent job of completing the waking process that the rooster began. You dress in your working tunic, the one with the small ink stain near the hem that never quite washed out after that incident with the Aristotle commentary. The fabric is soft from countless washings, worn comfortable in a way that new cloth never quite manages. Your sandals are the everyday pair, practical leather without any decorative flourishes, designed for walking the library's endless corridors rather than impressing visiting scholars. Outside your door, the library complex begins its daily transformation, from sleeping giant to buzzing hive of intellectual activity. You can hear the kitchen staff already at work, the rhythmic sound of someone grinding grain for bread mixing with the lower tones of conversation. The smell of baking will reach your corner of the building within the hour, and your stomach offers a quiet rumble of anticipation. The corridor leading to the main library hall stretches before you, lit by oil lamps in wall niches. Someone maintains these lamps throughout the night, ensuring that scholars working late or early always have light. You've never met the night lamp tender, though you've seen evidence of their passage. Fresh oil in the reservoirs, trimmed wicks, and occasionally a small plate of date cakes left on a reading table, as if even the lamp tender believes scholars forget to eat. Your first stop is always the small shrine near the entrance to the manuscript storage rooms. It's dedicated to Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing and knowledge, though the Ptolemaic administration prefers to call him Hermes in official documents. The Greeks who run this library like to pretend everything is properly Hellenized, but the Egyptian staff knows better. Thoth, or Hermes, the god doesn't seem to mind what name you use, as long as you remember to keep the tiny oil lamp at his shrine burning. You add a few drops of oil to the lamp and whisper a brief thanks for another day among the scrolls. This isn't exactly prayer, it's more like checking in with a colleague who happens to be divine. The shrine is simple, a small painted image of an ibis-headed figure holding a writing palette, surrounded by offerings of dried flowers and the occasional papyrus scrap containing students' prayers for help with examinations. The main manuscript hall's open before you like a canyon of knowledge. The ceiling soars 3 stories high, supported by columns that catch the growing dawn light. Wooden shelves line every wall, rising toward the ceiling in carefully organised sections. Each shelf contains pigeonholes, and each pigeonhole contains scrolls, arranged by subject, author, and language. The system is brilliantly logical once you understand it, though new staff members often spend their first month wandering lost, clutching a scroll and looking for its proper home like a confused pigeon. This morning, you're assigned to the Natural Philosophy section, which occupies the entire north wall of Hall 3. Natural philosophy is what later generations will call science, though that word doesn't exist yet in quite the same way. Here rest the collected observations of dozens of cultures trying to understand how the world works. Greek theories about elements and atoms, Egyptian astronomical records, Babylonian mathematics, and Indian treatises on medicine. You begin your morning routine by checking the scroll logs. Each section has a log, a long roll of papyrus where every scroll that enters or leaves gets recorded. You run your finger down yesterday's entries, noting that someone borrowed Theophrastus's inquiry into plants and hasn't yet returned it. This happens constantly. Scholars become so absorbed in their reading that they forget the scrolls don't actually belong to them. You make a note to check the private study rooms later. The morning light strengthens, pouring through high windows in golden shafts that make the dust motes dance like tiny philosophers, debating invisible points. You've always found this light beautiful, the way it transforms the normally austere halls into something almost magical. Of course, the dust itself is less magical when you're the one responsible for keeping it under control, but you've learned to appreciate small moments of beauty in routine work. Your first task involves inspecting scrolls for damage. You select one from the pigeonhole labelled Democritus, various fragments, and carefully unroll it on a reading table. The papyrus is old, perhaps a century or more, and the edges have begun to brown and crack. The text itself remains legible, Greek letters marching in neat columns, but the margins show signs of wear. This particular scroll discusses atoms, those theoretical tiny particles that Democritus believed formed all matter. You've read it before, during your training, and found yourself oddly charmed by the idea that everything, including yourself, is made of invisibly small pieces bumping into each other. It makes the occasional bruised shin or stubbed toe seem less personal somehow. Not your fault, really, just unfortunate atomic arrangements. You note the scroll's condition in your inspection log, marking it for copying. When a manuscript becomes too fragile, scribes create fresh copies, transferring the text to new papyrus before the original becomes unreadable. This copying process is how the library maintains its collection, fighting the inevitable decay of organic materials through constant reproduction. It's rather like the way living things reproduce, you've often thought, though mentioning this comparison to the more conservative librarians tends to elicit uncomfortable coughs. The inspection continues through a dozen more scrolls. Most are in acceptable condition, requiring only basic cleaning with a soft cloth. One scroll, a mathematical text from Alexandria's own Euclid, has acquired a mysterious sticky spot that suggests someone was reading while eating honey cakes. You add a stern note to the log about this, though you know it will have approximately zero effect on honey cake consumption among mathematicians. By the time you finish the inspection, the library has fully awakened. You can hear voices echoing from other halls, the shuffling footsteps of early scholars, and the occasional thump of someone dropping a particularly heavy scroll. That last sound always makes you wince, imagining the fragile papyrus crying out in protest, though papyrus is actually quite durable when properly treated. Your next responsibility involves reshelving scrolls that were used yesterday and left on reading tables throughout the library. This task requires both physical effort and detailed knowledge of the organizational system. Each scroll must return to its exact location, or the entire catalogue becomes useless. Imagine trying to find one particular scroll among thousands when it's been placed randomly. It's the kind of chaos that gives librarians actual nightmares. You collect a wooden cart and begin your rounds. The cart has wheels that squeak persistently, despite regular applications of olive oil to the axles. You've grown fond of the squeak, actually. It announces your presence as you move through the halls, giving startled scholars a moment to remove their feet from tables or hide the food they're not supposed to have in the manuscript rooms. The first reading table yields 3 scrolls, a commentary on Homer, a treatise on hydraulics, and something in Aramaic that you'll need to check the catalogue to properly identify. The Homer commentary shows signs of intense study, with small papyrus markers tucked between sections. You remove these carefully, placing them in a basket on your cart. Scholars often forget to remove their notes, and you've accumulated quite a collection of bookmarks over the years, ranging from simple scraps to elaborate markers decorated with tiny paintings. The hydraulics treatise belongs in the engineering section, which occupies shelves near the library's main entrance. As you walk that direction, you pass through the central atrium, a large open space where morning light floods through skylights. Several scholars have already claimed tables here, bent over their work with the intense focus of people trying to solve the universe's mysteries before lunch. You recognise most of the regular readers. There's Helena, the visiting scholar from Pergamum, who spends every morning copying medical texts to take back to her city's own library. Her handwriting is extraordinarily neat, each letter formed with patient precision. Beside her sits old Philostratus, who claims to be writing a comprehensive history of Greek athletics, but mostly seems to nap with a scroll open in front of him. His snoring has become part of the library's ambient sound, like the rustling of papyrus or the distant calls of harbour birds. At a corner table, 3 young students huddle over a mathematics text, their faces showing that peculiar expression of confused concentration that higher mathematics tends to inspire. One of them has ink on his nose, which suggests he's been rubbing his face while thinking, a habit that seems universal among scholars regardless of their field. You make a mental note to mention the nose situation as you pass, because nobody wants to walk around all day with ink on their face, though the young man seems too absorbed to notice your helpful gesture. The engineering section welcomes the hydraulics treatise back into its pigeonhole like a sheep returning to the flock. These metaphors come naturally after years in the library. You've begun thinking of scrolls as living things with personalities and preferences. The hydraulics treatise is particularly dignified, probably because it contains drawings of water screws designed by Archimedes himself. Any scroll that includes Archimedes' work has a right to be a bit proud. The Aramaic scroll presents more of a puzzle. You unroll a portion and examine the script, trying to identify the subject matter. The letters flow in elegant curves, but your Aramaic is limited to basic reading. You can make out what seem to be astronomical observations and references to planetary movements and lunar cycles. This places it somewhere in the astronomy section, but that section is vast, organised by culture and time period as well as subject. You consult the master catalogue, a series of scrolls that list every manuscript in the library along with its location. The catalogue itself occupies an entire room and requires its own team of librarians to maintain. Finding a specific entry in the catalogue is sometimes nearly as challenging as finding the scroll itself, which has led to jokes about needing a catalogue for the catalogue. The head librarian finds these jokes less amusing than the staff does. After some searching, you discover that the Aramaic scroll belongs to the Babylonian astronomy collection, specifically the section containing observational records from the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. You make your way to this section, which occupies shelves in the library's eastern wing, where the morning light is best for reading astronomical tables. The Babylonian astronomy section smells slightly different from other areas. All scrolls have a scent, a mixture of papyrus, ink, and age. But here the smell includes traces of the cedar oil used to preserve these particularly old manuscripts. The Babylonians began recording astronomical observations hundreds of years before Alexander the Great brought Greek culture to Egypt, and these scrolls represent generations of patient sky watching. You return the scroll to its proper pigeonhole and update the location log. Each pigeonhole has a small tag written in Greek, identifying the contents. The tag for this section reads, Babylonian Observations, Planets, 605 to 562 BCE, which is remarkably specific considering the scrolls themselves were old when the library was founded. Your cart now empty, you return to the central atrium to continue collecting. The morning has progressed, and the library grows busier. The sound of conversation drifts from the reading rooms, that particular buzz of intellectual discussion that characterises scholarly spaces. You can't make out individual words, but the rhythm of debate is unmistakable. Statement, counter-argument, counter-counter-argument, and occasional laughter when someone makes a particularly clever point. The main entrance hall fills with new arrivals as the morning fully establishes itself. Scholars come from across the Mediterranean to use the library's collections, and each morning brings fresh faces mixing with familiar ones. The entrance hall serves as a buffer between the busy streets of Alexandria and the quieter interior spaces, giving visitors a moment to transition from the city's chaos to the library's focused calm. You're organising a cart of scrolls near the entrance when a young woman approaches. She's clearly a visitor, clutching a small wooden tablet with notes and looking around with wide eyes. The library's scale impresses newcomers. The building complex covers several city blocks, with multiple halls connected by covered walkways and courtyards. Finding anything specific without help is nearly impossible on a first visit. "Excuse me," she says in Greek with a Syrian accent. "I'm looking for texts about plant medicines, specifically anything about the uses of willow bark." You smile, because willow bark has been on your mind since waking with sore shoulders. You'll want the medical botany section in Hall 5. Follow this corridor to the second courtyard, turn left, and enter through the blue-painted door. The botanical texts occupy the western wall. Look for the section marked Theophrastus. His plant inquiries include medicinal uses. She thanks you and starts to leave, then turns back. "Is it true that the library contains every book ever written?" This is a common question, and you've developed a gentle way of managing expectations. Not every book, but we try to collect copies of significant works from all cultures and languages. The library has been gathering texts for nearly 300 years. You'll find Greek, Egyptian, Persian, Indian, Jewish, Babylonian, and many other traditions represented. How many scrolls total, she asks. The estimates vary. Perhaps 400,000, perhaps more. The catalogue is constantly being updated as new acquisitions arrive and copies are made. Her eyes widen further. How does anyone find anything? Very carefully, you say, which is honest if not particularly helpful. The catalogue system works well once you understand it. Don't hesitate to ask any of us for help. That's what we're here for. She leaves, and you return to your cart, but the conversation has reminded you of something important. A visiting scholar from Siren requested several specific texts yesterday, and you promised to have them ready this morning. The scholar is researching the history of Greek drama, and needs all available fragments of Aeschylus's lost plays. The drama collection is one of your favourite sections, partly because Greek theatre is endlessly entertaining, and partly because the section is relatively compact and well organised. The Greeks wrote hundreds of plays over the centuries, but only a fraction survive in complete form. Many exist only as fragments, partial copies, or references in other works. The library has been collecting these fragments carefully, copying them from any source available. You locate the Aeschylus fragments and place them on a reading table in one of the private study rooms. These rooms line the library's quieter halls, small spaces with good light and doors that close, designed for scholars who need to focus without distraction. Each room contains a table, a chair, a lamp, and a small shelf for temporary scroll storage. The serene scholar arrives promptly, an older man with ink-stained fingers and the slightly dishevelled appearance of someone who thinks more about ancient drama than personal grooming. He nods gratefully when you show him the assembled scrolls, already unrolling the first one before you've finished explaining the collection. "Wonderful," he murmurs, not really talking to you so much as thinking aloud. "I've been trying to reconstruct the plot of the Lost Prometheus plays. If I can connect these fragments with the references in Aristophanes, perhaps..." You leave him to his work. Scholars in the grip of research don't need conversation. They need scrolls and solitude. The study room door closes softly behind you, muting the sound of papyrus rustling as the man begins his investigation into plays performed 400 years ago. The morning continues with its pleasant rhythm of requests and research. A mathematician needs Euclid's advanced proofs. A philosopher wants to compare different manuscripts of Plato's dialogues to check for copying errors. A historian requests everything the library has on the reign of Darius the Great. Each request sends you travelling through different sections of the collection, pulling scrolls from their homes and delivering them to waiting readers. Between requests, you perform routine maintenance. Scrolls need regular inspection and occasional cleaning. The library battles constantly against dust, insects, moisture, and the simple passage of time. Papyrus lasts remarkably well when properly stored, but properly stored requires constant attention. Each scroll must be kept dry but not too dry, clean but not overhandled, and accessible but protected. You're cleaning a section of Egyptian medical texts when you discover a small problem. One of the scrolls, a copy of the Ebers papyrus dealing with eye diseases, has developed a small tear along one edge. The damage is minor but will worsen if not addressed. You carefully wrap the scroll in linen and carry it to the conservation workshop. The conservation workshop occupies a well-lit room near the library's southern edge, where large windows provide excellent natural light for detailed work. Here, skilled craftspeople repair damaged scrolls, prepare new papyrus, mix inks, and perform the delicate work of keeping the collection intact. Today, 3 people work at separate tables. Sarah, an Egyptian woman whose family has been making papyrus for generations, carefully glues fresh papyrus sheets together to form a long roll. At another table, Marcus examines a badly damaged scroll under strong light, planning his repair strategy. The third worker, an older Greek man named Theon, mixes ink with focused concentration, adding ingredients in precise proportions. You place your damaged scroll on the intake table and fill out the repair request form. Sarah glances over, wiping her hands on her work apron. "Another tear?" she asks. "Small one in the Ebers copy, the section about eye diseases." She picks up the scroll and examines it with expert eyes. "Not bad, this is fixable. Probably happened during rolling. Someone got hasty. I can have it back to you by tomorrow afternoon." You thank her and watch for a moment as she returns to her work. Sarah is building a new scroll from individual papyrus sheets, overlapping them slightly and using a paste made from flour and water to bind them together. The process looks simple but requires considerable skill. The sheets must align perfectly, and the paste must be applied evenly to avoid lumps or weak spots. How's the new batch of papyrus, you ask? Excellent quality. These came from the Delta region, harvested at exactly the right time. The fibres are strong and uniform. This will make good, durable writing material. Papyrus comes from a marsh plant that grows abundantly in the Nile Delta. The manufacturing process involves cutting the plant's pith into thin strips, arranging these strips in perpendicular layers, and pressing them together. The plant's natural starches act as glue, binding the layers into a writing surface that's both flexible and surprisingly tough. Egypt has been making papyrus for thousands of years, long before Greeks or anyone else arrived. The word paper will eventually derive from papyrus, though that linguistic evolution is still centuries in the future. For now, papyrus is simply the standard writing material throughout the Mediterranean world, as common and unremarkable as the notebooks in a distant future office supply store. Marcus looks up from his damaged scroll, pushing grey hair back from his forehead. You want to see something interesting? You walk over to his table, where he's examining what appears to be a very old mathematical text. The papyrus is dark with age, and the ink has faded to a brown that's barely distinguishable from the papyrus itself. This came from a private collection in Memphis, Marcus explains. It's a mathematical treatise that's at least 500 years old, maybe older, but look here. He points to a section of text. You lean closer and see what he means. Beneath the mathematical text, barely visible, are traces of earlier writing. The papyrus has been reused. The original text was washed off, and new text was written over it. Palimpsest, you ask, using the Greek term for reused writing material. Exactly. Papyrus is expensive, so people often reuse it when the original text is no longer needed. I'm trying to determine if the underlying text is worth attempting to read. Could be nothing important, or could be a lost work we didn't know existed. This is one of the exciting aspects of library work. Sometimes you stumble onto hidden treasures, texts that survived only because someone reused the papyrus for something else. The underlying writing is usually impossible to read clearly, but sometimes, with the right light and enough patience, you can tease out enough letters to identify what it once said. Theon calls you over to his table, where several small pots of ink sit in various shades of black. Want to try the new formula? He asks. Theon has been perfecting ink recipes for decades. The library's scribes are particular about their ink, and Theon takes pride in meeting their exacting standards. Good ink must flow smoothly from the pen, dry quickly without smudging, adhere permanently to papyrus and resist fading over time. Achieving all these qualities requires a careful balance of ingredients. He dips a reed pen into one of the pots and writes a few Greek letters on a scrap of papyrus. The ink flows beautifully, creating crisp black letters with clean edges. Carbon black from burned grapevines mixed with gum arabic for adhesion, he explains. I've increased the gum proportion slightly to improve permanence. You watch as the ink dries, transforming from slightly glossy to matte black. The letters remain crisp and clear, with no bleeding into the papyrus fibres. It's excellent, you say honestly. The scribes will be pleased. Theon nods, satisfied. He's not one for excessive displays of emotion, but you can see the quiet pride in his work. The ink he makes today will carry texts into the future, preserving words and ideas long after everyone in this room has returned to dust. That's the underlying purpose of all library work, fighting against time's tendency to erase things. The afternoon brings a shift in the library's atmosphere. The morning's energetic arrival of scholars gives way to a quieter, more focused mood. People settle into their research, the initial excitement of new discoveries replaced by the patient work of detailed study. The reading rooms fill with the soft sounds of scrolls unrolling, reed pens scratching on papyrus, and the occasional satisfied of someone finding exactly the passage they needed. You spend the afternoon in the philosophy section, which occupies an entire hall and represents centuries of Greek thought. Here rest the great works, Plato's dialogues, Aristotle's treatises, the fragments of pre-Socratic thinkers, the ethical writings of the Stoics, and the logical puzzles of the Megarians. Every significant philosophical text produced in the Greek world has been copied and shelved here. Your task is to create new catalogue tags for a recently acquired collection of philosophical letters. These letters were written by various philosophers to their students and colleagues, discussing everything from ethical dilemmas to proper diet to the nature of happiness. Personal letters often survive when formal treatises are lost, and they provide valuable insights into how philosophers actually thought and lived, rather than just what they wrote for public consumption. You unroll each letter carefully, reading enough to determine its author, recipient, and primary subject matter. The first letter is from Epicurus to a student named Memesius, discussing the philosophy of pleasure and pain. Epicurus believed that happiness comes from moderate pleasure and freedom from anxiety, which seems reasonable enough, though his opponents accused him of promoting excessive self-indulgence. Reading his actual letters, you find him remarkably sensible, more concerned with cultivating friendships and intellectual contentment than with wild parties. The next letter comes from a Stoic philosopher whose name you don't immediately recognise, offering advice on dealing with difficult family members. The advice is surprisingly practical. Focus on controlling your reactions since you can't control others' behaviour. Maintain your own sense of virtue regardless of external chaos. And remember that family drama is a temporary disturbance in an otherwise rational universe. You wonder if this philosopher had particularly challenging relatives. As you work, you notice patterns in the letters. Philosophers write about surprisingly ordinary concerns alongside their theoretical discussions. They worry about money, health, and reputation. They complain about students who don't pay attention and colleagues who steal their ideas. They offer recipes, recommend books, and gossip about other philosophers. The letters make these ancient thinkers feel suddenly human and relatable, not marble statues but actual people navigating life's complexities while trying to figure out how to think about existence. You're creating a tag for a letter about friendship when someone clears their throat behind you. You turn to find Demetrius, the head librarian, looking at you with his characteristic expression of patient concern. Demetrius is perhaps 60 years old, with a carefully trimmed beard going white, and eyes that notice everything. He's been managing this library for 2 decades, navigating between the Ptolemaic administration's demands and the scholarly community's needs with diplomatic skill. "How's the cataloguing progressing?" he asks. "Well enough. These philosophical letters are fascinating. Did you know Epicurus recommended barley cakes for stomach complaints?" "I did not, though I'm unsurprised that philosophers have opinions about digestion. They have opinions about everything else." He pauses, looking around the hall. "I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to take on an additional responsibility." You wait, curious. Additional responsibilities in a library usually mean interesting work rather than tedious tasks. "We've received a delegation from the museum requesting access to some of our more fragile mathematical manuscripts," Demetrius continues. "The museum's mathematicians want to study Archimedes' original calculations regarding the volume of spheres and cylinders. I'd like you to supervise their work, since you know those texts well." The museum is the scholarly institution attached to the library, where sponsored intellectuals live and work. Museum scholars have automatic access to the library's collections, but particularly fragile texts require supervised viewing. Archimedes' mathematical work is treasured, and the scrolls containing his original calculations are handled as carefully as sacred texts. "I'd be happy to help," you say. "When are they coming?" "Tomorrow morning. 3 mathematicians and 1 of their students. They'll need a study room with good light and a steady table. Archimedes' proofs require concentration." You nod, already mentally planning the setup. The study rooms on the building's eastern side have excellent morning light, and room 7 has a particularly stable table, important for mathematical work involving diagrams and calculations. Demetrius lingers for a moment, looking at the philosophical letters you've been cataloguing. "Do you ever wonder," he asks quietly, "what future scholars will think when they read our letters and catalogue tags? Will we seem as human to them as these ancient philosophers seem to us?" It's an unexpectedly philosophical question from a head librarian, though perhaps not surprising given the workplace. "I suppose that depends on whether anyone preserves our letters," you say. "Most of what we write is probably too ordinary to save." Perhaps. But ordinary moments create the texture of life, don't they? The great philosophical treatises tell us how people thought they should live. Letters and daily records tell us how they actually lived. Both matter. He leaves, and you return to your cataloguing, thinking about his words. You're creating records that might last centuries if properly maintained. The catalogue tags you write today could guide scholars long after Alexandria itself has changed beyond recognition. It's a strange thought, this link between present and future, all maintained through careful record-keeping and systematic organisation. As the sun descends toward the western horizon, the library's atmosphere shifts again. Afternoon readers begin gathering their notes and preparing to leave, while a smaller group of evening scholars arrives to claim the now empty spaces. Some scholars prefer working at night when the building is quieter and cooler, and the library accommodates these preferences by staying open well after sunset. You begin your evening routine by checking the oil lamps throughout the building. Each hall has dozens of lamps in wall niches and on reading tables, and all need sufficient oil to burn through the evening hours. You carry a large pottery jug of olive oil and a supply of fresh wicks, moving systematically through the halls. The work is meditative, requiring just enough attention to be engaging without demanding intense focus. Fill the reservoir, check the wick, and adjust the flame. Move to the next lamp, repeat. The pools of lamplight create islands of brightness in the gathering dusk, and you take satisfaction in knowing that scholars will be able to continue reading as night falls. In the philosophy hall you find old Philostratus still at his table, though the scroll in front of him suggests he's accomplished little actual work. He's been reading the same page for 20 minutes, or rather, the same page has been open in front of him while his eyes remained closed. You fill the lamp nearest his table quietly, not wanting to disturb what might be deep philosophical meditation, but is almost certainly a nap. The mathematics hall holds 3 scholars bent over a complex geometric proof, their table covered with diagrams sketched on papyrus scraps. Mathematicians generate enormous quantities of scrap papyrus, working through calculations and proofs before creating clean final copies. The library provides recycled papyrus for such purposes, using sheets that are already marked on one side. Nothing goes to waste if it can be reused. One of the mathematicians looks up as you pass. "Do you understand the Pythagorean theorem?" he asks suddenly. The question catches you off guard. The one about triangles? The square of the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides? That's it exactly. Now can you explain why it works? You think for a moment. Because the relationships between the sides follow mathematical rules? But why do those rules exist? What makes the universe mathematical rather than chaotic? You have no answer for this, and the mathematician nods as if your confusion proves his point. Precisely. We can describe the patterns, and we can use them, but we can't truly explain why reality operates according to mathematical principles. Plato thought mathematics was the fundamental reality and physical objects mere shadows. Aristotle believed the mathematics described inherent properties of physical things. Neither fully answers the question. His colleagues have stopped working to listen to this impromptu lecture. One of them, a woman with grey streaks in her dark hair, speaks up. "This is why we'll never finish this proof. We keep getting distracted by philosophical implications." Mathematics is philosophical, the first mathematician insists. You can't separate the practical calculations from the fundamental questions about why calculation works. "I can and I do," the woman says dryly. "That's why I finish my proofs." You leave them to their debate, which sounds like it might continue most of the night. Mathematicians and philosophers share a tendency toward lengthy discussions about the nature of reality. The difference is that mathematicians eventually produce proofs, while philosophers produce more questions. The final area needing lamps is the catalogue room, where 2 young scribes work late creating index entries for newly acquired scrolls. They look up gratefully as you fill the lamps on their work tables. The catalogue is never truly finished, constantly growing as the collection expands and requiring endless updates and cross-references. "How many new entries today?" you ask. 47, one scribe answers, rubbing his eyes tiredly. And that's just the Greek manuscripts that arrived last week from Rhodes. We still have the Persian medical text to catalogue, and apparently a whole shipment of Roman agricultural writings is due to arrive any day. "The Romans write about agriculture?" you ask, surprised. "Extensively, apparently. Their aristocrats consider farming a noble pursuit and write detailed treatises about grape cultivation, olive pressing, and proper field rotation. Very practical stuff compared to Greek philosophical agriculture. You hadn't realised there was such a thing as philosophical agriculture, but this is a library full of surprises. Scholars write about everything, and somewhere in these halls are probably scrolls devoted to the philosophy of shoemaking, the mathematics of bread baking, and the ethics of pottery. With the lamps filled and burning steadily, you return to the staff room near the library's main entrance. This small space serves as a gathering spot for the library's workers, a place to rest between tasks and share information about the day's events. Several colleagues are already there, eating evening meals and talking about various incidents. "Did you hear about the scholar who tried to sneak honey cakes into the mathematics hall?" asks Miriam, one of the catalogue specialists. "He hid them inside a scroll case, but the case tipped over and honey went everywhere. 3 valuable scrolls are now in conservation getting dehoneyed." "The same scholar who spilled wine last month?" someone asks. "The very same. Demetrius has banned him from bringing any food or drink into the manuscript halls. He has to eat in the courtyard like everyone else." You share your own story about discovering the mysterious sticky spot on Euclid's text, and everyone agrees that scholars and food should be kept separated by strict protocols. The conversation drifts to other topics: upcoming acquisitions, staffing needs, and a request from the Ptolemaic administration for a complete inventory of all Hebrew texts. This last item prompts groans, since inventories require examining every scroll in a collection and updating multiple catalogue records. As true darkness settles over Alexandria, the library takes on yet another character. Most scholars have left, heading to their homes or lodgings. The halls grow quieter, though not silent. A few dedicated readers remain, and the night staff begin their shifts. You're not technically part of the night staff, but you've stayed late to finish organising the philosophical letters. The work has proven more time-consuming than expected, partly because you keep getting distracted by the letter's content. It's hard to remain efficiently focused when Epicurus is offering advice about friendship, or a Stoic is describing the proper way to respond to insults. The night has its own sounds in the library. Without the constant shuffle of footsteps and murmur of conversation, you become aware of subtler noises: the soft settling of building materials as temperature changes, the scratch of reed pens from scholars still working, the distant sound of waves from the harbour, and the occasional bark of a dog somewhere in the city streets. You're finalising the last catalogue tag when you hear music drifting from somewhere deeper in the building. Someone is playing a lyre, the notes gentle and slightly melancholic. Following the sound leads you to one of the smaller reading rooms, where a young scholar sits with an instrument on his lap, fingers moving across the strings. He looks up startled when you appear in the doorway. "I'm sorry, I didn't think anyone would mind. The texts I'm studying are on musical theory, and I wanted to hear what the ancient modes actually sound like." "It's fine," you assure him. "The music is lovely. Which mode are you playing?" "Dorian, according to the treatise, though honestly I'm not certain I'm interpreting the notation correctly. Ancient Greek musical notation is ambiguous in places." He plays a short phrase, then stops and adjusts something. The theorists write about how different modes create different emotional effects, but the explanations are often vague. They say Dorian is dignified and serious, Phrygian is ecstatic, and Lydian is mournful. But whether that's true or just cultural bias is hard to determine. You listen as he experiments with different musical phrases, translating ancient written symbols into actual sounds. This is scholarship in its most direct form, taking texts from the past and breathing life back into them, trying to experience what ancient people experienced. Eventually he returns to his reading, and you continue your rounds of the building. In the Egyptian history section, you discover that someone has left a scroll partially unrolled on a table. This is technically against the rules, since scrolls should always be rolled up when not actively being read, but you recognise the text, an account of the reign of Rameses II, written in hieratic script. You carefully roll the scroll and return it to its proper place. The Egyptian texts occupy their own section, organised by dynasty and subject. These scrolls represent an older tradition of record-keeping, one that existed for thousands of years before Greeks arrived in Egypt. Many of the texts have been translated into Greek, but the originals remain, preserving knowledge in the ancient language and script. Standing in this section, surrounded by texts in hieratic and demotic Egyptian, you're reminded that the library serves as a meeting point between cultures: Greek administration, Egyptian traditions, Persian scholarship, Jewish scriptures, Babylonian astronomy, and Indian medicine all coexist in these halls. The Ptolemies, who founded and funded the library, wanted to collect universal knowledge, and while that goal remains impossibly ambitious, the attempt has created something remarkable. You make your final rounds, checking locks on the manuscript storage rooms and ensuring all fire lamps are properly tended. The night lamp keeper will take over soon, the mysterious person who maintains the building's light through the dark hours. You've asked other staff members about the night keeper's identity, but nobody seems to know for certain. It's become a pleasant mystery, this invisible colleague who ensures scholars and staff alike never work in darkness. Your last stop before leaving is the central atrium, where you pause to look at the main catalogue inscription mounted on the wall. The inscription lists the library's founding principles, carved in stone during the reign of the first Ptolemy, to collect the books of all the peoples of the world. Below this, subsequent rulers have added their own contributions and expansions. The ambition seems almost absurd when you think about it carefully. How could anyone collect all books? New works are being written every day across the Mediterranean world and beyond. Languages you've never heard of contain texts that will never reach Alexandria. The goal is impossible, yet the attempt creates something valuable in itself. This gathering of knowledge, this effort to preserve and organise human thought across cultures and centuries. You step outside into the night air, leaving the library's protected world behind. The streets of Alexandria are still busy despite the hour. This city never fully sleeps, its position as a trading hub ensuring constant activity in the harbours and markets. You can see the lighthouse in the distance, its fire burning bright to guide ships safely to shore. Another example of Alexandria's relationship with light and knowledge. Walking back to your small room, you think about the day's work. You reshelved scrolls, repaired damage, created catalogue entries, helped scholars find texts, supervised manuscript handling, and filled oil lamps. Nothing dramatic, nothing that will be recorded in history books. Yet this work matters. Every scroll that's properly stored might survive another century. Every catalogue entry helps a future scholar find needed information. Every lamp filled extends the hours available for reading and research. The library exists because people perform these tasks daily, year after year, generation after generation. The great collection everyone admires is built on unglamorous work, careful organisation, patient maintenance, and constant vigilance against damage and decay. It's rather like the way ancient stones stay standing, not through any single dramatic effort, but through countless small acts of preservation and care. You pass a night market where vendors sell food and oil to late workers. The smell of cooking lentils and onions makes you realise you're hungry. You purchase a small portion of lentil stew and eat it while walking, the warm clay bowl comfortable in your hands. The food reminds you of the honey cake scandal Miriam mentioned earlier, which leads to thinking about all the ways scholars endanger manuscripts through careless eating. In your imagination, you compose a humorous treatise titled On the Proper Distance Between Food and Philosophy, which would detail the many ways honey, wine, olive oil, and other substances have damaged important texts throughout history. The treatise would be entertaining but probably wouldn't change behaviour. Scholars will always prioritise their research over practical concerns like keeping their hands clean. Back in your small room, you light your bronze lamp and sit for a moment before sleeping. The day has been typical, which means it contained dozens of small, interesting moments, mixed with routine tasks. Tomorrow will likely be similar. Scrolls to shelve, scholars to assist, manuscripts to inspect, and catalogue entries to create. You think about Demetrius's question from earlier, about what future generations might make of our ordinary records and letters. It seems impossible to imagine this world, Alexandria, the Ptolemaic kingdom, the library itself, changing dramatically. Yet you know from the historical texts you've read that empires rise and fall, cities change, and knowledge is lost and found again. The library's purpose is to fight against that loss, to preserve knowledge through careful copying and systematic organisation. Whether that effort will succeed in the long term, nobody can know. Perhaps some distant scholar will someday read these very scrolls, wondering about the people who created and maintained them. Perhaps everything will be lost, destroyed by fire or war or simple neglect. But that uncertainty doesn't diminish the value of the work. You preserve what you can, organise what exists, and make knowledge accessible to those who seek it. That's enough purpose for a life, even if the outcomes remain uncertain. You extinguish your lamp and lie down, feeling the satisfying fatigue of a day spent in meaningful work. Tomorrow morning you'll wake before dawn and begin again. Scrolls to tend, scholars to help, knowledge to preserve. The work continues day after day, year after year, connecting past to present and present to future through the simple act of caring for texts. Outside your window, Alexandria continues its busy night. Somewhere in the library, the night lamp keeper makes their rounds, ensuring light burns in the halls of knowledge. The scrolls rest in their pigeonholes waiting for tomorrow's readers, and the great project continues, the impossible valuable attempt to gather and preserve the wisdom of the world, one scroll at a time. Sleep comes easily when you've spent the day among books and ideas. Your dreams, when they come, are filled with papyrus and ink, scrolls unrolling to reveal texts in languages you can't quite read but somehow understand. In the dream logic that makes perfect sense at night, you're cataloguing the stars themselves, creating neat tags that explain the movements of planets and the patterns of constellations. But morning will come soon enough, bringing real scrolls and actual catalogue entries. For now, you rest. One small part of the great machinery that keeps knowledge alive and accessible. The library endures because people care for it, and caring for it provides purpose and meaning to those people in turn. It's a fair exchange, you think, drifting into deeper sleep. Your careful attention for the privilege of working among humanity's collected wisdom, walking daily through halls where the thoughts of generations rest, waiting to be discovered again and again. Picture yourself on a wooden ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, in the year 1700. The water looks like a wrinkled blue bedsheet with no edges. It goes on forever. The sails made of canvas above you snap and billow in the wind, making sounds like thunder in the distance. You can hear the wood creaking all the time below deck. The ship's wooden bones bend and groan as the waves lift and drop the ship in a never-ending rhythm that makes your stomach feel bad. Now here's the scary part. You have no idea where you are. You have a pretty good idea of how far north or south you've gone. That's not too hard. A sextant can tell you the angle of the sun at noon, when it is at its highest point in the sky. To find your latitude, compare that angle to tables in a book, and do some math that would make your high school geometry teacher proud. For hundreds of years, sailors had been doing this, and it worked great. But what about east and west? That's when things got hard. Scary and very hard to understand. To find out how far east or west you've travelled, your longitude, you need to know what time it is back home. This may seem easy, but it's actually very hard. You can figure out that you're about 60 degrees west of London if you know that it's noon where you are now and that it's 4 in the afternoon back in London. 15 degrees of longitude is equal to 1 hour of time difference. It's really beautiful math, the kind that makes you feel smart just thinking about it. The problem is that clocks from the 1700s were moody and worked great in your living room, but as soon as you put them on a ship, they became useless lumps of metal and gears. The metal parts of the device expanded and contracted when the temperature changed. The moisture in the air caused their delicate parts to rust. The constant rocking motion messed up their pendulums, which were the weights that kept time steady. And what about salt air? Salt air was like poison to machines. It ate away at brass and steel like the ocean waves that slowly wear down a cliff. Sailors in the age of exploration were basically driving across a flat desert with no GPS, compass, or map. They had to guess where they were by looking at the sun and making educated guesses. And as you might expect, this caused disasters that would haunt maritime history. Ships would sail confidently toward what they thought was a safe harbour, only to find themselves grinding onto rocks that shouldn't have been there for another 100 miles. Whole fleets would miss their destinations by hundreds of miles, and sailors would run out of food and water as they desperately searched the horizon for land that was actually far behind them. The ocean was hiding things, and those things were dangerous. On a foggy October night in 1707, a British naval fleet led by Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel was sailing home from Gibraltar. This was the worst maritime disaster of the time. The Admiral's navigators told him they were safely to the west of the dangerous rocks off the Isles of Scilly, which are near the southwestern tip of England. They were wrong. Catastrophically, it was wrong in the past. 4 ships hit the rocks that night and went down in a matter of hours. Their screams were lost in the fog and wind as almost 2,000 men drowned in the cold Atlantic waters. Admiral Shovel was one of them. He made it to shore alive, but a local woman killed him because she wanted his emerald ring. It was the kind of tragedy that shows you how cruel it can be when people make mistakes and nature acts. Britain was shocked. The country that was building an empire that stretched around the world couldn't even safely get its own ships home. It was like being a great race car driver who couldn't always park in their own garage. The embarrassment was only worse than the rising death toll and the money lost when merchant ships disappeared into the ocean's vast anonymity. There had to be a change. The question was what, and who would be smart enough to figure out a problem that had stumped the smartest people of the time? In the village of Falby in Yorkshire, England, a boy named John Harrison grew up in a world where the sun moved across the sky and the seasons changed. John was born in 1693 and was the kind of kid who noticed things that other kids didn't, like how shadows moved across the floor, how birds seemed to know exactly when dawn would break, and the exact rhythm of his own heartbeat. His dad was a carpenter, which meant he was a craftsman, an artist, and a problem solver all at the same time. When people needed a door that fit just right, a table that wouldn't wobble, or a beam that could hold up a roof for 100 years, they came to you. Carpentry required an eye for detail and a feel for how materials worked. Young John learned these skills quickly, like a sponge soaking up water. But what really interested John was something that most carpenters didn't think about very much: time. He would watch his dad work and pay attention to how long each job took, how the quality of the wood affected how fast it could be cut, and how his dad's experience helped him guess how long a project would take with amazing accuracy. John was thinking about measurement, precision, and the unseen rhythms that controlled everything around him, while other boys his age were playing games or doing things that made their parents sigh heavily. When John was about 7 years old, he got smallpox, a disease that killed millions of people and left those who survived with scars for life. John lived, but the sickness kept him in bed for weeks. Someone gave him a watch while he was recovering, and it changed his life. You might think that a watch is a boring gift for a sick kid. There were no flashing lights, moving parts you could see, or bells and whistles. That watch, though, was a window into a world of precision for John Harrison. He would put it to his ear and listen to the steady tick-tock of brass and steel like a heartbeat. He would watch the hands move slowly around the dial, turning seconds into minutes, minutes into hours, and hours into days. He took it apart, which is the most amazing thing. Imagine being 7 years old, sick with a disease that is killing people all around you, and deciding that the most interesting thing you could do is take apart a complicated machine to see how it works. John took out each tiny screw, gear, and piece of metal with great care and put them on his bedside table. Then, with a level of focus that seems almost impossible for a child, he put it all back together. And it still worked. This wasn't just mechanical skill. It was a kind of genius that shows itself early and loudly. John Harrison knew what he wanted to do before most kids could spell their own names. John's interest in clocks didn't fade as he got older. He didn't make it less deep. He made it deeper. He started making clocks, not as a business at first, but as a hobby that took up all of his free time. He worked in his father's carpentry shop and tried out different materials, designs, and ways to fix the basic problems that made clocks inaccurate. Wood was the first thing he chose that changed everything. Other clockmakers used metal gears that changed shape with temperature changes. John, on the other hand, found that certain types of wood, like oak and boxwood, had amazing qualities. If you cut them the right way and put them together the right way, they would naturally adjust to changes in temperature. When one part got bigger, the other part got smaller, which kept the clock's accuracy stable. It was the kind of insight that seems clear in retrospect but takes real genius to find. John was learning about physics and engineering on his own, even though these ideas wouldn't be written down for decades. He did this while working in a small workshop in Yorkshire by candlelight. By the time he was in his 20s, John had made clocks that were so accurate that they only lost about 1 second a month. This was an amazing feat for the time. People would travel for miles to see his clocks, which were local wonders. But John wasn't happy. He could tell that there was something bigger that his skills could do, some bigger problem that only his unique genius could solve. He didn't know yet that the problem was waiting for him in the form of a parliamentary prize, a maritime crisis, and the task of making a clock that could keep perfect time while being tossed around on angry seas. In 1714, when John Harrison was only 21 and still making wooden clocks in Yorkshire, the British Parliament did something strange. They asked for help. The Longitude Act said that anyone who could figure out the longitude problem would get a prize of £20,000, which is about the same as several £1,000,000 today. £20,000. Take a moment to think about that. Parliament was offering enough money to buy a small estate, live comfortably for life, and still have enough left over to pay for your grandchildren's education. At the time, a skilled craftsman could only make £50 a year. People quit their jobs and spent their lives trying to solve problems that seemed impossible because of the prize. But there were some rules for the prize. Your solution had to be able to figure out the longitude to within half a degree after a ship had sailed to the West Indies and back, which could take months. That might not sound very exact until you remember that half a degree of longitude at the equator is about 34 miles. Your method had to tell a ship's captain where he was to within the distance a person could walk in a day after months at sea, through storms and calm, heat and cold. Parliament set up the Board of Longitude to look at the proposed solutions. This group of scientists, naval officers and government officials would decide who should get the prize. Some of the smartest people in Britain were on this board, including astronomers who liked the lunar distance method for finding longitude. The lunar distance method was beautiful in math, and very hard in astronomy. Theoretically, navigators could figure out their longitude by measuring the exact position of the moon against background stars and comparing that to tables made by astronomers. It took clear skies, accurate tools, complicated math, and at least an hour of work for each measurement. Astronomers were happy with the solution, but sailors who were practical wanted to throw their sextants overboard. A lot of the board members, especially the astronomers, thought that the answer to the longitude problem had to come from the stars. After all, navigation has always been about looking at the stars. They thought it was unlikely at best and ridiculous at worst that someone could fix this problem with a mechanical device, which was basically a very fancy clock. John Harrison would have to deal with this bias for most of his life, but he didn't know that yet. John made a choice in 1728 when he was 35. That would shape the rest of his life. He would go to London, show the Board of Longitude his ideas for a sea clock, and win the prize that no one else had been able to get. In the 1700s, it wasn't easy to get from Yorkshire to London. It took days of travel on roads that were barely improved dirt paths, staying in coaching inns where the beds had more previous occupants than you wanted to think about, and spending money that John didn't really have to spare. But he went on the trip, bringing with him drawings and descriptions of a clock that no one had ever seen before. John went to London to find Edmund Halley, the same Halley who has a comet named after him. Halley was the Astronomer Royal and a member of the Board of Longitude. This meant that he could either help or hurt John's goals. John was lucky that Halley was the kind of scientist who valued smart answers no matter where they came from. Halley looked at John's plans and saw that they were truly unique. This wasn't a crazy person with vague ideas and crazy claims. This was a craftsman who had spent a lot of time thinking about how hard it was to keep track of time at sea and come up with specific, useful solutions. Halley introduced John to George Graham, London's best clockmaker. Graham was also smart enough to know when genius came to his shop. Graham spent the whole day with John, listening to his ideas, looking at his drawings, and slowly realising that this country carpenter had ideas that London's best instrument makers had missed. Graham did something amazing by the end of their meeting. He offered to lend John money without charging him interest to help him build his first marine timekeeper. It was a leap of faith in what people could do, and it changed everything. John went back to Yorkshire with enough money to start building a clock that could work at sea. He was about to enter a part of his life that would last for decades, drive him insane and change the world. But first, he had to make the thing. Think about how long it would take to make just one clock. Not as a hobby or a side project, but as your main focus for 5 years of calculating, adjusting, testing, and improving. That's what John Harrison did from 1730 to 1735. He made his first marine timekeeper, which would later be called H1. H1 was not a delicate pocket watch. It was a huge machine that weighed about 75 pounds and was about 2 feet tall. Your first thought when you saw it in a museum today would probably be that it looks like a steampunk sculpture with all the brass gears and strange moving parts. But every part of H1's design had a specific purpose in the fight against the forces that had stopped every other attempt at making a sea clock. John's main problem was figuring out how to make a clock that keeps accurate time even when it is moved, shaken, heated, cooled, and hit by salty air all the time. It was like asking someone to play a violin while riding a roller coaster during an earthquake. The main task is hard enough without all those extra things getting in the way. John's ideas were brilliant because he had spent years thinking about how mechanisms work when they are under stress. John used a balance mechanism with 2 weighted bars connected by springs instead of a pendulum. A pendulum needs gravity to work all the time, but it didn't work on a ship that was tilting. One bar would swing one way, and the other would swing the other way when the ship rolled, which stopped the ship from moving. It was a mechanical genius that was turned into brass and steel. The 2 balances were like dancers moving in perfect opposition, their movements so perfectly timed that the ship's rocking didn't matter. The ship pitched and rolled through the waves, but inside H1's mechanism, time moved forward with calm precision. The temperature was another problem. When you heat metal, it expands, and when you cool it, it shrinks. You may have noticed this when you run hot water over a jar lid to make it easier to open. These tiny changes in size can mess up the timing of a clock so much that it stops working. John used bimetallic strips to fix this. These strips were made of brass and steel, and reacted to changes in temperature in opposite ways, making up for each other. Then there was friction, which is bad for all moving parts. Friction was trying to slow things down and make them less accurate every time gear teeth meshed together or a bearing turned in its housing. Most clockmakers of the time used oil to reduce friction, but oil thickened in the cold, thinned in the heat, and eventually turned into sticky residue that gummed up the works. John's answer was to use lignum vitae, a very hard, heavy wood that has its own natural oils. His bearings were made from this wood that doesn't need oil, so he didn't need any at all. John knew a lot about how materials acted when they were under stress, and every problem had a solution. H1 was more than just a clock. It was a dissertation in mechanical engineering that a man who had never gone to college wrote in brass and steel. H1 was ready for its trial in 1735. The Board of Longitude sent John on the HMS Centurion to Lisbon, Portugal and back. This trip would test whether this complicated machine could really do what John said it could. Think about how John felt as he watched his 5 years of work being carefully loaded onto a Royal Navy warship. The open ocean was about to judge everything he had given up, every hour he had spent in his workshop and every calculation and adjustment he had made. The trip was hard. The Atlantic doesn't care about your precise tools or the work you've done for the rest of your life. The Centurion's deck was covered in waves, and the ship rolled at angles that made even experienced sailors hold onto the railings. Below, in the captain's cabin, H1 sat quietly ticking away, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around it. The ship's navigators thought they were getting closer to England from a certain place on the way back. John's clock said they were really about 90 miles east of where the navigators thought they were. John told the captain that they were getting close to England near the dangerous waters around Start Point. He did this with the confidence of someone who trusted his own work more than what most people thought. Roger Wills, the captain, believed what John said enough to change course, and when the fog cleared, Start Point was right where John's clock said it would be. The navigators had made a mistake that could have easily sunk the ship by almost 100 miles. H1 was correct. You might think that this successful trial would have won John the Longitude Prize right away. His clock had just shown that it could do exactly what Parliament had promised to pay £20,000 to do. But you would be underestimating how hard it is to convince experts who are doubtful that someone has solved a problem they thought was almost impossible. The Board of Longitude said that H1 had potential, which in bureaucratic language means, this is interesting, but we're not ready to give you all that money yet. They gave John £500 to keep working on it and make a better version. It was both encouragement and a clear message, show me again and do it better. John might have been feeling down. He went back to his shop and started making plans for H2 instead. You might think that H2 would take less time now that John knew how to do it because it took him 5 years to build H1. You would be very wrong. It took John almost 20 years to finish H2, but not because he worked slowly, he kept coming up with better ideas. This is the time in John Harrison's life that will test your patience just to hear about it. Imagine spending your whole adult life trying to solve one problem, getting close, and then realizing you could do better and starting over and over, for 40 years. H2, which was finished in 1741, was heavier than H1, about 86 pounds. But it had changes that made it more accurate in theory. John had fine-tuned his temperature compensation system, improved his balance mechanism, and made a lot of small changes that, when added together, made a difference. It was like seeing a perfectionist change a document, changing the words and punctuation until each sentence was as clear as glass. But before H2 could be tested at sea, John realised something that worried him. He had already come up with ways to make it better. The world of ships was also changing. The Board of Longitude had paid for the creation of a new way to measure the distance to the moon, and astronomers were publishing tables that made navigating by the stars easier. John's chance to prove his mechanical solution was running out. John started working on H3 in 1749. It would take him 17 years to finish this version. During that time, He hardly left his workshop, rarely saw friends, and focused so hard that his friends and family were worried. William, his son, who had grown up watching his father's obsession, became his assistant and later his advocate when he had to deal with the Board of Longitude. H3 was smaller than the ones that came before it, but it was much more complicated. John added new features like a bimetallic strip to adjust for temperature and a caged roller bearing mechanism. This design was so ahead of its time that it wasn't rediscovered and widely used until the Industrial Revolution, more than 100 years later. You benefit from something John Harrison came up with while trying to solve the longitude problem every time you ride in a car or use a machine with roller bearings. But there was a problem with H3 that John couldn't completely fix. It was more sensitive to the ship's movement than his other designs. The changes he made in some areas had made other areas weaker. It was the kind of trade-off in engineering that keeps perfectionists up at night. And John was definitely a perfectionist. John was in his 60s by the middle of the 1750s. He had been working on sea clocks for more than 30 years. His first try was good enough to show that the idea worked, but not good enough to win the longitude prize. His later attempts had been better in some ways, but he still hadn't reached the level of perfection he wanted. A lot of people would have given up. The right thing to do would have been to admit that he had made important contributions, take whatever money the Board of Longitude was willing to give him, and then retire knowing that he had helped people learn more. John Harrison was not like most people, and he was not being reasonable about this problem. John made a choice in his workshop that must have seemed a little crazy even to him. He would stop working on H3 and start over from scratch with a very different method. His new clock would be nothing like the big, complicated machines he had spent years building. It would be small, elegant, and based on ideas he had learned while working on the other ones but had never fully used. He would make H4, which would be a watch. Think of a pocket watch from the 1700s, like the kind you might see in a period drama, as hanging from a gold chain on a gentleman's waistcoat, fancy, classy, and small enough to fit in your hand. Now picture this watch being so accurate and well made that it will lose less than a minute after months at sea, through storms and calm, heat and cold. That was H4. John Harrison started working on H4 in 1755, and by 1759 he had made something that looked simple but wasn't. It was about 5 inches across, which is big for a pocket watch by today's standards, but small compared to H1, H2 or H3. It was only 3 pounds heavy. You could easily hold it in both hands and admire its clean white face, elegant Roman numerals, and the way its hands moved smoothly to mark seconds and minutes with perfect timing. But the ease was a trick. Inside H4's silver case was a world of exactness. John had put together everything he had learned about clockmaking over the past 30 years into a package that could fit in your pocket. The balance wheel moved back and forth 5 times per second, which was faster than any other marine timekeeper. This meant that small mistakes in each oscillation would average out instead of getting worse. It was the application of statistical smoothing to mechanical engineering, long before anyone had put these ideas into writing. The escapement mechanism, which turns the spring's energy into the regular tick-tock motion, was a work of art in terms of miniaturization and accuracy. John had made sure that every tooth on every gear fit together perfectly, which cut down on friction to almost nothing while still keeping the right ratios for keeping time. The craftsmanship was so good that when you look at H4 under a magnifying glass, you can see details that shouldn't have been possible with tools from the 18th century. The temperature compensation system used a bimetallic balance that grew and shrank in just the right amounts to keep the watch accurate in both Arctic cold and tropical heat. The jeweled bearings, which were tiny ruby bearings that John used at important friction points, kept the machine from wearing down and kept it accurate for a long time. Every part of H4 was the most advanced thing that could be done with machines at the time. H4 was ready for its trial in 1761, when John was 68 years old. The Board of Longitude sent the watch on a trip to Jamaica to test it. The trip would take months and put the watch through all kinds of weather and conditions that could happen in the Atlantic. William, John's son, offered to go with H4 on the trip. This was partly because his father was too old for such a long and hard journey, and partly because someone needed to wind the watch every day and keep an eye on how it was working. Can you picture how William felt as HMS Deptford got ready to leave? He had his father's whole life's work in a silver case that was small enough to fit in his pocket. If H4 didn't work, All the work the Harrison family had done for decades would have been for nothing. If they were successful, they would gain fame, wealth, and the satisfaction of solving one of the biggest scientific problems of the time. The trip to Jamaica took 81 days, and during that time William wound H4 every day, and kept careful records of how it worked. The watch kept ticking through the heat of the Caribbean and the storms of the Atlantic, as well as the calm times when the ship barely moved, and the gales when experienced sailors prayed for deliverance. William compared H4's time to local astronomical observations. When the Deptford finally got to Jamaica, H4 had lost 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The watch was off by 5 seconds after 81 days at sea, during which it travelled thousands of miles in all kinds of weather. That mistake meant that the longitude calculation was off by just over 1 nautical mile, which is a lot better than the 34 miles the longitude prize needed. The trip back was just as amazing. The Deptford came back to England after 161 days at sea, and H4's total error was 1 minute and 54.5 seconds. There should have been no doubt that John Harrison had solved the longitude problem because it had gone so far beyond what was needed to win the highest level of the longitude prize. At this point you might think that the Board of Longitude would have given John the full £20,000 prize right away, ordered several copies of H4 and celebrated British creativity. That is not what happened. Not even close. If you've ever had to deal with red tape, you know how annoying it is when rules change, goals change, and committees ask for more proof before they make a decision. Now, multiply that frustration by a few decades and add the bitter disappointment of seeing lesser solutions get support, while your own work is met with endless doubt. John Harrison had that experience after H4's successful trial. The Board of Longitude said that H4 had done very well, but instead of giving them the prize, they asked for another trial. They said that the first trip might have been a fluke. We had to test the watch again to make sure it worked the same way every time. John, who is now 70 years old, had to agree. The second trial happened in 1764 on a trip to Barbados. The Board of Longitude sent Neville Maskelyne this time. He was an astronomer who was very interested in the lunar distance method of finding longitude. Maskelyne was smart and dedicated, but unfortunately for John, he was completely sure that astronomical methods were better than mechanical ones. H4 worked perfectly during the trip, but Maskelyne's report focused on small problems and theoretical issues instead of the watch's overall accuracy. It was like complaining that the cup holder is an inch too small when you review a car that gets 100 miles per gallon. When they got back to England, the board decided that even though H4 had done a great job, they couldn't give him the full prize until John showed everyone how he built things and let other watchmakers copy his work. This request put John in a bad spot. He didn't want to share his secrets because other makers could copy his design and he would lose his edge in the market. He would not get the prize he had worked his whole adult life for if he said no. It was a bureaucratic catch-22 that looked like it was meant to keep him from getting the credit he deserved. The board finally gave John half of the prize money, £10,000, but only if he explained how he did it and made sure that the duplicate watches were built. It was like winning an Olympic gold medal and being told you could only have it if you taught everyone else how to do it first. If they were happy with how you taught them, you might get the rest of your prize later. Neville Maskelyne had become the Astronomer Royal and a senior member of the Board of Longitude by this point. He kept pushing for the lunar distance method by publishing tables and instructions that made navigating the stars easier. It was good work that helped a lot of sailors, but it also meant that the person judging John's mechanical method had spent years working on a competing solution. The scientific community had a strong bias against mechanical solutions. A lot of astronomers thought that navigation was an astronomical problem at its core, and should be solved with astronomical tools. They were offended that a craftsman, who wasn't even a real scientist or mathematician, could use gears and springs to figure out longitude. For years, John built duplicate watches under the board's watchful eye. He showed other watchmakers how to do it and gave them more and more detailed explanations of his work. William, his son, became his lawyer, publicist, and moral support all at once. He argued John's case before the board, wrote pamphlets explaining how unfair their treatment was, and did all of these things. John was in his late 70s by the early 1770s, and he still hadn't won the full longitude prize. It had turned into a bit of a public scandal. This man had clearly solved the problem that Parliament had asked him to, but he couldn't get the promised reward because of technical issues, bureaucratic delays, and what seemed to be professional jealousy from the astronomical establishment. In 1772, John was desperate and knew he didn't have much time left because he was getting older. He did something strange. He wrote to King George III directly. It was a brave move to go straight to the royal authority instead of going through the Board of Longitude. King George III liked science and was especially interested in tools that were very accurate. The king was said to be very angry when he found out about John's situation. A man had spent 50 years working on an important problem and still hadn't gotten the promised reward. He had each 4 brought to his private observatory, where he watched it work for weeks. The king was sure that John had been treated unfairly. George III used his power to make Parliament give John Harrison the rest of the prize money. John finally got the full £20,000 he had been promised almost 60 years earlier in 1773 when he was 80 years old. It was a win, but it was a sad one. John won not because the scientific community recognised his work, but because the royal family had stepped in and stopped them from objecting any longer. The Board of Longitude never officially said that John had won the Longitude Prize. Instead, they made the payment as a special grant from Parliament, which was worded in such a way as to avoid suggesting that the board had made a mistake. 3 years later, in 1776, John Harrison died at the age of 83. He had lived long enough to see his work get praise, to know that his sea clocks worked and could save lives, and to see the start of a revolution in how ships navigated that would last for the next 200 years. But he died without ever getting a formal letter from the Board of Longitude saying that he had solved the problem they had asked him to solve. You might not feel like you've won even when you do win. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, and the stress of the day starts to fade, let's talk about what happened after John Harrison died. This is when his story goes from being about a personal victory to a global change. By the 1780s, other watchmakers were making marine chronometers based on John's ideas. These watches were very expensive. A good marine chronometer could cost more than the captain of the ship made in a year. But for long trips, they quickly became very useful. Ship owners learned that the price of a chronometer was nothing compared to the value of the cargo they could lose if they got lost. As standard equipment, the British Navy started giving ships marine chronometers. Captain James Cook took a chronometer made by Larkham Kendall on his famous Pacific voyages in the 1770s. It was basically a copy of H4. Cook wrote with great enthusiasm about how accurate and dependable the chronometer was, calling it his trusty friend and never-failing guide. People pay attention when the man who mapped more of the Pacific Ocean than anyone else before him praises your navigation tool. By the beginning of the 1800s, marine chronometers were the most common way to find longitude at sea. The Board of Longitude's preferred astronomical methods were still used as a backup. Good navigators used every tool they could find, but John Harrison's mechanical solution became the main way to navigate for the next 150 years. The effect on trade by sea was huge. Now ships could plan their routes with confidence, knowing that they could always find out where they were on the trip. Marine chronometers that came from John Harrison's designs were used by clipper ships that raced tea from China to England, merchant ships that connected Europe with the Americas, and naval expeditions that mapped the world's remaining coastlines. The changes to safety were just as big. There were a lot fewer shipwrecks caused by navigation mistakes. Now, captains could safely get close to dangerous coastlines at night or in fog, knowing where they were. The ocean was still dangerous because storms, icebergs, broken equipment and human mistakes still sank ships. However, one major cause of maritime disasters had mostly been removed. More subtly, being able to keep track of time accurately at sea led to the creation of accurate charts and maps. Now, every harbour entrance, every dangerous shoal, and every coastline could be found with precision and saved for future sailors. The oceans of the world were slowly but surely changing from vast, unknown areas where positions were unclear to mapped areas where locations were known. The ideas about technology that John came up with had an effect on clockmaking well into the 20th century. His new ideas for temperature compensation, friction reduction, and precision balance mechanisms became standard parts of high-quality watches. Watchmakers studied his designs the same way musicians study Bach or architects study old temples, as examples of how to use basic ideas with genius-level skill. Lieutenant Commander Rupert Gould said that restoring the original Harrison sea clocks, which had fallen into disrepair, was one of the best things that ever happened to him. When I opened H1 and saw John's wooden gears and carefully planned mechanisms, it was like talking to a master craftsman from hundreds of years ago. The clocks were more than just old things. They were also working examples of ideas that were still useful. The Harrison C clocks made it through World War II in London. They were kept safe in a vault during the Blitz, when German bombs fell on the city every night. They were cleaned, restored, and then put on display at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, where they still are today. You can see them ticking away just like they did hundreds of years ago if you ever go to London. H1 through H5 and a few of John's other clocks are there. But the marine chronometer was not the best navigation tool for all time. By the end of the 20th century, GPS systems that use satellites started to take the place of mechanical navigation tools. Ships could now tell where they were within feet instead of miles, and they could do it all the time instead of having to do it once a day. The change happened slowly, but by the early 2000s, marine chronometers were no longer the main tools for navigation. They were used as backups and safety devices. But even this technological advancement doesn't take away from what Harrison did. GPS satellites need very accurate clocks, like atomic clocks that make John's chronometers look rough by comparison. But the basic idea is still the same. To navigate correctly, you need to keep track of time correctly. John Harrison knew this truth so well that he spent his whole life trying to make it better, and every navigation system since then has been built on that. The story of Harrison also changed how we think about scientific recognition, and the link between practical skills and theoretical science. John was not a mathematician, with a degree from a university, or a natural philosopher from the upper class. He was a working-class craftsman who solved a problem by trying different things over and over, using his mechanical intuition and being very stubborn. His success called into question the idea that only traditional academic sources can lead to important scientific breakthroughs. Historians have been both embarrassed and fascinated by the way the Board of Longitude treated Harrison in the last few decades. How could smart, well-meaning people not see that the answer to the problem they had defined was so clear? The answer has to do with class bias, jealousy among professionals, institutional inertia, and the fact that people tend to prefer solutions that come from people who are like them, instead of people who are not. Today, several museums have working copies of Harrison's chronometers that were made by skilled craftsmen who followed his original plans. These replicas still work as well as they did in the 1700s, losing only a few seconds a month even though they were made with tools and methods from that time. It shows how well John's designs worked, and how well he understood the underlying ideas. The story of Harrison has inspired books, movies, and even a best-selling novel by Dava Sobel called Longitude, which told millions of people about John's fight and victory. Students learn about him as a role model for hard work and new ideas. Engineers look at his mechanisms as examples of how to solve problems in a smart way. And anyone who has ever felt like an expert didn't believe in them can find something inspiring in his refusal to give up. As you start to feel sleepy, let's take a step back and think about what John Harrison's work really means in the grand scheme of things. It's not just about one man making fancy clocks, it's also about how we as people relate to time, space, and our place in the universe. Time was mostly a local thing for most of human history. Noon was when the sun was at its highest point where you were standing. The sun's path across each village, city, and valley's sky set the time for each place. This worked well when most people didn't go more than a few miles from where they were born. But as societies grew and communication got better, this way of keeping time caused problems. What time does the morning coach leave? When should we get together? The absence of a standardized time became progressively problematic when organizing activities requiring coordination across distant locations. The longitude problem made people rethink how they thought about time. To use Harrison's chronometers to find your way, you needed to know the time in both your area and at a reference point. Greenwich, England, became that reference point, and this is how we got Greenwich Mean Time. All of a sudden, time wasn't just something that people in one place could see, it was a global standard that linked faraway places on Earth. This change in how people thought about time eventually led to the time zones we use now. In the 19th century, when railroads started linking far-off cities, it became impossible to keep track of local times. It was a nightmare to coordinate a train schedule that used dozens of different local times. The answer was to break the world up into time zones, each of which was set to a standard time. Greenwich was the main meridian, which is the point from which all other longitudes are measured. When you look at your watch to see if you're late for a meeting, or to help a friend on the other side of the world figure out what time it is, you're using a way of thinking that came from John Harrison's work on the longitude problem. Standardization of time was necessary for navigation, which is why it became the same all over the world. Harrison's chronometers were also an important step in the history of human precision. Before the Industrial Revolution, most things were made by hand. It fit the frame of the door. The wheel was round enough. People used their eyes and experience to make measurements instead of exact tools. The work of John Harrison required and showed a level of accuracy that was not needed before and was almost impossible to imagine. It was necessary to shape each gear tooth in H4 to within a few millimeters. Every spring had to have the right amount of tension. Each bearing needed to be the right size. This wasn't rough craftsmanship. It was precision engineering before that word even existed. John had to come up with new ways and tools to get the accuracy his designs needed. This focus on accuracy spread from clockmaking to other areas. The Industrial Revolution was based on machines that got better and better at making parts that fit together better and better. The tolerance standards that modern manufacturing takes for granted. Parts machined to thousandths of an inch. Components designed to fit together with minimal gaps. These ideas came about in part because of the precision culture that clockmakers like Harrison started. Harrison's life also shows how strong people can be, which is very moving. He started making sea clocks when he was in his 30s, but it wasn't until he was 80 that he got full credit for them. That's a lot of work on one problem over 50 years. 50 years of math, changes, letdowns, and little wins. Believing that what he was doing mattered for 50 years, even when powerful people told him it didn't. Think about how much you want to achieve that goal. Most of us have trouble staying focused on a project for a few months. When results don't come quickly, when others don't immediately notice our hard work, or when the way forward seems unclear, we get discouraged. John Harrison had to deal with all of these problems for decades, but he never gave up. There were a lot of things that made him keep going. There was pride, for sure, the pride of the craftsman in making something that works perfectly. There was ambition, the chance to win the Longitude Prize and get recognition for it. But there was also something deeper, a belief that the problem could be fixed, that it was possible to keep time accurately at sea, and that he was the one who could do it. It's not common to find someone who has this mix of technical skill, stubbornness, and unshakable self-confidence. A lot of people have one or two of these traits, but having all three for a long time creates the kind of focused intensity that can solve problems that others think are impossible. As your breathing slows and your mind starts to drift off to sleep, let's think about what we can learn from John Harrison's story today, in a world that seems very different from 18th century England, but still has many of the same basic problems. The first lesson is about being an expert and having credibility. There were a lot of smart people on the board of longitude, like royal astronomers, mathematicians, and naval officers. They really thought they knew the best way to solve the longitude problem. They weren't mean or dumb. But they were so sure that astronomy had to be the answer that they couldn't fully see the value of a mechanical answer, especially one suggested by someone who wasn't in their field. We see this happen a lot in history. Experts in a field become so attached to certain methods that they refuse to consider other options, especially those suggested by people who aren't experts. This is a reminder that having credentials and an education doesn't mean you're open to new ideas. Sometimes the person who makes the breakthrough doesn't know that what they're trying to do is impossible. Second, there's the lesson about how to be perfect and keep going. John Harrison could have stopped after H1 showed that the basic idea worked. He could have taken his partial payment and fame and lived comfortably in his later years. Instead, he kept asking for better, more polished, and more perfect answers. H4 was his fifth major try at fixing a problem that his first try had mostly fixed. It's good that you're trying to be perfect, but it's also a little worrying. When does the search for improvement make it hard to put a good enough solution into action? Harrison worked on his designs for decades, but sailors kept dying because of navigation mistakes that H1 could have fixed. People who work on hard problems have to deal with the tension between wanting everything to be perfect and being practical. Third, there's the lesson about getting credit and being recognised. John Harrison needed outside proof that he had solved the problem, like the Longitude Prize or official recognition from the board. He got most of what he wanted, but not always in the way he wanted. The board never said he was the winner in an official way. Instead of being recognised by the institution, the prize money came from the royal family. His vindication was both complete and incomplete. Many of us spend our lives looking for recognition for our work. whether it's getting a promotion, getting good reviews, making a lot of money, or just getting praise from people we look up to. Harrison's story shows that validation can come in surprising ways and may not be as satisfying as we thought it would be. The work itself, the joy of solving the problem and making something that works well, might have to be the reward. Fourth, there's the lesson about how things get better. There wasn't one brilliant idea or lucky find that solved the longitude problem. It was fixed over the course of decades of small changes, each one building on the last. Harrison's first clock taught him things that he used to make his second clock, which taught him things that he used to make his third clock. Progress was made up of a lot of small steps forward, not one big jump. This pattern holds true for most major accomplishments. We like to think that breakthroughs happen in dramatic eureka moments, but real progress usually looks more like John Harrison's workshop. Years of careful testing, countless small changes, and slowly building up knowledge and skill. Fifth, there's the lesson about picking your problems. John Harrison could have made a good living as a clockmaker by making regular clocks for regular people. Instead, he decided to take on one of the hardest technical problems of his time. This decision shaped his whole life, leading him to victory but also to years of anger and disappointment. We all pick problems to work on, even if we don't mean to. Some people pick problems that are both solvable and rewarding. Some people choose problems that are hard but important. Some people, like Harrison, pick problems that seem almost impossible but are very important. There isn't one right answer for what kind of problem to solve, but the choice you make will affect the way you live. Last but not least, there's the lesson about time. John Harrison devoted his life to accurately measuring time, recording its passage through springs and gears, and making its flow visible and measurable. But his own sense of time was shaped by decades of hard work, the slow accumulation of skill and knowledge, and a level of patience that most of us can't even begin to imagine. In this age of instant communication and quick change, it's hard to believe that Harrison would spend 50 years on one problem. We're used to getting quick results, quick feedback, and instant satisfaction. Harrison's story reminds us that some goals take a different kind of time. Instead of days or months, they take decades, and progress is slow. Recognition may not come until the end, if at all. As you start to fall asleep, picture yourself visiting John Harrison's workshop in the 1750s. The room would smell like metal filings and oil, wood shavings, and the smell of a place where people work hard. Candles and the little bit of sunlight that came through the small windows would give off light. It was so dim that it barely lit up the incredibly fine work John did, squinting at tiny gears and springs. You would hear the ticking of many clocks, not just one. Each clock marked time in a slightly different way as John tested, changed, and improved his designs. The sounds would mix and get in each other's way, making complicated rhythms that never quite fit together. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a dozen different voices are measuring the same invisible river that flows by all the time. And there would be John himself, probably in his 60s or 70s by the time Ch4 was being built. His eyesight wasn't what it used to be, but his hands were still steady, his mind was still sharp, and his determination was still strong. He would have tools he made himself for jobs that no one else had ever done before, like specialised files, custom-made measuring tools, jigs and fixtures to hold small parts while he worked on them. If you asked him why he kept going after 30 or 40 years without full recognition, he probably wouldn't have a dramatic answer. He might just say that the problem could be fixed, that he knew how to fix it, and that the world needed the fix. It might have been that easy for John Harrison. His story is ultimately about what people can do, what can happen when intelligence, skill, and determination come together and stay together for a lifetime. It's about believing in your own work. Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky, yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap, though they're surprisingly warm. the air tastes different. That's the strangest part, actually. You can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup. There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city, though. The clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, no laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, or maybe it's the dawning realisation that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now, proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defense. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. Everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently, smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies," "meat pies," in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory, and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours, advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards. But you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky, though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. The wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors, a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention, because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. Strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged? Who's in financial trouble? Who's been seen with whom? Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something. Doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working-class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings. Fewer vegetables and flowers, more hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gaslighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres, and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms. They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured, but the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight. Their inhabitants are asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working-class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours, partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours, or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 in the morning, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 in the morning, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort, getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation, and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation, and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty. All of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks, or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras. It's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past. It's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, it's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, the commute took an extra 10 minutes. Shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region, reminds you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality. The belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward, toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experience has made history feel more real. less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts: public health, education, scientific understanding, and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit, or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform, better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health, remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observe throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined. Now, you may believe that you are familiar with Alexander Hamilton from the popular Broadway production, but for the time being, let's put the hip-hop music and dramatic performances aside. Instead, think of him as your exceptionally intelligent neighbour who always has something interesting to say over the garden fence. He's the type of person who sees opportunities where others see problems and who, with time and careful consideration, has never encountered a difficult problem that he couldn't solve. Our story starts on the tiny Caribbean island of Nevis, where the sound of waves lapping against coral shores and the aroma of sugarcane are carried by the trade winds. In 1755, a child is born who will grow up to have thoughts the size of an entire continent. The problem with Alexander, though, is that he didn't begin life with any advantages that would indicate greatness was on the horizon. You know how some people seem to have it all from birth. Alexander became more akin to a wooden spoon that had previously been used to stir up something dubious. James Hamilton, his father, had a knack for making bad business choices that would make a contemporary businessman shudder. Imagine a man who had the ability to take something that was certain and somehow make it a spectacular failure. For you, that's James Hamilton. When Alexander was 10 years old, his father did what struggling men do when life becomes too difficult. He just left. He was there one morning, discussing his most recent business endeavour that would undoubtedly bring wealth to the family, and the following morning, his seat at the breakfast table was vacant. Alexander seemed to brush it off as just another mystery to be solved at a later time, even though it's the kind of abandonment that could shatter a child's spirit. Rachel, his mother, was left to handle things alone, and she did so with the quiet resolve that would later manifest in her son's personality. She didn't have a lot of money or ties to influential families, but she had something more valuable. She was a reader, and she made sure Alexander was as well. This was like giving him superpowers at a time when many people signed their names with an X. Imagine young Alexander reading by candlelight in their tiny home as the Caribbean night hummed with insects and sea breezes. He devoured books with the same fervour and seemingly insatiable appetite as some children consume candy. It made no difference whether it was history books, philosophy, poetry, or mathematics. Alexander wanted to understand anything that had words on a page. However, harsh lessons come with living on a small island, and Alexander's mother passed away when he was 13. With no family wealth to rely on and no clear way forward, this intelligent boy suddenly found himself practically alone in the world. This type of circumstance could teach someone to be cautious, to keep their head down, and to seize any little opportunities that present themselves. Rather, Alexander surveyed his situation and concluded that it was unacceptable. Not in a furious manner, but with the cool resolve of someone who just doesn't think that where you begin is where you end up. He secured a position in a trading company as a clerk, managing the bookkeeping and correspondence for traders who transported goods between islands. This may seem like a rather ordinary way for a future founding father to spend his adolescence, but this is where Alexander's unique brilliance began to emerge. Alexander started to comprehend how the entire system operated. Whereas other clerks might have just copied letters and added up columns of numbers, he observed how ships travelled between islands, how money moved between locations, and how a sugar shortage in one area could lead to opportunities in another. Today he was like a teenager, who begins by assisting with the social media account for a family business, and ends up knowing more about digital marketing than those who have degrees in the field. Alexander not only carried out his duties, but also assimilated the fundamental ideas that underpinned successful commerce. At the age of 17, Alexander experienced a life-altering event in 1772. The Caribbean was hit by a huge hurricane, the kind of storm that prompts modern weather forecasters to use adjectives like catastrophic and unprecedented. Buildings that had withstood years of tropical storms were reduced to splinters, trees that had stood for decades were uprooted like weeds, and the meticulous order of everyday life was completely upended. The majority of people would have written home about the devastation, and perhaps even shared some dramatic tales of how they managed to survive the storm. However, Alexander sat down and wrote something completely different because he was Alexander. In his letter, he characterized the hurricane as a window into the great power of nature and the frailty of human ambition, in addition to being a destructive force. Everyone who read the letter was taken aback by its beauty. It wasn't overdone or flowery. Alexander never liked superfluous ornamentation, but it encapsulated a fundamental aspect of what it was like to live through such a moment. It revealed a young man capable of finding meaning in devastation and patterns in chaos. It was like watching someone realize they have a lovely singing voice when his letter appeared in the local newspaper. Alexander was suddenly recognized as someone special by those who had previously thought of him as just another clerk's assistant. Local businessmen and clergymen were drawn to the letter and concluded that the young man's abilities were too valuable to be wasted on a small island. They started a collection, which is similar to passing a hat around your neighbourhood, except that instead of collecting money for someone's medical bills, you're collecting money to send a teenager to college in the United States. The kind of investment in human potential that transforms everything was demonstrated by this extraordinary act of faith in Alexander's potential. With only a few books, some clothing, and some ideas that would eventually help reshape a continent, 18-year-old Alexander Hamilton set sail for New York in 1773. He was leaving behind not just a location, but a whole way of thinking about what was possible as his island home vanished behind him. Alexander must have felt like Dorothy leaving her farmhouse and entering the land of Oz when he first arrived in New York, only instead of a yellow brick road, he discovered cobblestone streets that were busier than his entire island had been. With the kind of energy that comes from living in a place where anything seems possible, the city was a whirlpool of intellectuals, merchants, sailors and craftsmen, all pursuing their different dreams. King's College, now known as Columbia University, was where he enrolled. Imagine a young man from a small Caribbean island entering those halls for the first time, surrounded by the sons of wealthy New York families who had been raised to take their privileges for granted. It might have been frightening, but Alexander had something they didn't: a voracious appetite for information that only comes from having earned every chance. Alexander threw himself into his studies like a man who realized that education was his only way to influence others, whereas his classmates may have approached their studies with the casual attitude of people who knew they would inherit their father's businesses regardless of their grades. He studied history, economics, philosophy, and law with the fervour of someone who understood that these subjects were more than merely academic pursuits. They were instruments he would need to construct the life he desired. What set Alexander apart from even the most committed learners, however, was that he synthesized knowledge rather than merely absorbing it. He was already considering how the lessons he was reading about ancient Greek democracy might be applied to the political unrest that was developing in colonial America. He was thinking about how British economic theory might apply to a nation that did not yet exist, but that he was already starting to envision when he studied it. For young people interested in concepts related to society and governance, the 1770s were a unique period. Taxes, representation, and the basic issue of who had the authority to decide on other people's lives were the subjects of escalating disputes between the American colonies and Britain. These were pressing real-world issues that had an impact on everyone's day-to-day existence, not theoretical philosophical arguments taking place in some far-off capital. The political conversations that seemed to emerge everywhere, whether in coffee shops, on street corners, or in college dorms late at night, when young men with more fervour than experience would solve the world's problems over candlelight, and whatever alcohol they could afford drew Alexander in. Alexander, however, approached these arguments with the gravity of someone who thought ideas had consequences, in contrast to many of his contemporaries who saw them as intellectual amusement. He started penning pamphlets, which were the blog posts of the 18th century, but they were more difficult to create and disseminate. His earliest works revealed a mind already pondering difficult issues regarding the interplay between local autonomy and national unity, as well as between individual liberty and collective security. Alexander was developing concepts that he believed would soon become crucial, so these weren't merely smart academic exercises. Alexander was 20 years old when the Revolutionary War finally broke out in 1775, and he had to make the same decision that all young Americans had to make. Would he try to avoid danger and wait to see how things worked out, or would he take up arms for the cause of independence? There was really no other option for someone who had studied political theory in depth during his college years. Alexander was not an idealistic idealist who viewed war as a glorious adventure when he enlisted in the Continental Army. He realized that winning battles would only be the first step in a long, costly and challenging conflict. He immediately made a name for himself as someone who could solve the kinds of real-world issues that armies encounter when attempting to wage war without sufficient supplies, rather than as a warrior in the conventional sense. When you don't have enough money to buy food, how do you feed soldiers? When there aren't enough wagons or horses, how do you transport supplies? When everyone is aware that the enemy has superior gear and more consistent funding, how do you keep morale high? These may seem like trivial issues, but Alexander knew that strategy is just as important in winning a war as bravery. His teenage years in the Caribbean trading office had taught him that intricate systems necessitate meticulous attention to details that may appear uninteresting but are actually very important. No matter how valiant its soldiers are, an army that is unable to effectively move its supplies or feed itself will lose. General George Washington, who was facing difficulties that would have overwhelmed most leaders, was drawn to his abilities. In order to effectively manage a revolutionary war, Washington needed someone who could coordinate with other officers, draft orders, handle correspondence, and solve the intricate administrative issues that arise. He discovered someone in Alexander who was capable of all of that, and who also had a broad understanding of their goals. Alexander developed into one of Washington's most trusted aides, working closely with him for years, allowing him to see directly how decisions are made in emergency situations. He observed how Washington handled conflicting demands, controlled challenging individuals, and remained focused on long-term objectives even when immediate pressures became too much to handle. Most significantly, though, Alexander spent those years of war contemplating the future. He was already thinking about the more difficult question: how would they actually govern themselves once they had gained the right to do so? While others concentrated on the pressing issue of gaining independence, after the war ended in 1783, Americans had to figure out what it meant to be a nation, a problem no previous generation had ever faced. When you put it that way, it sounds easy, but the reality was far more intricate. 13 distinct colonies, each with its own customs, passions, and views on how things ought to be run, had to somehow manage to operate as a single country. The Articles of Confederation, which were essentially a treaty between 13 independent states rather than a blueprint for a single government, were the first attempt to solve this conundrum. A group of roommates agreeing to split the rent but not granting anyone the power to ensure that each person pays their share was the political equivalent of that. Alexander became increasingly convinced that this system was not going to work as he watched it falter from crisis to crisis. Because each state produced its own currency, trade between them became needlessly complicated. They treated neighbouring states more like foreign nations than as parts of the same country, imposing tariffs on each other's goods. There was no efficient system in place to settle disagreements when they occurred. Most annoying of all, there was no dependable method for the national government to raise funds. It could request funding from the states but not mandate it. This meant that soldiers who had fought for independence could not receive their back pay, debts from the Revolutionary War remained unpaid, and the new nation's credit was so bad that foreign governments started to question whether America would be able to remain an independent nation. This was similar to witnessing a business owner who refused to record their revenue or expenses and then question why they were unable to pay their bills for someone with Alexander's background in finance and commerce. The issues weren't enigmatic, rather, they were the inevitable outcome of attempting to manage a complicated organisation without delegating decision-making authority to anyone. Alexander was developing his legal career in New York during this time, taking on cases that allowed him to gain first-hand knowledge of the day-to-day operations of the nation's legal and economic systems. He witnessed the needless complexity of business caused by the absence of a unified set of commercial laws, the confusion and inefficiency caused by the lack of a stable national currency, and the difficulty in resolving disputes that crossed state lines due to the lack of federal authority. Alexander, however, started formulating solutions to these issues rather than merely lamenting them. He looked for ideas that might apply to the American economy by researching the economic systems of other nations, especially Britain. He read widely about various governmental structures in an effort to comprehend what caused some countries to be stable and prosperous, while others suffered from ongoing political unrest. By 1787, enough Americans had agreed with Alexander that something needed to change because the Articles of Confederation were failing. In order to determine whether a more efficient system of national government could be established, a convention was called in Philadelphia, supposedly to amend the Articles. Despite being in the awkward position of being the only member of his state's delegation who genuinely wished to establish a powerful federal government, Alexander was chosen as one of New York's delegates. Because his two colleagues favoured the status quo, New York's official stance at the convention was typically against the kinds of reforms Alexander believed were required. Some of America's most intelligent political thinkers, men who had pondered societal and governmental issues for years, came together for the convention. Even so, Alexander stood out among this esteemed group for his willingness to think outside the box and for the breadth of his vision. Alexander argued for something more fundamental. They needed to establish a national government that was actually capable of governing, whereas many delegates saw the convention's work as a matter of making small changes to the current system. Instead of depending on state cooperation, this meant granting the federal government the authority to impose taxes, control interstate commerce, and directly enforce its laws. Although these might appear to be technical details, Alexander realized that they served as the cornerstone for all other goals the new country wished to achieve. The government couldn't maintain an army, pay off debts, or fund the kinds of infrastructure projects that would support the nation's development and prosperity if it couldn't consistently generate income. The United States would not be a true national market if it did not have the power to control interstate commerce. Alexander's speech on June 18, 1787, outlining his vision for a powerful federal government, is his most well-known contribution to the convention. Even though the presentation lasted 6 hours, imagine spending that much time watching a PowerPoint. It wasn't dull academic theory. Alexander was outlining a workable plan for handling the intricate problems that a big, diverse country faces. Although his fellow delegates listened politely, many of them thought his ideas were too radical. Alexander was advocating for a degree of federal power that was higher than what the majority of Americans at the time felt was appropriate. Many of them weren't prepared to establish a new government that might turn out to be just as repressive, because they had just fought a war to rid themselves of what they perceived to be excessive government power. Alexander had a big impact on the final constitution, despite the fact that his specific suggestions were not accepted. The powers given to Congress reflected his views on the necessity of federal control over taxation and commerce. His focus on establishing a government that could take decisive action had an impact on the executive branch's layout. Convincing the American people to ratify the new constitution was the true challenge that arose after the Constitutional Convention concluded its work in September 1787. It took more than just persuading politicians to support this. It also required a shift in the way the general public perceived the connection between individual liberty and group government. Alexander recognized that this was essentially an ideological conflict, and he threw himself into it with the ferocity of someone who thought the nation's future depended on it. He started writing a collection of essays with John Jay and James Madison that became known as the Federalist Papers. They were all published under the same pseudonym Publius. These essays provided thoughtful, in-depth justifications for why the proposed constitution would be superior to the current one, not just catchphrases or sentimental pleas. Of the 85 essays, Alexander authored 51 that addressed some of the most intricate and contentious facets of the new system of government. Imagine him working late into the night by candlelight in his New York law office, developing arguments that were both rigorously intellectual and understandable to the average reader. In essence, he was creating the instruction manual for American democracy, outlining not only the functions of the new government, but also the rationale behind its structure. Alexander carefully outlined the reasons why the Articles of Confederation were failing in Federalist number 21, using relatable examples. It was similar to trying to manage a household without a steady source of income when the national government was unable to collect taxes. You might manage for a while, but eventually the bills would arrive and you would be unable to pay them. He made the case in Federalist number 23 that if a federal government was to exist at all, it must be powerful enough to carry out its mandate. Establishing a national authority that was meant to oversee commerce and provide for defence, but lack the authority to do so successfully was pointless. Perhaps his most significant contribution, however, was Federalist number 78, where he introduced the idea of judicial review, the notion that courts ought to have the power to judge whether laws are constitutional, and described the function of the federal judiciary. Alexander was considering how to keep the new government from going too far while still granting it sufficient power to carry out its duties, so this wasn't just a theoretical legal theory. Newspapers across the nation carried the Federalist Papers, which sparked discussions in town squares, taverns, and family dinner tables. Although many Americans were still wary of strong federal authority, Alexander's arguments were generally unpopular, but eventually gained support because they were both practically sound and intellectually sound. The task of transforming abstract plans into functional government operations fell to George Washington, the first president appointed under the new Constitution. Selecting Alexander Hamilton to be the first Secretary of the Treasury, a role that would allow Hamilton to put many of the ideas he had been working on for years into practice, was one of his most significant choices. Alexander, at 34, was younger than most cabinet members, but his theoretical background and real-world experience made him an ideal fit for the new country's problems. Due to the millions of dollars it owed to both domestic and foreign investors who had contributed to the Revolutionary War's funding, the federal government was effectively bankrupt. Some European observers questioned whether the United States would remain an independent nation because of the country's extremely low credit rating. Alexander's methodical approach to these issues was a reflection of the years of study he had put into his understanding of finance and economics. Instead of tackling each crisis one at a time, he developed a comprehensive plan that would build a stable financial system, restore the nation's credit, and lay the groundwork for sustained economic growth. In On Public Credit, his first significant report, he suggested that the federal government take full responsibility for all debts accrued during the Revolutionary War, including debts accrued by individual states. This was more than simply paying back debts. Alexander recognized that a country's debt management reveals a lot about its dependability and character. States that had already paid off their war debts would ultimately be assisting in the repayment of states that hadn't been as fiscally responsible, which made the proposal contentious. However, Alexander contended that this was the cost of moving from a loose confederation of independent states to a truly unified nation. Imagine a family that, despite some members having been more frugal with their money than others, decides to combine their resources to pay off everyone's college loans. In the short run, it might not seem fair, but it builds a foundation of mutual commitment and shared responsibility that makes the group stronger. In order to manage government finances, maintain a stable currency, and provide credit to promote economic growth, Alexander also suggested establishing a national bank. While the concept of a central bank was widely accepted in Europe, it was revolutionary in America, where many people equated banks with the type of concentrated financial power from which they had fled. A national bank, according to its detractors, would favour affluent investors at the expense of common farmers and artisans. In response, Alexander said that a well-run financial system would help everyone by increasing the availability of credit for profitable investments, stabilising currency, and improving trade efficiency. His goal was to build the financial infrastructure that a contemporary economy needs, not to enrich bankers. Reliable financial institutions are necessary to control the flow of credit and money that enables commerce, just as good roads are necessary for the efficient transportation of goods. Alexander's report on manufactures, which he presented to Congress in 1791, was arguably his most forward-thinking contribution as Treasury Secretary. Alexander envisioned something more ambitious, a country that could produce its own goods and compete with established industrial powers. This was in contrast to the majority of Americans of his era who believed that the United States would continue to be primarily an agricultural country that imported manufactured goods from Europe in exchange for raw materials. Alexander recognized that political independence was useless without economic independence, so this was more than just economic nationalism. A nation that relied on other countries for basic manufactured goods would always be at risk from political and economic pressure. His defense of American manufacturing, however, went beyond mere self-sufficiency. Alexander thought that as industry grew, more varied economic opportunities would be created, enabling Americans to pursue a greater variety of careers and raise their standard of living. Compared to a farmer who solely relied on agricultural revenue, a farmer who was able to work part-time in a nearby textile mill had greater financial security. Additionally, he contended that manufacturing would more effectively utilize what economists refer to as human capital, the abilities and skills of individuals who might not be able to fully engage in an agricultural economy. Women could be paid in textile mills. Children could work in factories. This was before the issues surrounding child labour were recognised. And immigrants with industrial skills could immediately contribute to economic growth instead of needing to learn how to farm. For its time, Alexander's manufacturing vision was extraordinarily advanced. He realised that building factories was not enough for successful industrial development. It also required access to capital, skilled labour, supportive infrastructure, and markets big enough to turn a profit. Protective tariffs to help American manufacturers compete with well-established European producers are among the policies he suggested the government implement to promote these favourable conditions. Alexander's understanding of what is now known as economic diversification was also demonstrated in the report. He maintained that a country with a diverse economy, one that includes manufacturing, services, agriculture and commerce, would be more resilient than one that relies too much on any one of these industries. Manufacturing could remain profitable even if agricultural prices declined. Even if one area experienced economic challenges, other areas with distinct economic foundations could still thrive. Alexander's manufacturing vision was rejected by critics as unrealistic fantasy, claiming that Americans lacked the markets, capital, and skills required for effective industrial development. However, Alexander knew that these capabilities could be developed over time with the right investments and policies because he had studied the economic development of other countries. Alexander was at the centre of increasingly contentious political discussions as he carried out his economic and financial policies, which ultimately resulted in the establishment of the first political parties in America. When people with essentially different ideas about the country attempted to cooperate, partisan divisions emerged, which was not something anyone had anticipated or desired. The founders had hoped to avoid the kind of partisan divisions they associated with European politics. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who favoured a more constrained federal role, an agricultural economy, and closer ties with France, disagreed with Alexander's vision of a strong federal government, a diversified economy, and close ties with Britain. These disagreements were not merely about policy, they also represented divergent views on the ideal form of the United States of America. Alexander's plan for a national bank, which Jefferson claimed was unconstitutional, because the Constitution didn't specifically give the federal government the authority to charter banks, was the final straw in the dispute. In response, Alexander presented a thorough legal defense of implied powers, which hold that the Constitution gave the federal government the right to do whatever it takes to effectively exercise the powers it specified, in addition to the specific powers it listed. This debate was about how to interpret the Constitution, and what kind of federal government the American people had truly agreed to establish, not just about banking. While Jefferson supported strict construction, which restricted federal authority to powers specifically stated in the Constitution, Alexander argued for what became known as a broad construction of the document. Both of his most trusted advisers made strong cases for their positions, but President Washington was forced to make the difficult decision. On the bank issue, he finally took Alexander's side, but the political rifts that resulted from these discussions would influence American politics for many years to come. Alexander rose to prominence as the intellectual head of the Federalist Party, which promoted pro-business policies, industrial growth, and a powerful federal government. The Democratic-Republican Party, founded by Jefferson and Madison, promoted stringent constitutional interpretation, agricultural interests, and limited federal power. Although these party differences may appear regrettable, Alexander recognized that they were a positive indication of a robust democracy. People with differing opinions about politics and policy should be able to band together, promote their positions, and run for office in a free society. Either dictatorship or political anarchy was the alternative, not peaceful unity. Alexander's personal life was characterized by both great success and heartbreaking setbacks, even as he was establishing himself as one of America's most significant public figures. He had 8 children with Elizabeth Schuyler, a member of one of the most well-known families in New York. According to all accounts, it was a devoted union founded on respect for one another and similar ideals. However, Alexander paid a personal price for his unwavering commitment to public service. In order to achieve his political and financial objectives, he frequently put his family and his own health last while working incredibly long hours. When he committed to a project, he threw himself into it wholeheartedly, sometimes to the detriment of everything else in his life. He was the type of person who couldn't do anything halfway. Alexander made a choice in 1797 that would follow him for the rest of his life. In an attempt to dispel rumours that he had exploited his role as Treasury Secretary for personal financial gain, he released a pamphlet confessing to an affair. The Reynolds pamphlet, as it was called, demonstrated that Alexander was innocent of financial corruption, but guilty of adultery. Both Alexander's complex personality and his dedication to public integrity were evident in this choice. Instead of letting people think he had violated the public's confidence, he decided to ruin his own reputation. This was basically political suicide in a time when political and personal reputations were intertwined. Although Alexander's aspirations for higher office were essentially dashed by the scandal, his impact on American political and economic advancement remained unabated. He still advised other political leaders, wrote about public policy, and practiced law. His theories have influenced discussions of economic policy, constitutional interpretation, and federal power. Most significantly, the Reynolds pamphlet exposed a fundamental aspect of Alexander's personality. He was prepared to incur significant personal expenses in order to uphold his honour as a public official. He was aware that democracy relies on people having faith in their leaders, and he was unwilling to let that faith be undermined, even if it meant ruining his own reputation. In a duel with Aaron Burr on the Weehawken, New Jersey, cliffs on July 11, 1804, Alexander Hamilton lost his life. The duel symbolised something greater about the nature of honour and public service in early America, but it was also the result of years of political and personal hostility. A newspaper article that quoted Alexander criticising Burr's character was the direct cause of the duel. Alexander refused to offer Burr an apology that would have appeased Burr's sense of honour. They were forced to meet on the field of honour due to the social norms of the time. Alexander wrote letters to his wife and friends the night before the duel, outlining his reasoning and offering insights into his life and work. These letters show a man who felt constrained by the social mores of his class and time, but who was also deeply conflicted about the duel. He felt that he would lose his ability to influence public affairs and become ineffective as an advocate for the causes he supported if he gave in to Burr's challenge. The actual duel was short and tragic. Both men fired. Burr's shot found its mark, while Alexander's, perhaps on purpose, went wide. The following day, Alexander passed away, surrounded by loved ones who understood that one of the most extraordinary careers in American politics was coming to an end. Alexander's life, which had already made a significant contribution to American development and appeared to hold even more promise for future accomplishments, was cut short at the age of 49. In addition to establishing the nation's financial system and many of the precedents that would shape future economic policy, he had contributed to the creation of the Constitution and expressed a vision of American potential that still shapes our perception of what the nation could achieve. However, his intellectual rather than practical legacy may have been his most significant contribution. Alexander proved that concepts have repercussions, that thoughtful consideration of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that new institutions can be created that better meet the needs of people than the ones they replace. It's worthwhile to reflect on how Alexander Hamilton's theories still influence our modern world as you sink further into your cosy chair and maybe finish that cup of tea. His financial system laid the groundwork for the next 2 centuries of economic expansion in the United States. Debates concerning individual rights and federal authority are still governed by the constitutional principles he outlined. His vision of America as a modern, diverse, and economically vibrant country came to pass. However, Alexander's most lasting contribution may be his example of how intelligence, perseverance, and a dedication to a cause greater than oneself can help one overcome the circumstances of one's birth. He demonstrated that concepts are important, that thorough examination of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that wisely and strategically planned institutions can meet the needs of people for many generations. Alexander Hamilton's story provides an alternative viewpoint in our own era, when we confront problems that seem insurmountable and solutions that seem unattainable. The fundamental societal structures were being reconstructed and questioned during the time he lived, which was a time of great uncertainty and change. He had to come up with novel solutions to problems that had never been solved before. However, he approached these difficulties with methodical thought, meticulous analysis, and an unwavering faith that people could come up with better ways to arrange their shared lives, rather than with fear or despair. He realized that creating a successful society calls for both bold leadership and patient compromise, as well as visionary thinking and attention to detail. The America that Alexander Hamilton helped build never reached its full potential. He passed away before the nation had expanded far afield of the Atlantic coast, before the Industrial Revolution he had predicted had truly begun, and before the diversified, wealthy, and internationally significant country he had imagined had come to pass. However, he had sown the seeds that would eventually bear fruit that he could hardly have dreamed of. The most significant lesson from Alexander Hamilton's life may be that the task of creating a better world is never fully completed, that every generation inherits the successes and unsolved issues of its predecessors, and that our own contributions will be evaluated based on how well we further the continuous endeavour of human progress, rather than how well we solve every issue. As you get ready for bed tonight, you may consider the amazing fact that our thoughts on politics, economics, and society are still shaped by the ideas of a young man from a small Caribbean island who passed away more than 200 years ago. It serves as a reminder that people's lives can have far-reaching effects that are beyond their wildest expectations, and that it is never a waste of time to carefully consider how to improve the world. Alexander Hamilton was a strong believer in the ability of human reason to resolve difficult issues, the potential for establishing institutions that promote the common good, and the capacity of regular people to achieve extraordinary feats when given the chance. These were hard-won lessons from a life spent battling real problems and real responsibilities, not naive optimisms. His narrative implies that overcoming obstacles with consideration and perseverance, rather than avoiding them, is the way to meaningful success. Patient analysis and innovative thinking frequently yield solutions to seemingly intractable problems. When enough people are dedicated to the cause of change, institutions that seem permanent and unalterable can be changed or replaced. Most significantly, Alexander Hamilton's life shows that despite uncertainty and disappointment, it is possible to hold on to hope and purpose. He endured personal scandal, war, economic crisis, political unrest, and innumerable other setbacks, but he never lost hope that with clear thinking and hard work, people could make tomorrow better than today. That seems like a nice thing to think as you go to sleep. That the future is still up in the air, that people are still intelligent and kind, and that everyone has the chance to add something worthwhile to the continuing narrative of our shared existence. After beginning his life as an orphaned teenager on a small island, Alexander Hamilton went on to contribute to the founding of a nation. What else could we do? Sweet dreams, and may you awaken tomorrow with a semblance of Alexander Hamilton's quiet faith that difficult issues can be resolved, that brilliant ideas have the power to transform the world, and that there is always more significant work to be done.